The Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 0. Title page and dedicatory poem. The Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Now first completely done into English verse from the Persian in accordance with the original forms, with a biographical and critical introduction by John Payne, author of The Masque of Shadows and Other Poems, etc., etc., and a translator of the Book of the 1001 Nights, etc., etc. 1898. To my friend Yaqub Artin Pasha. Omar Khayyam. O thou, the orient morning's nightingale, that from the darkness of the long ago thy note of unpropitiable woe casts out upon the time-traversing gale, its burden still life's lamentable tale, too late come hither and too soon to go, whence brought and whither bounden none doth know, nor why thrust forth into this world of wail. We, thy sad brethren of the western lands, sons of the secret of this latter day, we who have sailed with thee the sea of tears, have trod with thee the blood-devouring way, we, thy soul's mates, with thee join hearts and hands across the abysses of 800 years. End of section 0. Recording by Algy Pug. Section 1 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. Introduction, Part 1. Read by Algy Pug. The city of Nishapour, in the north of Khorasan, at present a collection of poor-looking houses built of unburnt bricks and standing in the midst of ruins, said to cover a circuit of some 25 miles, contains few relics of its ancient splendour, beyond a couple of mosques and vast bazaars, now, for the most part, untenanted. The number of its inhabitants is variously stated at from 8,000 to 15,000. It stands in a level plain, nearly surrounded by mountains, and is encompassed by villages and gardens, filled with flourishing fruit trees, up to a radius of 9 or 10 miles in every direction. The neighbourhood is extremely fertile, producing in particular exquisite fruits, and the soil is so rich that the mountains and hills are cultivated up to the very summit. The climate is said to be delicious, and, on the whole, the district is considered the pleasantest and most habitable part of Khorasan, although there is but the trace left of the magnificent irrigation works founded by Shahpur and his successors, and the city itself has never recovered from the ravages of Genghis Khan and his Tartar hordes in the middle of the 13th century, when it was sacked and burned and the inhabitants put to the sword or carried off into slavery. The mines in the adjacent hills, said to produce the finest turquoises in the world, are still worked, and the fact that the great caravan route between India and Persia passes through Nishapour has no doubt operated to prevent the complete decay of the once flourishing town. However, if we go back some 800 or 900 years to the 11th century of our era, we find Nishapour at the zenith of its splendour and prosperity, under the beneficent and enlightened rule of the Seljuk Sultans of Persia. The capital of the great province of Khorasan, the Stead of the Sun, as Abu Fida interprets its name Khur-Azan, the focus of Persian culture and the central point of the world's intellectual activity, rivalled only by the Caliphate of Cordova, at a time, coeval with the latter Saxon kings of England, when Europe was plunged in almost total intellectual darkness, it appears to have been the most important town of medieval Persia, and Oriental geographers, such as Nasir Khusrau, Ibn Hawqul, and Abu Fida, rank it as the third greatest city of the East, inferior only to such metropolitan towns as Baghdad and Cairo. The geographer Yaqut el-Himawi says that it was the most flourishing, the richest and the most populous city of the earth, that by its situation it was the vestibule of the Orient and the rendezvous of all the caravans, and the Persian poets and prose writers never tire of extolling the beauty of its climate and its environs. According to them, nothing can equal the freshness of its mornings, the perfume of its roses, and the abundance of its crystalline waters. The poet Khatibi describes himself as coming, like Attar, from the roseland of Nishapour, which was indeed celebrated for its vast rose gardens and the excellence of the otto distilled from their flowers. And another poet, the celebrated Enweri, declares that if paradise is to be found on the face of the earth, it is in Nishapour. If not there, it exists not. The Nushul ul Mishtaq, a geographical dictionary or gazetteer of the 12th century, speaks of the fields about the city as being covered with violets, jessamine, iris, and nenuphar, and other geographers tell us that on entering the town one smelt a delicious fragrance from the gardens and orchards which surrounded it. Beshshari calls the district of Nishapour a delectable one, and says that its orchards and gardens produced dates, olives, almonds, lemons, oranges, walnuts, figs, jujube plums, locust beans, sugar cane, lote fruit, violets, jessamine, and all manner of other fruits and flowers in profusion. A crowd of watercourses threaded the gardens without its walls, which are described as being so extensive and so continuous that one might travel for days in the shade of their trees. Ibn Hawqal says that its suburbs were full of fountains, the water for which was conveyed to them by an underground stream, falling into cisterns and reservoirs without the town. And the adjacent gardens and meadows were irrigated by subterranean canals, said to have been no less than 12,000 in number, and by a system of wells sunk at short intervals and communicating with each other, the ruins of which are yet, as we learn from Sir John Malcolm and other travellers, to be seen in the neighbouring fields, as well as by a considerable stream called the Sekar or Segaware, which supplied the neighbouring villages. In all Khorasan, continues the Arabian geographer, there is no place blessed with a purer or more temperate air. And indeed the climate of Nishapour is stated on all hands to have been delicious and its fertility amazing, it being particularly celebrated for its melons, said to be the finest in Persia. Cotton was largely grown in its neighbourhood, and it was famous for its rope works and its manufactories of caps, leather, silken, and linen stuffs, which, says Nasir Khusrau, were held in such esteem that they sent them to all parts of the world. A notable feature of the town was its vast bazaars, especially that for the sale of saddlery, always a favourite object of rich and artistic ornamentation with the natives of the East. And it is well known that the stamped and perfumed leathers of Khorasan vied with those of Cordova in the markets of the Middle Ages. The place is variously stated to have contained from 200,000 to 400,000 inhabitants, and to have occupied a space of a padasang, about 4 miles, square, enclosed within strongly fortified walls, it being a frontier fortress and exposed to continually recurring attacks by the wild border tribes. It is said to have boasted 8 great colleges, founded by the Abbasid caliphs of Baghdad, the nominal, more spiritual than temporal, suzerains of Khorasan, many mosques and 13 libraries, one of which, that of the Cathedral Mosque, is estimated to have possessed over 5,000 volumes, a large number for those ante typographical times, and was especially renowned for its ulema, or men of learning, a title which comprises theologians, grammarians, poets, mathematicians, historians and writers, and lecturers upon every branch of literature and science, and particularly upon questions of divinity and Quranic exegesis, the exposition of the traditions of the Prophet, the Sunnah or lex non scripta of Islam, and the canons of the Mohammedan law, long lists of whom, as natives or inhabitants of Nishapour and its district, are to be found in Persian works of geography and history. Among the ulema of Nishapour, in the first half of the 11th century, one of the most illustrious was the Imam Muwafiq ed-Din, a famous expositor of the Koran and teacher of the traditions and of Mohammedan jurisprudence. In the words of the Wasaya, or last words of the famous Nizam-ul-Mulk, the Imam Muwafiq of Nishapour was of the great doctors of divinity of Khorasan, and much honoured and blessed, and it was a generally received opinion that every youth who read the Koran and expounded the traditions before him attained to fortune and prosperity. The Imam was then some 85 years old, and was considered the great exemplar of the followers of the Sunnah, or orthodox Muslims. Among his promising pupils were 3 young men of equal age and talents: Hassan ibn Ali ibn Ishaq Tusi, the son of a man of good family, and the landed proprietor or country gentleman of Radhegan near Tus in Khorasan, afterwards famous under the title of Nizam-ul-Mulk; Ghiyath-ed-Din ibn el-Feth Umer ibn Ibrahim el-Kheyyami, better known as Omar Kheyyam, and Hassan ibn Ali ibn Sabeh Raksi, the son of a man of some position but doubtful reputation, and a native of Ray in Persian Iraq, afterwards infamous under the style of Old Man of the Mountain, as the head of the sect of the Ismailians, otherwise the Hishashiyah or Hassaniyah, of one of which 2 latter words the English name of assassins, applied to the murderous horde in question, is believed to be a corruption. Omar Khayyam, to give him his familiar name, was a native of Nishapour, or of the homonymous district, but the other 2 had been sent to Nishapour especially to attend the courses of the renowned professor. Hassan Tusi, from whose Wasaya these particulars are gleaned, appears to have been the Imam's favourite pupil, and quickly formed an intimacy with the 2 others, who were, he says, endowed with excellence of understanding and strength of natural genius to the utmost perfection. Hassan es-Seba and Omar Khayyam, he continues, clapped up a friendship with me, and whenas I used to come forth of the Imam's assembly, that is, out of his public lecture room, they were wont to join themselves to my company, and we fell into the habit of rehearsing with one another the lecture we had just heard. One day the vile wretch, as he very justly calls Ibn Seba, said to me and to Khayyam, "It is a matter of general notoriety that the pupils of the Imam Muwafiq commonly attain to fortune. Now there is no doubt that, if we do not all 3 attain thereto, one of us will assuredly do so. And that being the case, what manner condition and covenant is there between us?" Quoth we, "Whatsoever thou commandest." And he, "Then let us make a compact that whatsoever fortune may be vouchsafed unto any one of us shall be equally shared by him with the others, and that the owner of the good shall give himself no preference in the division." "So be it," rejoined we, and a mutual compact to that effect was accordingly entered into between us. Hassan Tusi goes on to relate that he passed 4 years under the tuition of the Imam Muwafiq ed-Din, at the end of which time, having, as we may conclude, perfected himself, not only in Quranic and traditional exegesis and jurisprudence, but also in the other sciences and branches of learning and accomplishments comprised under the head of edeb, or breeding, a word which includes all the parts of instruction necessary to the education of a gentleman and a man of the world, he left Nishapour and entered what we should call the civil service, in which he had an hereditary footing, his father being governor of his native district of Radigan. He appears to have betaken himself first to Transoxiana, and to have entered the service of the Ghaznavide Sultan Maudud, AD 1041 to 1049, whom he served for some years in various capacities at Ghazni and Kabul. He then became secretary or minister of finance to Ali ibn Shadan, Prince of Balkh, but being dissatisfied with his treatment by the latter, he threw up his office and returned to Khorasan, which was then governed by the Seljuk prince Dawood ibn Mikhail, for his brother Tughril Beg, the Tatar conqueror and first Seljuki Sultan of Persia. Dawood received him with open arms, and recognizing his eminent administrative faculties and his probity, gave him the sole charge of his son Alp Arslan, bidding the latter look upon him as a parent and disobey not his counsels. The young prince became greatly attached to his governor, and on his succession, by the death, in A.D. 1064, of his uncle Tughril, to the throne of Persia, he appointed Hassan his chief vizier or prime minister, and confided to him the government of the empire under the honorary title of Nizam ul Mulk, or regulator of the realm, by which he is historically known. The new vizier at once showed himself worthy of his master's confidence. During the 28 years of his administration of the huge empire of the Seljuk sultans, he evinced the highest qualities, both as a governor and protector of the people, and as a patron of the liberal arts, and all Oriental writers agree in styling him the greatest, wisest, and most beneficent minister who ever appeared in the East, ranking him above even the heroic Barmecides, who seem to have been his great exemplars, inasmuch as Yahya ibn Khalid and his sons Fezl and Ja'far held the seals of office for 17 years only, before they succumbed to the jealous rancour of Harun-er-Rashid. He was especially devoted to the advancement of learning and literature, and to the encouragement of men of talent and erudition, and founded a number of colleges in Damascus, Baghdad, Nishapour, and other principal towns. He was the ornament of his age, writes Ibn Kelikan, and the poet El-Bekri says, Nizam ul Mulk was a precious pearl, fashioned of pure nobility by the Merciful One. Nay, so goodly was it that the age knew not its worth, and the Creator, jealous for its honour, returned it to the shell. The first of Nizam's former schoolfellows to recall himself to his remembrance was Omar Khayyam, of whose life in the interim we have no record. But there is every reason to believe that he had passed it in quiet study and scientific and literary composition at Nishapur. The great vizier received his old comrade with the utmost cordiality, and remarking that a man of his merit ought to be attached to the service of the Sultan, offered, in accordance with the compact before mentioned, to recommend him to the latter's favour, so that he might, like himself, attain to a post of honour and confidence about the royal person. But the Hakim, as Nizam ul Mulk calls him, showing apparently that he had already acquired a reputation as a scientific and philosophical writer and teacher, declined his offer and replied that all he desired was to be allowed to live in a corner in the shadow of his friend's greatness, and to devote himself to disseminating the benefits of science and praying for his, the vizier's, long life and fortune. And in this language he abode constant. When, says the Nizam in the document from which I have already quoted, I knew that he uttered without ceremony that which was in his heart, I appointed unto him every year, for his subsistence, 1,200 mithqals of gold, charged upon the crown lands, or revenues, of Nishapur, whereupon he returned to his former way of life at his native city, and applied to perfecting himself in the sciences, especially in astronomy, in which he advanced to a high degree of proficiency. As for Hassan ibn Sebah, that vile wretch, continues the Nizam, abode unknown, that is, quiet and in obscurity, during the reign of Alp Arslan, but in the days of the power of the Sultan Melik Shah, and in the year A.D. 1072, when the latter became quit of the matter of Kerderd, and quieted the troubles excited by that prince's revolt in Nishapur, he, that is Hassan ibn Sebah, came to me there. The vizier goes on to say that he received the newcomer with open arms, and on his claiming the fulfilment of their old compact, commended him to the Sultan's favour, and procured him a post of honour and confidence. Some authorities say chamberlain, and others mace-bearer, about the latter's person. Thanks to his own natural parts, which seem to have been considerable, and to the support of his old comrade, Hasan quickly gained the Sultan's ear, and became well nigh all-powerful with him. But, like the miscreant, and son of a miscreant, as says the Nizam he was, he used his newly acquired influence to endeavour, with the blackest perfidy, to bring his benefactor into disfavour with Melik Shah, thinking doubtless to supplant him in his office. Fortunately, however, the Sultan became aware of his treachery and infidelity, and was minded, says Nizam ul Mulk, to punish him according to his deserts. But he, Hasan, being a reeling of the monarch's bounty, the latter's intent fell into delay, that is, he was reluctant to put it in execution. Meanwhile Hasan, seeing that his affairs with the Sultan were in ill train, contrived to slink away from the court, and, eluding the troops sent in pursuit of him, made his way to Ray and Ispahan, and thence to Egypt, where he embraced the doctrines of the Ismailiya, a Shia sect to which the Fatimite caliphs of Egypt belonged. Presently, returning secretly to Persia, and joining to himself certain lewd fellows of the baser sort, he, in the year 1090, possessed himself by treachery of the hill fort of Elamut, or Eagle's Nest, between Qazwin and Gilan in Persian Iraq, where he founded the infamous sect of the Assassins, and took the title of Sheikh ul Jebel, extending his power by successive conquests of the neighbouring country. All efforts of the Persian sovereigns failed to dislodge him, and his policy of private assassination made his name a terror in every part of the East. This energetic politician of the Middle Ages, who would, doubtless, in our more settled times, have contented himself with the office of head centre, Hinchikist, labour leader, or some such like avocation as should enable him to indulge his talent for mischief, and to live in idleness and luxury upon the ruin and misery of his dupes, survived to an advanced age, a notable instance of le bonheur dans la crime, and died, full of years and villainy, in AD 1124, leaving his power to his successors, who reigned in his stead until AD 1256, when the robber dynasty was finally extinguished by Helaku, or Hulagu, the Tartar conqueror of Baghdad. It was but 2 years after the self-establishment of Ibn Sebar in his mountain lair, when his old friend and benefactor, whose goodness he had so shamefully misrequited, fell a victim to the intrigues of his enemies and enviers, and was dismissed by the prince who owed to him, if not his life, at least his throne and the prosperity of his reign. Nor did he escape the usual fate of the disgraced Eastern minister, but was, at the age of 74, October 15th, 1092, assassinated, some say by one of Ibn Sebar's sectaries, but the more probable opinion is that of Ibn Kelikan, who says, "It is asserted that the assassin was suborned against Nizam ul Mulk by Melik Shah, who was tired of seeing him live so long, and coveted the numerous fiefs, which included his native province of Tus, held by him. It is some poor satisfaction to know that the dastardly prince survived his great minister and benefactor but 35 days, and therefore profited nothing by his crime." To return to Omar Khayyam, he appears to have contented himself with a liberal provision, 1,200 mithqals of gold, about £600 a year of our money, and of course representing a much larger sum in the 11th century, appointed him by Nizam ul Mulk, and to have remained at Nishapour, in the peaceful pursuit of his scientific studies, until the accession of Melik Shah, when he repaired, probably at the vizier's instance, to the new sultan's capital, Merv, then one of the finest and most flourishing towns in Asia, and a place which, for the pleasantness of its situation, might vie with Nishapour itself, being surrounded with orchards and gardens, and intersected by 4 great canals, as well as some smaller ones, supplied by the river Murghab, or Birdwater, on which it stood. Moreover, it was then, under the mild and enlightened sway of the Seljuki Sultans, or rather of their wise minister, a capital seat of learning and culture, containing 10 great libraries, as well as numerous colleges and 3 cathedral mosques. Here Kheyyam was appointed by Nizam ul Mulk head of the observatory founded by Melik Shah, that is, Astronomer Royal, and we learn from Abul Fida's annals that he was one, and according to other writers the chief, of the 8 astronomers employed by the Sultan in AD 1079 to effect the reform in the calendar introduced by him, and known from his forename, Jalal-ed-Din, as the Tariq el-Jalali, or Jalalian era. After the deaths of his old schoolfellow and his royal patron, Kheyyam probably returned to Nishapour, the seat of Sultan Senjer, the 3rd son of Melik Shah, and governor of Khorasan under the suzerainty of his elder brothers, Berki Yadek and Mohammed, until the death of the latter in 1117, when he succeeded to the Seljuki Empire. According to Dawlat Shah and other biographers, this prince, who is described by Oriental historians as a wise, just, generous, and enlightened sovereign, having inherited from his father and grandfather the love of learning and culture, and the liking for the society of men of talent and erudition which distinguished them, held Kheyyam in such favour and honour that he was accustomed, as a mark of his esteem, to seat the poet beside himself on the throne. Senjer is known to have been a great lover of poetry and a munificent patron of poets, amongst others, of the famous Enweri before mentioned, who succeeded Kheyyam in his favour, and it was doubtless his poetry that most commended the latter to him. But, be that as it may, Kheyyam must, either at Nishapour or at Merv, have devoted much of his time to scientific studies, as 2 mathematical works of his are still extant, that is, his demonstrations of the problems of algebra, published in 1851 with a translation by the late Herr F. Wöpke, and a geometrical work, a treatise of the difficulties of Euclid's definitions, a copy of which is in the Leiden University Library, and the Turkish bibliographer Hajji Kalfa, in the skeleton catalogue of one or more great libraries at Damascus, known as his bibliographical lexicon, mentions a set of astronomical tables named after the Sultan Melik Shah, under whose auspices they were doubtless compiled by Kheyyam, whilst the poet himself, in the algebraical treatise above referred to, cites an arithmetical work composed by him in demonstration of the exactitude of the Indian methods of extracting square and cube roots. No copies of the 2 latter appear to be extant, and Kheyyam doubtless composed other astronomical works, to which, says M. Renard in his prolegomena to his translation of Abul Fida's geography, he seems to have attached little importance, as he did not trouble himself to provide for the preservation of these writings, which would have made his glory. Unfortunately, continues M. Renard, Omar joined to his astronomical learning the love of poetry and pleasure. His poems have come down to us, but not so with his astronomical observations, and Oriental writers themselves seem to have no precise knowledge of the latter. The same may be said of his philosophical writings, which were probably copious and remarkable, as Persian and Arabic writers agree in extolling him as one of the greatest philosophers, even as they allow him to have been one of the foremost men of science of his age. However, parce Monsieur Renard, it seems to me that Kheyyam exercised a wise discretion in abandoning his scientific works, a class of mental productions more liable than perhaps any other to lose value and savour with age, to the chances of time and fortune, and electing to rest his hopes of fame upon his poems, which have not disappointed his confidence, and have, in effect, made his name familiar to millions of readers, of whose very existence he could have had no prevision. Monsieur Renard, however, only sums up the opinion generally expressed by Oriental historians and biographers, such as Dawlat Shah, and the authors of the Heft Iklim, the Arish Kadeh, the Riyaz Ush Shuara, the Mejma ul Futsha, etc., who, whilst describing him as the king of philosophers, the sultan of scholars, the exemplar of the wise, agree in overpassing his poems with scant notice, and lamenting his tendency to free thinking, and his inclination to red-bud-coloured wine and tulip-cheeked fair ones, to gardens and grottos, what we should call chambering and wantonness. And this opinion of his contemporaries and successors is summarized in an Arabic biographical work called Tarikh-ul-Hukma, or History of the Philosophers, by El-Qadi el-Akram Jamaluddin el-Kifti, a distinguished man of letters who was vizier of Aleppo in the 13th century. According to Herr Wöpker, who was the first to bring this document to light, the abridgment by Ez-Zuzeni of the Tarikh-ul-Hukma, from which he quotes, is stated in the manuscript to have been completed in AH 647, AD 1249-50, or a year or less after El-Kifti's death. As the extract published by Herr Wöpker is the most important piece of information relative to Khayyam extant, and affords, indeed, with the Wesaya of Nizam-ul-Mulk already cited, practically the only considerable materials for the tracing of his life, I translate it here in extenso. Omar Khayyam, Imam of Khorasan, and the chief scholar of his time, knew the law of ancient Greece, and exhorted to the seeking of the One, the ruler, by the purification of the corporeal movements, or actions, for the cleansing of the human soul. Moreover, he enjoined to assiduous study of civic economy, Sysayer, Greek politeia, the regime of a perfect state, founded on love, according to the precepts of the ancient Greeks, for example, Plato's Laws and Republic. The latter-day Sufis have, indeed, fastened on somewhat of the externals of his poetry, and transferred, or adapted, them to their right, observance or canon, citing, or discussing, them in their assemblies, general and particular. But the internals, that is, the inner or essential sense thereof, are matters of liberal equity, that is, semble, natural or universal religion, and general principles of universal obligation. As the folk of his time found fault with his religious belief, and blazoned abroad the opinions which he would fain have concealed, he feared for his blood, that is, his life, and put a curb on his tongue and his pen. He made the pilgrimage to Mecca, rather for the sake of conformity than out of piety, and privily discovered impure, that is, unorthodox, ideas. When he arrived at Baghdad, on his return from Mecca, there flocked to him the folk of his way in ancient law, that is, those who prosecuted the study of Greek and other philosophy, or who were of his way of thinking. But he shut the door on them with the shutting of the repenter, Nadim, not of the boon companion, Nedim, and returned to his own city, that is, Nishapour, where he fell to going morning and evening to the place of worship, that is, to the mosque, and concealing his secrets, that is, his private opinions. And yet needs must they appear, that is, nevertheless they were generally known. He lacked of a peer or equal in the law of the stars and in philosophy, science generally, and in these matters he would have been quoted for a byword, that is, passed into a proverb, had he been but vouchsafed continence, that is, self-control. And there are extant of his light, fugitive or scurril, verses, the ambiguous wording of which betrayed his privy meaning and troubled the vein of his conception, or purpose, with hidden impurity. The above passage is evidently from the hand of a thoroughly orthodox Mohammedan, who was, notwithstanding the manifest horror in which he held the heterodox opinions of the great scholar of whom he spoke, and whose scientific works it is plain that he admired without reserve, anxious to judge fairly and impartially of his character, as far, at least, as religious bigotry would allow him to do so. We have seen how slightingly he speaks of Khayyam's poems, and all historians and biographers, at whom I have been able to find any notice of him, treat what is proved to be his chief title to remembrance much in the same disdainful way. It will be noticed that El-Kifti speaks of the great astronomer as Imam of Khorasan, and this opens up a point of question. The literal meaning of Imam is one whose leadership or example is to be followed, a pattern, a model, or exemplar. But the word is commonly used in the sense of either one, a leader or fugleman of the people at public worship, generally some especially devout or learned in religious matters member of the congregation, and, by corruption, the manager, not a priest, of a mosque who receives its revenues and provides for the regular services, etc., or 2. One of the chiefs, such as Abu Hanife, of the 4 great orthodox schools of theology or religious jurisprudence, or some other leading doctor of divinity, such as Muwafaq ed-Din already mentioned. In this latter sense the title cannot have been applied to Kheyyam, as he certainly never was a doctor of divinity, his ordinary style being Hakim, that is, a doctor or professor of science, especially medicine or philosophy, Hikmeh. But it is possible, though hardly probable, that he may have carried the prudent practice of conformity recorded by El-Kifti so far as to have been chosen Imam in the first sense, that is, leader of the congregation at prayer. It is, however, more likely, and this would harmonise with the crabbed style of the passage from Tariq-ul-Hukmah, the author of which apparently aimed at showing his knowledge of the niceties of the Arabic language by employing words in uncommon and strange senses, that the word is here intended to convey that he was the great exemplar, or, as we should say, bright particular star, of his native land in the matter of learning. As for his conformity to orthodox Mohammedan practice, it can only be regarded as a matter of the commonest worldly prudence, excusable in a man of genius, who saw no reason for imperilling the work of his life and exposing himself to a gratuitous and unprofitable martyrdom at the hands of the narrow-minded and self-seeking bigots of his day, who were, after the manner of their kind, always ready to fall upon anyone whose opinions threatened their vested abuses, and the motley mob of the uncooked, to use his own favourite name for the unthinking vulgar, who were as sheep under their lead. In his case, too, there appears to have been a special cause for caution in a city like Nishapour, whose inhabitants bore much such a bad name for turbulence and intolerance as did those of the twin cities of Basura and Kufa under the earlier caliphs of Baghdad. A poet called El-Muradi, quoted by the geographer Yaqut el-Himawi, AD 1229, says of them, "Stranger, beware lest thou go to Nishapour, for in that town neither merit nor lineage is a safeguard, and the respect due to humanity is ignored." And his testimony is amply corroborated by other writers, as well as by Kheyyam himself, who unsparingly lashes the vices of the folk of his time, evidently meaning his fellow citizens of Nishapour, whenever the opportunity offers. During the greater part of his life, his native city must, according to historians, have been in a chronic state of uproar and intestine discord, especially after the death of the wise and beneficent Nizam-ul-Mulk, who passed much of his time at the capital of Khorasan, and seems to have possessed an especial faculty for soothing and appeasing popular troubles, and during the wars of the succession, which resulted in the establishment of Berkiyarek on the throne of his father Melik Shah, when Nishapour was besieged and taken by that prince. We learn from the historian Ibn el-Athir that the city was afterwards a prey to internal dissensions for some 3 years' space, that is, from 1095 to 1097, and that the troubles culminated in a religious war which broke out in 1096 between the orthodox Sunni sects and the Karamiye heretics, so called from the name of their founder, Ibn al-Kiram, who revived the Egypto-Christian doctrine of anthropomorphism and applied it to Mohammedanism, and which resulted, after great loss of life on both sides, in the expulsion of the Karamiye and the destruction of their colleges. Again, in 1101, the Sultan Berkiyarek ordered the extermination of the Batiniye, or internalists, as the Ismailiya or religious followers of Hassan ibn Sebah were now more generally called, from the hidden and spiritual meanings which they professed to discover in the literal words of the Koran. And there can be little doubt that the orthodox party made the royal decree a pretext for the massacre, or at least the maltreatment, of those who were obnoxious to them for their free-thinking tendencies or their opposition to the arbitrary use of ecclesiastical power. To Kheyyam in particular, this new religious crusade must, in all probability, have been peculiarly dangerous, as his fellow citizens are not likely to have forgotten his early connection with the chief of the assassins. And some of the opinions known to be held by him, and expressed in his poems, bore a suspicious, or at the least a colourable resemblance to the tenets of the Batiniyeh, who professed, for instance, that all things apparent were merely symbols, that the world was eternal, without beginning or ending, and that time was infinite, that paradise and hell were mere figures of speech, and that the resurrection was purely spiritual, death being the real resurrection for everyone, doctrines evidently borrowed, in a more or less garbled form, from the Vedantic philosophy of ancient India. It is, indeed, difficult to imagine how the poet can have escaped the myriad dangers which must have beset so independent and courageous a thinker in a time and situation of exceptional disturbance and peril. And there can be little doubt that, but for the protection of his patron Shah Senja, and the fortunate circumstance that the latter was, during his whole life, in constant residence at Nishapour, which he preferred to any other dwelling place, Kheyyam would inevitably have fallen a victim to the ignorance and intolerance of the populace, whose prejudices were shocked by the freedom of his life and opinions, or to the private malice of the Sufis and the clerical party, whose hypocritical tricks and abuses he lashed with such unsparing satire. If the powerful patronage enjoyed by Kheyyam was, as we cannot doubt, the means of saving him from actually becoming a sacrifice to popular passion and theological jealousy, it would seem, from the complaints of exile and misery suffered which he makes in his quatrains, that he must have been forced, from time to time, to seek safety in flight, and it is not unlikely indeed that he not only, on the disgrace and death of Nizam ul Mulk, lost the comfortable provision made for him by that statesman, but shared, in some measure, the fate which commonly overtakes the whole family and connections of a fallen minister or favourite in the East. Probably he was, for a time, exiled from his native land, and it is perhaps to this period of enforced strangerhood that we may assign his pilgrimage to Mecca, as well as the other wanderings, possibly including a visit to India, then, in great part, under the sway of the Ghaznavide princes, the nominal suzerains of the 5 first Seljuki sultans of Persia, of which he speaks in his poems. Unfortunately, we have no definite information as to this, and it is well nigh impossible to found any reasonable hypothesis upon the statements contained in his quatrains, in consequence of the illogical Eastern usage, which arranges an author's poetical works, not in the order of their composition, or in accordance with their tenor, but in mechanical alphabetical sequence, according to the letters which end the rhyme words of the various pieces. It is probable, however, that the latter years of his life were passed in comparative comfort, under the patronage of Shah Senja, in his native city of Nishapour, and he appears, notwithstanding the troubles and trials of which he complains, to have attained to a patriarchal age. The date of his birth is nowhere mentioned, and here again we are hampered by the singular usage, in vogue with Oriental biographers, of recording, as a matter of course, the dates of the deaths only of their heroes, and leaving the dates of their births and their ages, for the most part, unmentioned, as of no importance. For example, the most considerable work of the kind in the Arabic language, the great biographical dictionary of Shemseddin Abul Abbas Ahmed ibn Kelikan, is entitled Kitab Wayfiyat ul Ayan, the Book of the Demises of the Eminent, and gives the dates of birth and ages of the persons recorded, when it does so, only incidentally. Kheyyam's death is pretty generally agreed to have occurred in the year 1123 to 1124, AH 517, and he himself states that he had lived 100 years. This statement, which we might otherwise be tempted to disregard as a poetical exaggeration, is indirectly confirmed by Nizam-ul-Mulk, who in his Wesaya expressly states that Kheyyam was of the same age as himself. Hembisin imen, the fellow or like in age of myself, a variation of the ordinary hemsin imen, my age fellow. And the correctness of this assertion I see no reason to doubt. Nizam-ul-Mulk was born in 1018, and we may therefore assume, upon the authority of this double piece of evidence, that his old schoolfellow Kheyyam was about 105 years old, more or less, at the time of his death. He was buried at Nishapour, and his tomb is still shown without the city, where it stands in the midst of the ruins caused by the Tatar invasion of the next century. It is, says the Russian traveller Kannikov, a ponderous building of unburnt brick, without ornament or inscription, date or epitaph of any kind. But it probably covers the actual burial place of the poet, as the inhabitants of Nishapour still pride themselves upon their illustrious fellow citizen, and it is, therefore, no matter for surprise that the tradition of the site of his tomb should have been faithfully preserved among them. I close this scanty sketch of Kheyyam's life with a translation from the Persian text, as given by Hyde in his work on the religion of the ancient Persians, and stated by him to be an extract from the preface to a manuscript copy of Kheyyam's poems, containing somewhat more than 200 quatrains, of the well-known anecdote concerning his grave. Quoth Nizami Uruzi of Samarkand, one of Kheyyam's disciples, who was himself the most learned man of his time, I chanced to meet Quatrains of Omar in Balkh, and had a session with him, and in course of talk he said, "My grave shall be in a place where every spring the north wind shall be rose scattering on it." At this wonder overcame me, and I said in myself, "This man speaketh not idly." And behold, when, some time after his death, it betided me to pass by Nishapour, I sought out his grave, and found that it was hard by the wall of a garden, and fruit-bearing trees, such as pomegranates, stretched forth their branches without the garden wall, in such wise that the blossoms were strown on his tomb, and it appeared not among them. When I saw this, I marvelled at Quatrains of Omar's saying, and betook myself to his house, where when I came and inquired, it was told me that his wish was on this wise. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. Introduction, Part 2. Read by Algy Pug. One of the points upon which editors and translators of Khayyam have most widely differed is the question of the exact nature of the poet's religious or philosophical opinions. We have seen, by the extract from the Tariq-ul-Hukmah, that, although he heaped ridicule upon the Sufis of his time, and unsparingly exposed their hypocrisy and pretentiousness, he was nevertheless claimed as an affiliate or co-religionist by succeeding generations of that sect, which is still influential in modern Persia, and some editors, such as Monsieur Nicolas, who is manifestly, however, in this case, the mere mouthpiece of the Persian Sufi friend or friends who assisted him in translating and annotating the Rubaiyat, do not hesitate, at the present day, to ascribe to all his poems a mystical meaning, accommodated to the Sufi canon, and to pass over, without notice, the innumerable passages which are altogether at variance with such an interpretation. Others, again, like Mr. Winfield, discard, as of slight significance, the numerous quatrains in which Khayyam, with an evident fullness of purpose and deliberation, expresses or infers opinions completely incompatible with the belief in any form of theism, and magnifying the importance of such passages as can, by any possibility, be twisted into an expression of conformity to revealed religion, insist upon the theory that the poet was in reality essentially a believer in the Semitic doctrine of the existence of a personal God, creator, and governor of all things. Mr. Fitzgerald, in his preface to the second edition, published in 1868, of his Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, with excellent judgment and critical sense, altogether repudiated the absurd imputation to Khayyam of those Sufi opinions of which he seems, indeed, to have been a principal opponent. And we have already seen that El-Kifti, in the passage above quoted, explicitly denies that his poems were susceptible of the mystical interpretation which the men of the cloak sought to place upon them. On the other hand, the opinion expressed of the poet's life and character by the same writer, and fully corroborated by other Oriental historians and biographers, who agree in declaring that he was of ill repute, neik nam ne bood, literally, was not of good name, and that he was inclined to revolt against authority, mail ber begi bood, that is, to heterodoxy and religious nonconformity, and accuse him of a form of rationalism, felsefet, that is, philosophy, in the sense of free thinking or infidelity, derived from the study of the old Greek writers, in whose lore he was the foremost scholar of his day, is, in itself, sufficient to negative the hypothesis of his belief in Semitic theism, without the necessity of referring to the many prominent passages in which he heaps ridicule upon the theocratic idea. It is true, indeed, that other portions of his poems contain expressions and allusions which seem, at first sight, to point to a theistic belief on his part, but it must be remembered that poets and poetical writers of all countries, orthodox and unorthodox, have in all ages been in the habit of employing, for poetical purposes, the formulas and verbal paraphernalia of current religious beliefs, become by long popular usage an integral part of the language and literature of the lands in which they obtain, and an essential constituent of the material and ornament of literary expression. In Muslim countries, in particular, the language and phraseology of the Koran, upon which it must be remembered that the whole formal scheme of Arabic grammar and philology is founded, and which may literally be said to form the essential basis of Muslim culture, are the very essence and foundation of the popular, the literary, and the scientific, no less than of the religious, speech of all Mohammedan peoples, and affect and colour the everyday life of all classes in a far greater degree than do those of the Bible among Christians. And the use, therefore, of Quranic and traditional formulas and phrases is no more a proof of orthodoxy on the part of an Oriental writer than is a similar employment of biblical language with ourselves. No one, for instance, would think of ascribing orthodox sentiments to Alfred de Musset or Heine, of all modern poets, perhaps most like Kheyyam, because of their perpetual appeals to le bon Dieu or der lieber Gott, or of claiming Mr. Swinburne as a formal believer in Christianity because he wrote his magnificent Litany, or because, like all of those post-Jacobean English poets who are worth the name, his poems are full of the music and the colour of that incomparable authorised version, which forms, with the plays of Shakespeare, the main heritage and a chief glory of English literature. To the poet, whose office is not the scientific demonstration of philosophical truth, but the presentation of abstract ideas in their concrete form of the phenomena of experience, the popular conception of a personal deity, to whom may be ascribed the goods, and who may be blamed for the ills of existence, is, in the plastic sense, as indispensable a part of the means and material of his art as are sun, stars and moon, sea and sky, spring and summer, flowers and trees. Because poetry deals, not alone with that which is ideally good and true, but with humanity, its ideas, its opinions, and, especially, its feelings, right and wrong, good and bad, as a whole, holding nothing human alien from itself, neither making that unclean which the spirit of ideality hath cleansed, and the errors and delusions of mankind are therefore as much and as necessary a constituent of its machinery as their virtues and their certitudes. Kheyyam, again, continually uses the technical terms of the Sufis, such as, for example, tariq, path, niyaz, desire, need, supplication, etc., husur, presence, haqiqat, certainty, etc., etc. But the Sufi terminology, like that of every metaphysical system of wide dissemination, was, and still is, the common property of Oriental writers, and its use for literary purposes in no way attests the affiliation of the user to the sect whose language he borrows. Moreover, our poet, for the most part, uses the phrases and turns of speech he borrows from both sources, Sufi and Mohammedan, in an obviously satirical or poetical sense, and where it would seem that he does so literally and sincerely, this, to my mind, is due not to his belief in the doctrines of the religious or metaphysical systems of whose terminology he avails himself, but to the fact that his own religious and philosophical creed was derived, in common with the latter, although in a purer, more direct and less sophisticated form, from a far older and remoter source, the fount and origin of all the various metaphysical systems which have ministered to the ideal needs of the human race, to wit, the first of all world scriptures, the Vedas, the Bible of that primeval Aryan race to which the world owes its highest development. The religion of the western or southern branch of the great Aryan family, that is, that by which India and Persia were colonized, was originally a simple but elevated form of pantheism, based upon the belief in a supreme impersonal entity, or rather essence of life, from which the world and all existing things proceeded, and symbolized by the reverence or worship of the elemental powers of nature, and, in particular, of light and fire, as the noblest and most venerable of natural forces. The doctrines of this religion are contained in the 4 Vedas, or books, which are collections of hymns in praise of the deified forces of nature, of ritual and liturgical directions, and of mythological narratives and legends. They are generally allowed to be the oldest literary work in existence, and their origin is, indeed, lost in the dark backwood and abysm of time. Although they are conjectured by Sanskrit scholars to have been collected and written down, in the form in which they have reached us, during the conquest by the Hindu branch of the Aryans of the Punjab and northern India generally. The oldest and most important of the 4 books is the Rig Veda, or Book of Praise, consisting of over 1,000 hymns of nature worship. It is supposed, from internal evidence, to have been composed before the invention of writing, and no Sanskrit scholar has, to my knowledge, ventured to assign it to a more recent date than 1400 BC, whilst other authorities of equal weight ascribe to it an antiquity of upwards of 4,000 years. To the original ritual or poetical nucleus of the Vedas were from time to time added what were called Brahmanas and Sutras, being aphoristic, exegetic, argumentative and legendary commentaries upon the mantras or hymns, and bearing much the same relation to them as the epistolary part of the New Testament does to the Psalms and the prophetic books of the Hebrew Bible. And the whole was in process of time crowned by the addition of a number of explanatory philosophical treatises called the Upanishads or Sessions, also the Vedantas, or final parts of the Vedas, whence the Vedantic system, expounding, classifying, and illustrating the dogmas and teachings of the Vedas, and evolving from their primitive poetry of natural religion a definite theosophical system, called the Vedantic philosophy, which is conjectured to have been first promulgated about 800 years before our era, and has been justly described as the sublimest and most exalted product of human speculation, as applied to the consideration of the problems of existence. It is difficult, in the small space which is all that can here be devoted to the subject, to give any adequate idea of the singularly subtle purport and comprehensive scope of this primeval pantheism, which is still, after so many ages, the creed of hundreds of millions of human beings of all orders of intellect, and which offers to a large majority of the highest intelligences of the modern world the only satisfactory explanation, or suggestion of explanation, of the enigmas of life. My long thought, as Kheyyam himself says, I cannot tell briefly. But it will suffice, for the present purpose, to set out, in as few words as possible, the nature of its principal tenets, which are, first and foremost, the belief in one universal and impersonal essence of life, present in all things, the least as well as the greatest, in the soul as in the sun, without beginning or ending, that is, Brahman, neuter, not to be confounded with the god Brahma or Brahman, masculine, or with the name of the sacerdotal class, otherwise the undifferentiated self. Over this impersonal self, which is the basis of all existence, and which is the one reality among all unrealities, and being an elusive projection therefrom, is woven, like a veil, the maya or world figment, all things other than the self being a mere illusion of the senses, due to ignorance, which ceases when one has learned to know that is, the self, which alone really exists. The miseries of human life, being a part of the world illusion, are due wholly to ignorance of the secret of the world, and ignorance the outwards visible sign of which is belief in duality, that is, the separation of subject and object, me and not me, and the consideration of the rest of existing things as distinct and different from oneself. And the deliverance from this ignorance and misery, and incidentally from the ever renascent woes of metempsychosis, the identification of which by Schopenhauer with the will to be, is one of the capital spiritual events of the 19th century, is to be achieved by the acquisition of knowledge. This latter is to be attained only by withdrawal from the world and repudiation of all its illusory goods and needs, by purging the heart of desire, by self-severance from all the phantasmagoric bonds and attachments of social life and family, and self-devotion to mystic contemplation, which will gradually lead the perfected sage to the knowledge of unity, that is, the all and only important fact that all things are one in the undifferenced self, and consequent absorption in that self, which is the sole thing perdurable among all the things that endure not. This acceptance of the doctrine of the unity of life in everything naturally leads the Vedantist to the adoption of Mitleid, or sympathy with all things, high and low. One of the chief tenets of his religion is the practice of tenderness towards all forms of sentient life, and what necessarily follows upon this practice, and that of detachment from the world, the observance of the strictest principles of natural morality, of truth, continence, disinterestedness, contentment, and purity of body and soul. Gods and religions are on this side of the evolution of the self, that is, the worship of the first and the practice of the second are good and meritorious, and are even recommended as a preliminary means of purification and mortification of the bodily lusts, and for the satisfaction of the metaphysical needs of those who are unqualified to accept abstract truth. The sage is not forbidden to conform to the cults of his country, and it is recognized that religious conformity and liturgical and ritual observances are efficacious in securing the conformer against what is, for want of a better word, figuratively called the pains of hell, and enabling him to obtain what is in like manner called the rewards of heaven. But God's hell and heaven are all in fact but a part of the world figment, and are subject, like mortals, to death and transiency. The sage, when he has learned to know the secret of the world, knows their unreality, and that of all things, save only the self, which alone is real and eternal. The division of the great Aryan family, which produced the Vedas, and which is known by Sanskrit scholars as the Western or Southern Division, is recorded to have, at the time of leaving its ancestral home among the Pamir plateaus, separated into two portions, identical in language, religious belief, and general racial and social characteristics, one of which, the Indic, crossed the Himalayas and conquered India, whilst the other, the Iranic, colonized Persia, which was named from them the land of Iran or Ariana. Khorasan, the ancient Nisaya, was the very centre and focus of the Aryan settlement, and its old capital, now Nishapour, originally known as Iran-Shihar, or the city of the Aryans, is fabled to have been founded by the kings of the Jemshidite family, the first great dynasty of the invading race, who long occupied it as their seat of power. Khorasan has always been regarded as that part of Persia in which the Aryan civilization longest subsisted in its original vivacity, making it the central point of Iranian, and indeed, for a long period, of Oriental culture generally. It was called by its Aryan settlers the New Aryavarta, or Land of the Aryans, in memory of their original home in farthest northwest Asia, and many traces of the manners, customs, and habits of the invading race, such in particular as the peculiar feudal system established by the latter, survived there till a comparatively modern period. The inhabitants of Khorasan, and especially of the northwest portion, the ancient Nisaean fields, in which Nishapour is situate, were the most tenacious and successful of all the Persians in defending their ancient liberties and religion against the invading Turanian and Semitic hordes which overran the rest of Iran, and they were in particular the most pertinacious in refusing to exchange the ancient Vedic religion for the debased compromise between the latter and the theistic ideas of Semitic and Aramaean origin which had found their way into the empire in consequence of the conquests of the great Cyrus, known as Zoroastrianism. The religion of Zoroaster, though installed in the reign of Darius Hystaspes about 500 BC as the state creed of the empire, never, in fact, succeeded in supplanting the ancient faith, the religion of the pure law, as the ancient Aryans, the well-named Children of the Light, called it in Khorasan. Nor was it till the Mohammedan conquest that the militant bigotry of the followers of the camel driver of Mecca prevailed to suppress it, at all events in appearance. Long as the vestiges of the ancient faith survived in Persia, it is not till the year 1656 of our era that we hear of an actual Persian translation of the most important portion of the Vedantic canon, the Upanishads, made by the Brahmins of Benares, at the instance of the Indian prince Dara Shikoh, brother of the emperor Aurangzeb, published as the Apnikat or Sir-us-Esre, Secret of Secrets, and Latinized in 1801 to 1802 by Anquetil du Perron, whose translation is described by Schopenhauer as a most precious gift bestowed by the present century, under the title of Upnikat id est, secretum tegendum. However, the essence of the Upanishads seems, well nigh immediately after their promulgation in their original form, to have made its way westward, and especially to have penetrated into Greece, as well as through Pythagoras, who is fabled to have visited India and Persia, and to have there imbibed the doctrines of the Brahmanic sages, as through Xenophanes and the Eleatic school of philosophers, the Indian origin of whose teachings is not to be mistaken. If this was the case with the comparatively remote and remotely related races of ancient Greece, it is absolutely certain that the Vedantic doctrines must, yet earlier, have found their way, in the full height of their vivacity, to the adjoining country of Iran, so closely akin, in race, position, and spirit, to the Hindu Aryans. And Nishapour, being an early and important stage of the great caravan route between India and Persia, must, we may be assured, have been one of the first places to receive the new knowledge in all its vigour and purity. That this was the case, and that the Vedantic philosophy must have found congenial soil and struck deep root in the minds of the Iranians is evident from the number of pantheistic sects, covering their secret doctrines with veils, more or less thin, of outward conformity to the ruling religion of Islam, which have long existed and still flourish in Persia, and whose inspiration is evidently borrowed, in varying degrees of remoteness, from a Brahmanic source. The two chiefest and most widely spread of them, Sufism itself and its more modern scion of Babism, with the doctrines of which sects modern Persian society is said to be honeycombed, are but garbled forms of Vedantic pantheism, hopelessly corrupted and despoiled of its pristine significance by the extravagant and unphilosophical attempt to accommodate it to the canon of the Mohammedan creed, the Semitic optimism of which is incurably contrary to the spirit of the Indian philosophy. And Zoroastrianism was, as I have before remarked, another offshoot of the Vedantas, yet more debased and degraded by the infusion of Judaic theism and by the adjunction of the Aramaean dogma of the duality of good and evil, both completely foreign to the Vedantic idea. With the general scope of the Vedantic philosophy, it is practically certain that Khayyam, native and inhabitant, for the greater part of his life as he was, of a district which was of necessity the chief point of impact and, so to speak, focus of the influence of Indian ideas, must have early become acquainted, and that he, at some period or other of his career, not only held but openly professed and taught the chief doctrines of the Upanishads, as digested into a regular system by Vyasa, Sandilya, Sankara, and other prominent schoolmen of Hindostan, is attested by El-Kifti himself, who, in the passage already quoted from the Tariq-ul-Hukma, relates that he, Khayyam, exhorted to the seeking of the One, the Ruler, by the purification of the corporeal movements or actions, for the cleansing of the human soul, an unmistakable description, by a writer manifestly ill-acquainted with the subject, of the process of self-purification through continence and ascesis or abstraction from the world, by which the Vedantic sage prepares himself for the attainment of the knowledge of unity, that is, of Brahman or the Self, the words ruler being obviously an unmeaning addition on the part of the orthodox Mohammedan author or abridger. Khayyam's philosophical writings, which would assuredly have afforded us conclusive evidence on this point, are apparently irrecoverably lost. But, to my mind, no other evidence is needed than that of the extract above cited, and of the numerous corroborative passages to be found in his poems, to establish beyond reasonable doubt the nature of his religious opinions and teachings. It is difficult indeed to interpret such quatrains, for instance, as those of the drops of water and the sea, number 727, of the ens essentialis and of duality, numbers 412 and 413, of this visible world, number 525, of truth's mysteries, number 532, of the door of desire, number 548, of In Quest of Gem's Cup, number 569, of None Ever Saw, number 534, of My Soul in the Spheres script, number 58, of Sheer Folly, O Sage, number 72, of That Wine, number 175, of This Illusory Moment, number 484, of Seek Not Gladness, number 198, of Wilt Have the Law, number 304, of The One Great Whole, number 349, of This Thy Being, number 455, of The Day When the Blessed Hosts, number 670, of Heart Since Thou Satest, number 756, of Wiles Hiding Thyself, number 757, of For the Sake of the Lust, number 760, of Albeit Naught Go, number 766, of The Pathway of Witlessness, number 779, of Away with Vain Grieving, number 782, of This World's But a Breath, number 803, of For the Wine Cup and Ruby Lips, number 807, of Thou Hurt the Compend, number 809, etc., in any other sense than that of Vedantic pantheism. Whenever the occasion arises, he invariably announces, either openly or implicitly, the essential tenets of the Indian philosophy, including the doctrine of metempsychosis, as in Quatrains 175, 192, 691, etc., and inculcates the necessity, on the part of the sage, of acquiring knowledge, that is, of the unity of the self, as the one thing important, a quest to be achieved by the renouncement of desire, the purification of the soul from the lusts of the world, and the practice of moral goodness, in its essential meaning of universal sympathy, Mitleid, as distinguished from the bastard compromise, the fable agreed upon, which the needs of social life have adopted as its representative. Wherever he deliberately indicates his religious belief, it bears no other character, and is stamped with no other hallmark than that of Vedantic pantheism. It is certainly altogether free from Semitic optimism, and has no taint of that Foetor Judaicus which is omnipresent in Sufism. I do not think it advisable to lengthen this notice by quoting in extenso the various passages of Khayyam's poems, many of which I have indicated above, which support my theory of the Indian origin of his philosophical and religious opinions, as I have, as it were, underlined a large number of the passages in question by quoting freely from the Upanishads, wherever I thought it useful to do so, in my notes to the ensuing translation, and with the help of these latter, as well as of the brief abstract above given of the main principles of the Vedantic philosophy, and by means of a comparison therewith of the poet's ideas, as expressed by him in his quatrains, my readers will find no difficulty in deciding for themselves upon the question. In stating my conviction, as set out in the foregoing pages, that Khayyam's philosophic and religious opinions were, in their essential points, based upon the teachings of the Vedantas, I do not for a moment pretend to maintain that he professed all the niceties of the Vedantic doctrines as propounded by the Indian schoolmen, or that, in particular, he practised the asceticism, self-suppression, and other quasi-religious practices comprised under the general name of yoga, which have, in process of time, been grafted upon the austere spiritual simplicity of the original creed, in itself by no means religious, in the ritual and liturgical sense of the term, but corrupted and distorted, like all other ideas of its kind, by alterations and suppressions, and especially by additions, made for the convenience and in the interests of the priestly class, or called for by the supposed necessity of adapting it to the inferior capacity of the general mass of humanity, who are incapable of apprehending abstract truth, untempered by mythological illusion, and, what is yet worse, sophisticated by that spirit of quackery and imposture which has made the word theosophy to stink in the nostrils of the modern world, and has rendered the name of theosophist a synonym for trumpery sorcerer and paltry cheat. But its main principles, it seems to me, there can be no doubt for a student of his poems, were the basis of his creed, the system by which he explained to himself the problems of the universe, and by whose light he guided himself in his navigation of the stormy and sterile ocean of existence. As the modern Christian professes the theological tenets of Christianity, whilst rejecting, as unpractical, the capital principles of ascesis and abnegation, which seem, to the philosophic mind, its most valuable and indeed its distinctive feature, so we may imagine Khayyam, whilst having his belief, at bottom, firmly anchored in the great fundamental ideas of Vedantic pantheism, to have been swayed hither and thither upon the sea of detail and daily practice by the shifting breezes of the poet's fantasy, ever full of most excellent differences, of the doubts and moods which are inseparable from mortal existence, Like Hamlet, he was ever in suspense between the imperious demands of his conscience and the energies of his will, which still urged him to action, and the critical influence of his profound intelligence and his searching wit, which led him to the ultimate conviction of the uselessness of all action. Between these two points, the positive and negative poles of the human machine, his humour sports like the electric flash, and the absolute and inconsolable despair, which underlies his clamorous Epicureanism and his satirical extravagance, is only made more poignant by the play of that tragic power of laughter which was so prominent a feature of his nature, and which is seldom absent from the greatest intelligences. Nor can one sum up his character, as it manifests itself to us from the pages of the only work, his Quatrains, which he seems to have cared to preserve for posterity, more tersely or more aptly than in the pregnant words with which the greatest critic the world has ever known apostrophizes his intellectual brother, the Prince of Denmark. Toi le vestige de la vie, c'est rêve d'une ombre. D'où vient-on? Où va-t-on? Pourquoi naître? Pourquoi mourir? Ces allées, ces venues, ces entrées, ces sorties, que signifie tout cela? Est-ce une tragédie? Est-ce une farce? L'univers n'est-il que le cauchemar d'un Dieu malade, le déliré de l'éternité ivre d'infini? Au milieu de toutes ces brutes qui se croient des hommes, parce qu'ils ne bouton pas se tiennent sur les pieds de derrière, toi, le seul qui pense, qui a le sentiment de la tranquillité de la vie et qui avance en tremblant sur cette mince lame de rasoir, sur cet imperceptible fil d'araignée qu'on nomme le présent, séant de chaque côte un gouffre, le passé et l'avenir, l'un qui t'a déjà englouti, l'autre qui t'engloutira demain. Pauvre Kheyyam, tu es obligé d'attacher à ta sagesse le goëlo de la folie et de cacher ton inconsolable anxiété sous une bizarrerie apparente. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour, translated by John Payne. Introduction, Part 3. Read by Algy Pug. Of the existing editions, under which name I include, for brevity's sake, translations and paraphrases generally, of the Rubaiyat, 4 only call for notice, and of these the German translation of Herr Bodenstedt, which is generally considered to be the most scholarly and, on the whole, the most adequate, it is unnecessary to do more than mention, as it hardly comes within the scope of the English reading public. The variorum edition of the Persian text of 500 quatrains, published in 1880 by Mr. Winfield, although disfigured by some errors of the press, which might have been avoided by a more careful correction of the proof sheets, is valuable as the conscientious work of a capable and painstaking scholar, and the introduction neatly and unpretentiously summarizes most of the available information concerning Khayyam's life and work. But the appended metrical translation does not, to say the least of it, add to the value of the publication, and can scarcely be called either adequate or elegant. The edition of Monsieur Nicolas, 1867, on the other hand, is a somewhat slovenly reprint of an inferior text published at Teheran, and comprising 463 quatrains. The notes are, for the most part, insignificant, when they are not valueless, and at times even ridiculous, and the prose translation, printed in the face of the Persian text, is exceedingly loose and incorrect. In brief, Monsieur Nicolas's work is only one more instance of the common error of supposing that the colloquial knowledge of a language is sufficient, without other literary equipment, to enable the possessor to deal with the difficult literary enterprises of translation, etc. An error of which salient examples are afforded by Mr. E. W. Lane's selections from the Arabian Nights, made at a time when he had little or no literary knowledge of the Arabic language, and consequently swarming with errors and mistakes of all kinds, of which I myself noted, on a cursory perusal, some 1500, and of which many more would no doubt be brought to light by a more minute examination, still left uncorrected by subsequent editors in the last edition, 1877, of the work with which I am acquainted, as well as by the complete translation of the same collection by my late friend Sir Richard Burton, who, although, to say nothing of his extraordinary qualities as a man of action, in which capacity we must go back to the age of Drake and Raleigh to find his parallel, a man of incomparably higher intellectual gifts and general culture than Mr. Lane, had no sufficient acquaintance with literary Arabic, and was almost entirely destitute of that saving grace of literary faculty and intuition without which, in undertakings of the kind, non haec sine numine, all other qualifications are but as sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. He possessed, it is true, a considerable knowledge of Oriental customs, and had, in particular, the immense advantage over Mr. Lane of the use of my previously issued translation of the whole of the 1001 Nights, which he followed, in the main, closely, and from which he again and again borrowed whole pages in difficult passages, such as are of frequent occurrence in the work. But, in the case of the two stories of Zayn ul Aznam and Aladdin, the Arabic text of which was only discovered by Monsieur Zotenberg in 1887, he was obliged to rely on his own resources, unaided by my translation, the corresponding volume of which was not issued till 1889, and the result was, as the Arabs say, a warning to those who will take warning, his version of these two stories containing some 500 blunders of the most unqualified description, as may be ascertained by any competent Arabic scholar who will take the pains to compare it with the original and with my translation, where I have indicated the passages in question by italicized quotation in the notes. The fourth and last of the notable editions of the Rubaiyat, and in every respect, in view of its intrinsic poetical merit and of the widespread popularity which it has, since the author's death, acquired, both in England and America, the most important of the four is that of the late Mr. Edward Fitzgerald, of whose version, or rather paraphrase, my opinion is so exactly expressed in the prospectus of the present work issued by the Villon Society, that I cannot do better than reproduce the paragraph which refers to it, and which runs as follows. Mr. Fitzgerald's elegant paraphrase of a small portion, about 1/8 of the whole, although a charming poem which will always, on its own merits, retain its place in English literature, is so exceedingly loose, and often indeed so extravagantly wide of the mark, that it affords practically no idea of the original, and the other translations which exist, whilst a little more exact, are wholly destitute of the poetical charm which makes the earlier version, with all its shortcomings, dear to the lover of poetry. To this I may add that, with all my appreciation of the beauties of Mr. Fitzgerald's work, and I have been its sincere admirer since the day, nearly 30 years ago, when I purchased the second edition, then utterly neglected, for a few pence from a bookstall, it seems to me to have of late years been somewhat extravagantly overpraised, and I confess that I cannot but regard as deplorable that lack of the sense of proportion, a lack, alas, characteristic of our hysterical modern society, which leads a certain class of literary dilettanti to speak of Mr. Fitzgerald, elegant and charming versifier as he was, as a great poet, and to even him with his really great original. If we are to lavish such supreme titles of honour upon the Ganymedes and Hebes, the acolytes and torch-bearers of Parnassus, what resources will remain to us for the fitting qualification of the monarchs of our modern pantheon, of such paramount Olympians as Hugo, Gautier, Leconte de Lisle, Swinburne, Matthew Arnold? Hui! Nimit ille lacentia. As for us, we can only say with Villon, God give us patience, whilst for those who deal in such extravagances, at the bidding of that deformed thief Fashion, navigent antiquaeram, a course of hellebore is certainly indicated by the symptoms. It remains to justify the assertion, above cited, that Mr. Fitzgerald's paraphrase affords no adequate idea of the original, and this, I think, there will be little difficulty in doing. The book entitled Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour, rendered into English verse, printed anonymously, but afterwards acknowledged to be by Mr. Edward Fitzgerald, in its enlarged form of a second issue, published in 1868, and generally considered to be the standard edition of the work, contains 110 quatrains, of which it is possible, though with difficulty, to identify some 40 as being, after a fashion, rendered from the original Persian. Disjecta membra, detached thoughts and phrases from others of Khayyam's Rubaiyat, are indeed to be here and there discovered by those well acquainted with the original's rari nantes in the vast whirlpool of Fitzgeraldian periphrasis upon which they have been launched by the English author. But the remaining 70 quatrains of the paraphrase have but a vague connection with Khayyam's work, and can only fairly be described, by borrowing from musical terminology, as a méditation sur des motifs de Omar Kheyyam. To make matters worse, Mr. Fitzgerald arranged his 110 quatrains, rendered, imitated, and original, which, so far as they can be said to belong to the Persian poet, were intended, as is evident to the most casual student of the latter's work, to be considered each as a separate and independent whole, after an arbitrary fashion of his own, stringing them, as he says, into something of an eclogue, thus substituting his own idea of their collective tenor for that of Khayyam himself, and still further obscuring our view of the latter's general conception, already sufficiently veiled by the arbitrary alphabetical arrangement before referred to. To enable the reader to form his own opinion of the fidelity to the original of Mr. Fitzgerald's rendering, I subjoin half a score of his identifiable quatrains, taken from the 1868 edition, side by side with a literal prose version of the corresponding Rubaiyat. The selected quatrains may be taken as a fair, and even favourable, specimen of those which can be referred to their originals, whilst the remainder, or nearly 2/3 of the paraphrase, is too loose and too much obscured as to identify, by Mr. Fitzgerald's additions, alterations, and retrenchments, to admit of confrontation with any part of the Persian text. Fitzgerald. They say that the lion and the lizard keep the courts where Jamiad gloried and drank deep, and Bahram, that great hunter, the wild ass stamps o'er his head, but cannot break his sleep. Literal translation. That palace wherein Bahram took the cup, the deer fawneth, and the lion taketh rest. Bahram, who still used to take the gur, wild ass, with a lasso, thou seest on what wise the gur, tomb, hath taken Bahram. Fitzgerald. What? Without asking, hither hurried whence? And, without asking, whither hurried hence? Ah, contrite heaven endowed us with the vine, to drug the memory of that insolence. Literal translation. Since my coming with me was not the first day, and this going without will of intent to depart is, arise and gird thy middle, O cupbearer. Quick, for the cark of the world with wine I will to wash away. Fitzgerald. Some for the glories of this world, and some sigh for the prophet's paradise to come. Ah, take the cash, and let the promise go, nor heed the music of a distant drum. Literal translation. When they say to me, banqueting with the houris is good, I say that the juice of the grape is good. This ready money of present enjoyment, take and hold hand from that promise to pay of future bliss, for even the noise of the drum to hear from afar is good. Fitzgerald. We are no other than a moving row of visionary shapes that come and go, round with their sun-illumined lantern held in midnight by the master of the show. Literal translation. This sphere of the firmament, wherein we are amazed, the Chinese lantern I think a likeness of it, the sun the lampstand, and the world the lantern, we like the figures that in it revolve. Fitzgerald. Impotent pieces of the game he plays upon this checkerboard of nights and days. hither and thither moves, and checks, and slays, and one by one back in the closet lays. Literal translation. We are the pieces, and heaven, that is, fortune, the player, by way of certainty, and not by way of metaphor. We make a little play on the board of being, and go back to the box of nonentity, one by one. Fitzgerald. Said one, folks of a surly tapster tell, and daub his visage with the smoke of hell. They talk of some sharp trial of us. Faugh! He's a good fellow, and 'twill all be well. Literal translation. They say of the rising talk and prate, turmoil, trouble, will be, and that dear friend hard-natured, morose, cantankerous, will be. From absolute good except good cometh not. Be of good heart, for the end good will be. Fitzgerald. That e'en my buried ashes such a snare of vintage shall fling up into the air, as not a true believer passing by, but shall be overtaken unaware. Literal translation. So much wine will I drink, that the scent of wine shall come from the dust when I go under the dust. When over the earth of me arrive the crop-sick one, by my wine scent he shall become dead drunk. Fitzgerald. Indeed, indeed, repentance oft before I swore, but was I sober when I swore? And then came spring, and rose in hand my threadbare penitence a pieces tore. Literal translation. Every day I purpose to repent at night, repent from wine-cup and brimming goblet. Now that the time of the rose is come, vouchsafe me renouncement. In the season of the rose, from repentance, O Lord, repentance. Fitzgerald. I tell you this, when, started from the goal, over the flaming shoulders of the foal of heaven, Parwan and Mushtari they flung, in my predestined plot of dust and soul. Literal translation. That day, when the courser of heaven they made ready and established Mushtari and Parwan in the sky, this was our portion from the chancery of fate foreordained. What blame then is ours? Our lot thus they made. Fitzgerald. For those who husbanded the golden grain, and those who flung it to the winds like rain, alike to no such aureate earth are turned, as, buried once, men want dug up again. Literal translation. Before that sorrows make a night attack on thee, command that rose-coloured wine they bring. Thou art not gold, O heedless know-nothing, but thee in the earth they lay, and again bring forth. These citations might, but for considerations of space, be multiplied fourfold, but the above will, I doubt not, suffice to convince my readers that Mr. Fitzgerald's poem, however charming it may be, and I myself, as I have before said, freely admit its charm as intrinsic poetry, is in no way entitled to be called a translation of the Rubaiyat. To paraphrase Dr. Johnson's pronouncement on Pope's Iliad, it is a pretty poem, but not Omar Kheyyam. Had it been frankly put forward as a paraphrase of certain portions of the original, a free fantasia upon selected themes of Kheyyam, there would have been nothing left to say or to do but to accept it with gratitude as a notable addition, in its way, to English poetry, but to propound such a medley of imitation, variation, and sheer invention as a rendering into English verse of the Persian text is enough to make old Omar turn in his grave. After all, strange as it may sound in these degenerate days of log-rolling and press-nobbling, there is such a thing as literary conscience. Ein Schelm, says the German proverb, gibt mehr als hat. And agreeable as undoubtedly is the result of Mr. Fitzgerald's manipulation of the Rubaiyat, c'est peut-être magnifique, mais ce n'est pas la traduction. I confess that I cannot, for my part, but regard the process as something of a sin against literary morality. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. Introduction, Part 4. Read by Algy Pug. For the purposes of the ensuing translation, I have taken as my standard text the Lucknow lithograph of the Rubaiyat, which not only contains more quatrains, but is, in my judgment, more carefully edited than any other, and has a running Persian commentary, blurred and scrawled in all directions upon its margins. Over it, under, round it, every side, nay, in and out the verses and the lines. And, occasionally, contrary to the usage of the commentator tribe, throwing some little light upon a doubtful passage, as may be seen from my notes, where such crumbs of assistance are acknowledged. This standard text I have minutely collated with a number of others, printed, lithographed, and manuscript, with the result of clearing up some obscure passages and adding numerous variants and some 80 quatrains to the 762 of the Lucknow edition. The text thus composed doubtless contains a good many quatrains which are probably not by Khayyam, though I have thought it better to include in this, the first complete translation, everything that is, on fair authority, attributed to him, rather than commit myself to the very delicate and doubtful responsibility of deciding, at this late period of time, and upon such insufficient data as are alone available, the question of what is genuine and what spurious. A task which, after the lapse of so many years, and in the present rudimentary state of Persian bibliography, would indeed be brick-making without straw. At all events, it seems to me that the great majority of the quatrains here given are thoroughly worthy and characteristic of the great author to whom they are ascribed, and bear, indeed, for the most part, in unmistakable signs, the stamp and imprint of his intellect and his genius. And with this, suspicious though we may justly be of the Oriental tendency to concentrate upon the head of a single hero the literary, no less than historical, laurels which belong to a period or a race, we may well content ourselves for the present. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. Introduction, Part 5. Read by Algy Pug. A brief statement of the prosodical peculiarities of the form chosen by Khayyam for the poetical expression of his ideas will, doubtless, be acceptable to the general reader. The Rubai, or foursome stanza, quatrain, consists of 4 lines, the first, second, and fourth of which end with the same rhyme, whilst the third is commonly left unrhymed, although all 4 not unfrequently rhyme together. It is written in various metres, at the fancy of the poet, and the third line is often, especially when unrhymed, in a different metre from that of the 3 others. But the especial peculiarity of the Rubai, and indeed of Persian poetry generally, is the intricacy of the rhyme scheme, and in particular the prevalence of that form, which I may call, for want of a better name, the throw-back rhyme, and which characterises the majority of the quatrains attributed to Khayyam. This consists in what is technically called a redif, or rear word, that is, of an invariable ending from 1 to 7 syllables, not, in general, of the nature of a burden or refrain independent of the rest of the line, but forming the final and inseparable part of the 3 rhyming lines, as also of the fourth, when rhymed, and following immediately upon the rhyme word, which it thus throws back towards, and in some cases even beyond, the middle of the line. The following specimen of a throwback quatrain, in which, for the sake of clearness, the rhyme word is printed in small capitals, and the rear word in italics, will show the nature of this form. It will be noted that the example given is a 4-rhyme quatrain. Skinker, Since ruin is of the fortune planned for thee and me, this nether world is no abiding land for thee and me. Yet, so the wine cup in the midst but stand for thee and me. Rest thou assured, the very truth's in hand for thee and me. Some other peculiar rhyme forms will be found in the text. For example, the interior rhyme, quatrain 331, the counter petard, quatrains 547 and 603, the ding-dong rhyme, quatrain 667, and the echo rhyme, quatrain 669. The most curious form of all will be found at page 187, where a double rhyme occurs at the beginning of 3 rhyming lines of quatrain 770. The translator of poetry can hardly hope to give any adequate idea of the original, except he pay particular attention to the reproduction not only of the matter, but of the manner of the poet's work, and especially of the metrical form, which is indeed for the poet the garment thou seest him by. I have accordingly endeavoured, in rendering the several quatrains, to imitate the different rhythms in so far as seemed to me consistent with the requirements of English literary form and the avoidance of the constant use of qualitative signs, always destructive of the reader's enjoyment and foreign to the genius of our language. And I have, in particular, strictly followed the varying and complicated rhyme schemes to which I have above referred. The lover of poetry and the connoisseur of metrical form will appreciate the immense difficulties of such an undertaking, and will, I think, find the unusual shape in which they are cast no hindrance, but rather an assistance to the apprehension and enjoyment of the ideas, by turns sublime, pathetic, and humorous, of the great Persian poet. To others than these the oracles of poetry will be mute, charm they never so wisely. In the words of Khayyam's great successor and imitator, Hafez, only the bird of the dawn knoweth the worth of the compend of the rose. Not everyone who readeth a leaf apprehendeth the meaning thereof. End of section 5. End of introduction. Section 6 of the Quatrains of Omar Kheyyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Algy Pug. Quatrains 1 to 100. There came from out our wine-house a call at break of day. Ho, topers, tavern hunters, ho, madcaps, it did say. Up, up, that we the measure with wine may fill, ere they, the fates to wit, our measure fill up and cast away. And if thou drink no wine, rail not at those who do. Did God vouchsafe, I'd turn, repenting, him unto. Thou vauntest thee, forsooth, saying, I drink no wine. An 100 things thou dost, that wine is nothing to. When the Maker of water and earth did us create, abject dependence he made us on woeful fate. Why still forbid us from drinking? An empty hand's forbiddal enough for us, at any rate. Since none for the morrow thy warrant will be, give thy sorrowful soul for the present to glee. Drink wine in the moonlight, O moon, for the moon will shine yet full often, nor find thee and me. O thou, whose love and wrath created all that be, who madest heaven and hell from all eternity, 'tis well for me, my heaven in spring's delight consists, and wine, for there's no other way to the other heaven for me. To the idolater, quoth the idol, Servant mine, knowest thou how thou becamest adorer fervent mine? 'Tis that with his own beauty hath he transfigured me, who in thy person witness is, and observant mine. Thou knowest, for all thou hast left me so long without sign, O charmer, that ne'er hast thou quitted this bosom of mine, yet no one thou sendest, or askest ever of what hath passed o'er my head, since here in thine absence I pine. Wine is the food of the body, and the food of the sprite for me. my solver of secrets, that bringeth the hidden to light for me. Naught in this life and the other I seek, but the juice of the grape, whose every beak is brimming with both worlds' delight for me. Where is the smoke of our fire? Say, where is it here? And our capital's profit, where? Yea, where is it here? To him who gives me the name of tavern harbourer, say, where was the tavern in truth, aye? Where is it here? Arise, come, solace my heart with thy soft caressing sway, and loosen the bonds of doubt with thy beauty from me away. Go, get me a gugglet of wine, that we may drink and be gay, or ever the potters fashion gugglets out of our clay. When once I am dead, for wine with water bestreak ye me. For last monition of wine and wine-cup bespeak ye me. And if ye would find me again, on the resurrection morning, in the dust of the tavern threshold, prithee seek ye me. Wine's ruby's the jewel, because of this soul of mine. No breath but with grief the goblet I resign. For the oceans of wine on the top of wine I've drunk, atop of me's wine, and I on the top of wine. Joy, for loss of thee, all is turned to sorrow, for the tristful heart is no glad tomorrow. With thee the world's bitter I was wont to sweeten. 'Gainst thy loss bitter, sweet whence shall I borrow? Thy beauty and colour and fragrance fair and fine, thy cheek like the tulip and shape like the cypress be mine, me knoweth not wherefore the graver all divine hath stablished me thus in this gladsome earthly shrine. For God's sake, and with what hope, in this our world of woe, can heedless man his heart upon its good bestow? No sooner doth he sit him down to rest, than, lo! Death grips him by the hand, and bids him rise and go. O pedant, grant us this one boon, give all thy prate, leave us to settle our affairs with God most great. God wot, we go aright, 'tis thou that seest askew. Go, medicine thine eyes, and let us gang our gait. Would God might lovers still intoxicated be, love frenzied and distraught and reprobated be. Sober, the whole world's woes and sufferings we devour, but when we're drunk, it is, let what is fated be. Skinker, a cup, for the helper, indeed, is God. Of his mercy, gracious to all that plead, is God. Drink wine in the spring, nor the load of obedience bear. Of the creature's obedience, nowise in need, is God. Skinker, a glance on the friendless bestow, for God, his sake. Quench thou heart's fond fever glow, for God, his sake. Moonstruck and dead are we. With thine enjoyment do thou the water of life for us cause flow, for God, his sake. The Koran, though the words sublime folk style it, but here and there they read, and once a while it. Upon the cup marge there's a bright verse written, all when and where folk read, though some revile it. O thou, of all creation the chosen part to me, O goodlier than eyesight and soul and heart to me. There's naught than life more precious, O idol mine, and yet 100 times more precious than life thou art to me. To-night to drunken me who was it brought thee? From the harem to the lee who was it brought thee? Towards him who, lacking thee, as fire is when the wind brings up the scent of thee, who was it brought thee? And if thou wilt, for severance in tribulation hold me, or if thou wilt, for union in jubilation hold me. I bid thee not on this or t'other fashion hold me. According to and after thy heart's dictation hold me. In all this time that here we've tarried, naught but care, misfortune and chagrin hath fallen to our share. Alas, with all our doubts unsolved, to death we fare, 1,000 vain regrets at heart with us we bear. Inasmuch as thou mayst, with vexation beset thou not any. On the fire of thy rancour I counsel thee, set thou not any. So ease everlasting thou fain wouldst have fall to thy portion, thyself fret thou still, but other folk fret thou not any. Whenever in hand the brimming wine-cup I take, dead drunken I wax for very ecstasy's sake, wonders an hundred of every sort I make, this fire-like temper to words like water I wake. Wine on such sort I'll tipple, the fumes thereof shall rise out of my dust, when buried beneath the dust it lies. Yea, if some half-primed toper should stumble o'er my clay, dead drunk my ashes' odour shall make him in a trice. Here, in this ruined corner, with wine and wanton met, hope, heart and soul, and substance in pawn for wine we've set. No hopes of mercy lure us, nor fears of judgment fret. Of earth, air, fire, and water we're quit, and all they're let. Here, in this ruined corner, with cup and minstrel and friend, soul, heart, religion, reason in change for wine we spend. Head within head there turneth, and wine atop of wine buildeth. The house abideth but bubbles in the end. To kiss thy foot's better, O lamp of delight, than the lip kiss of ever another wight. My hand on the skirt of thine image all day, and my foot shall ensue thine enjoyment all night. Quoth the fish to the duck, when the brook was dry for the heat, It may be the water will turn to its ancient seat. Ay, quoth the duck, when thou and I are roast meat. What care I, when dead, beat river or mirage beat? Since life's but a 3 days' frist, drink wine unmingled, ay. For know thou, the present once past, thou wilt never bring it to bay. Thou knowest the things of the world to downfall and ruin tend. Ruined, to wit, dead drunken, be thou, then, night and day. We've written ourselves for vassals in the muster-roll of wine. We've given our lives to ransom for the laughing soul of wine. For ever conjoined, O skinker, our throats and the guglet are, our lips and the beads that spangle the brim of the bowl of wine. In suppliant fashion all hearts I read thee gain, a friend at the court in time of need thee gain. An 100 Meccas outweigh not a single heart. Then why go thither? A heart with speed thee gain. Since all that is in the hand is naught but air, since all is naught but ruin and despair, think all that is not, and whatsoe'er in this our world is not, think it is there. Pottle and skinker and cup by Marge of Lee, these things are heaven enough for thee and me. Hark not from any the prate of heaven and hell, or come from heaven, or bound to hell he be. If no rose be vouchsafed us, the thorn is enough. The night, if we fail of the morn, is enough. If chaplet and prayer rug and shakehood we lack, the church gong and girdle, monk worn, is enough. Since certitude of truth can never be our share, why sit and waste our lives twixt hoping and despair? For me, from out my hand, I'll set the wine-cup ne'er. In ecstasy, where's drunk, and where is sober? Where? Since tomorrow's conquest today to be wrought is not, thy thought for the morrow, save madness, aught is not. Nay, waste not the time, if thy heart distraught is not, for this remnant of life for price to be bought is not. Fair usance, O my heart, of time and fate seek not, from fortune's changes, wealth and high estate seek not. Seek'st thou to salve thy pain, it doth but greater grow. Submit thee to endure, and to abate seek not. O wheel of fortune, ruin from thy despite is. From time eternal thy usance still unright is. O earth, in sunder if they would cleave thy bosom, for many a gem there buried out of sight is. Since she, for whose sweet sake my heart's a fire become, captive herself elsewhere to anguish dire's become. Ah, whither shall I look for healing of my pain, since she, my leech, herself sick with desires become? in whosoever heart the lamp of love is lit, whose name in passion's scroll the eternal hand hath writ, whether in mosque or church or synagogue he sit, from fear of heaven and hope of paradise he's quit. In time in whose lapses our coming and going is, patent end nor beginning nor ebbing nor flowing is, on this point none uttereth a word that truth showing is, whence we come, whither bounden we are, there no knowing is. Skinker, since ruin is of fortune planned for thee and me, this nether world is no abiding land for thee and me. Yet, so the wine cup in the midst but stand for thee and me, rest thou assured the very truth's in hand for thee and me. We are the pariahs of love, the Mussulman elsewhere is. We are the impotent ant, the Suleiman elsewhere is. Seek of us sallow cheeks and raiment tattered and worn, marry, the mart and bazaar of the silk-selling clan elsewhere is. Wine to drink and to live merry still my usance it is, and my faith of faith and unfaith ever to be quit is. What's thy dowry? Of the world bride asked I, and she answered, Lo, my dowry all the gladness of the heart and wit is. Secrets from the mean of spite, secret should be kept. Mysteries from the witless wight, secret should be kept. How thou dealst with men, indeed, look thou, have a care. Heart and soul from all men's sight, secret should be kept. The mystery of life, in the book of our soul, as it writ is, we may not disclose, a sin gainst our secret, for it is. Midst ignorant men, since no one for confident fit is, not all can be told that hid in our thought and wit is. In the month of Shiban, unlawful, they say, to drink wine is, and eke in Rejeb, for that month in especial divine is, since Shiban and Rejeb are private to God and his prophet. In the fast tide I'll drink, for Ramazan private to mine is. When I am sober, lacking life in mirth is, and when I'm drunk, 'tis in my wit the dearth is. But there's a state betwixt and drunk and sober, the name of life for me which only worth is. Fill up of that wine which new life to the old is, though thy head ache, I pine till the cup in my hold is. Quick, the need of the world as a tale that is told is, and life on the laps with the wind on the wold is. If cursed with abiding chagrin for a guest thy heart be, with shackles of selfish concern if oppressed thy heart be, of the case of another's heart it behoveth inquire, so solace for thee may ensue, and at rest thy heart be. Unto the sage's eye what matters foul or fair? To heaven or hell what skills the lover if he fare? Satin or serge what reck the lovelorn of their wear? Pillow or brick their heads beneath, what do they care? With wine and rose and pleasance a lifetime have we spent, no need of ours from fortune hath found accomplishment. And yet, though wine hath brought us no one desire fulfilled, the traveller turns not backward upon the way he went. Many a valley we've traversed, and many a plain, the world, east and west, we have travelled amain, but of none have we heard who came back from this way. 'Tis a road that no traveller returneth again. Rubies in flow, O wine, thou art. The flask the mine is, the bowl thy body is, I, and the soul its wine is. That cup, which all a laugh with water of the vine is, a tear of crystal is, wherein heart's blood a shine is. My soul in the sphere's script from all eternity, tablet and pen and hell and heaven sought to see, until the teacher said, of very certainty, tablet and pen and hell and heaven are all in thee. In her track we have traversed wastes many and vast, but naught by our travail we've gained, first and last. So froward was fortune, if whiles in our life aught of sweet she vouchsafed in a moment was past. For none behind the veil of mystery's way is, None in the secret of the world's array is, save in earth's breast, for us no place of stay is. Give ear, for no light matter this, I say, is. Each bladelet of grass on the bank of the stream hath sprouted, from the lip of some angel fair one, 'twould seem, hath sprouted. Beware lest on aught of the greensward in scorn thou trample, from the dust of some tulip cheek, I deem, hath sprouted. Set wine on my palm, for my heart in fever heat is. Like quicksilver this our life unstable of feet is. Awake, for the favour of fortune a dream and a cheat is. Up, up for the fire of youth as water fleet is. The seedling of certitude fruits not in this world, ay, because there is no one ensureth aright in this way. Lo, every one clappeth weak hand on the tender spray. To-morrow the first account, to-day as yesterday. 'Twere best in this age that thou make thee few comrades or none. With the folk from afar but conversing, 'twere best live alone. He on whom thou most straitly reliest, thyself be it known, and thou ope reason's eye, thou wilt find him the worst of thy foen. O thou that comest hot from the sphere of the sprite and the ghost, that art dazed amid 4, 5, 6, 7, the world and the host, drink wine, for no whit of the place whence thou comest thou knowest. Live merry, for nothing thou kenst of that which whither thou goest. Wine, for all 'tis ill reputed of the law divine, 'tis good. When by the hand of youth or loveling proffered us is wine, 'tis good. Bitter 'tis, and 'tis forgiven, but for me, in fine, 'tis good. Whatsoever is forbidden, sure from auld lang syne, 'tis good. For regret of the world, marry, why all our tears and our sighs? A man who lived, ay, hast thou ever seen with thine eyes? This scantling of breath, in thy body that is alone. Who lives by alone, it behoveth him live lone-wise. On the day when the heavens are sundered and cloven in twain, in the hour when the stars are shaken and fall like rain, I will seize on thy skirt as thou farest through the judgment plain, and say, For what crime, O idol, hast thou me slain? Though for sin foul of fortune and favour am I despair not, as those who on idols rely. Nay, what morn of the yesternight's tipple I die. Wine and wench, and Go, hang hell and heaven, I shall cry. If thine affairs go well, by thy design 'tis not. If ill, of thy default, by the same sign 'tis not. Resign thee, then, to fate, submit and live content. The world for good or evil to order, thine 'tis not. Since thy dying a dying e'en once and for aye is, die once and have done wit, since vain to gainsay is. This bloody foul vestment of nerve and of sinew, if no more it be needed, what cause for dismay is? Sheer folly, O sage, of the morrow debate is, and madness of fortune to vapour and prate is. To-day the wise know, and to-morrow its mate is. For lo, but one soul the whole world, small and great, is. Kheyyam, who while-ere at the tents of philosophy wrought, fell into the furnace of fate and was burnt in a thought. The shears of implacable doom cut his tent-rope of life, and the broker of destiny cried him and sold him for naught. On the face of the earth, and if for my usance a spear is, the price of wine 'tis, though that in ill savour I hear is. To-morrow, quoth they, the price of wine thine is no longer. Helm and jack, 'gainst my lance, your armour but gossamer sheer is. If thou a week have drunken, from rise to set of sun, set not from hand the wine-cup till Friday too is done. In our religion, Friday and Saturday are one. Nay, God Almighty worship, day-worshipper be none. The thorn, that's trodden down of every cow, may be, sprung from some loveling's tress, some fair one's brow may be, each brick on palace wall that standeth now may be, a vizier's hand or head of sultan prow may be. If the heart as it standeth life's secret could know, in death too the mysteries divine it would know, since to-day, soul and self, thou knowest nothing, to-morrow what deem'st thou the soul, from self parted, should know? If after lust and greed's bellwether thou wilt go, trust me, without a rap or feather thou wilt go. Consider what thou art, and whence thou camest erst. Bethink thee what thou dost, and whither thou wilt go. The good and the bad that in mortal estate is, the glad and the sad that in fortune and fate is, charge not to the sphere, for, according to reason, the sphere in 1,000-fold worse than thy strait is. This picture, like me, a lover distraught hath been, in the bond of a loveling's tress-tip caught hath been. This handle thou seest on its neck was e'en a hand which erst on the neck of a loved one oft hath been. Why, Kheyyam, for sin this morning and misgiving? Marry, where's the good, more or less, of grieving? 'Tis because of sin that forgiveness cometh. If there were no sin, there were no forgiving. Beware of chance, for cause of stress and teen 'tis. Sit not secure from fortune's sword, for keen 'tis. Ay, and if time set sweetmeat on thy palate, swallow it not, for poison mixed, I ween, 'tis. Like water in the river, like wind on wold, for aye of thine and my existence gone is another day. Of 2 days and their canker I never yet did reck, the day that's still unmorrowed, the day that's passed away. These 2 or 3 days of existence flit by, like wind o'er the desert, unheeded they fly. Of 2 days' vexation yet never recked I, the day that is past, and the day that draws nigh. Void of heart's delight heaven's bowl of blue is, in this world of ours, blithe I know not who is. Since from death assured not a soul abideth, here below what gain, then, for me and you is? Since hand I could from foot distinguish, first and last, base fortune against me hath kept its hand shut fast. Alack that they withal will set in the account a life which hath for me sans wine and wanton past. Knock not at every door that standeth in thy way for naught. With fortune's good and bad contented stay. From the sphere's casting cup and providence's dice, whatever number's thrown, that it behoveth play. With friend and with foeman well-doing is well in the end. Whose habit and nature are good, how to ill shall he tend? Thy friend, if thou use him unkindly, becometh thy foe, and if thou do good to thy foe, he becometh thy friend. No whit I know, not I, if he who mixed my clay made me for hell or heaven, but, be that as it may, give me but wine and wench and lute in hand to-day, by the stream side, and pocket thyself heaven's promise to pay. Bring hither, boy, that wine which all the world's delight is, that wine to which the rose of joy as the moon's light is. Quick, for the fire of youth as water still aflight is, and fortune's favour but a vision of the night is. Drink wine, for solace sure against every care and cark 'tis, sure salve for wounded hearts and souls with sorrow dark 'tis. Grief's deluge, if it rise, before it quickly sinketh, take refuge then in wine, for lo, thy Noah's ark 'tis. My drinking of wine no wise for the sake of disport is, nor for lewdness and breach of religion, and good report is. 'Tis but that I fain would win forth of myself for a moment. The cause of my toping and fuddling myself, this, in short, is. This world's no place of pleasance, nor sojourn. Here below, the sage were ever better dead drunk to be, I trow. Upon the fire of sorrow cast wine for water I, or ere into earth's bosom, with wind in hand, thou go. Since hither willy-nilly I came the other day, and hence must soon be going, without my yea or nay. Up, cup-bearer! Thy middle come gird without delay, the world and all its troubles with wine I'll wash away. When they tell me that with the houris to feast is good, the juice of the grape, I answer, at least is good. Take this cash then, and wash thy hands of yon promise to pay, for the sound of the drum from afar to list is good. In the season of spring, forsooth, if a fair one, houri-wise, brim me a cup of wine, where the blossomed meadows rise, though, well as I wot, the thing show ill in vulgar eyes, I were worse than a dog if I gave a thought to paradise. Drain the goblet, for life everlasting this wine is, the elixir of youth, sure, the juice of the vine is. 'Tis the time of the rose and the jolly spring showers. Be blithe, while this life for a moment yet thine is. Since brimming o'er with blood, O heart, thy fate to be is, since momently thy case on other gate to be is, what brought thee, O my soul, to dwell in this, my body, since parted thence thy lot, or soon or late, to be is? False coin with us no more passeth, its time is sped, the brim of truth hath swept life's unclean pleasance stead. Out of the tavern came an elder late and said, "Drink wine, for thou must sleep for ages with the dead." Thy body, Kheyyam, to a tent I compare, its sultan the soul, and his dwellings elsewhere. When the sultan goes forth, his true dwelling to seek, the tent-pitcher death strikes the tent then and there. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quatrains 101 to 200. Read by Algy Pug. With us, if the firmament war not, a marvel it is. If stones on our head heaven pour not, a marvel it is. The Cadi, the trust funds, who selleth and buyeth him wine, if the schools at him rage and roar not, a marvel it is. To the high soul proclaim it, thought-taking is in vain. It knows that all which happens is of its own domain. Whatever us betideth, the king did so ordain. To blame for aught that happens is none of the world's twain. Since God it was that made and shaped this mortal frame, why did he give it prey to misery and shame? If what he made is good, why break his handiwork? And if it turns out ill, who but himself's to blame? Since the showers of the spring have washed the tulip's cheek, arise, to the wine-cup thyself in haste bespeak, for the green, that thy feet for pleasaunce to-day beseek, may spring from thy dust or ever another week. The torch of the rose in the midst of the blossomed meads is lit, with a brace of black-eyed girls by the stream, come, let us sit. Round with the cup, for the drinkers of wine in the morning tide of mosque and temple reck not, of synagogue are quit. If love's a curse, it is of God's foreordering. Why then should folk miscall a heaven-appointed thing? Since all things, good and bad, from his commandment spring, why for us helpless slaves a day of reckoning? Through our toping the tavern in flourishing stead is. The blood of relapses galore on our head is. If I sinned not, indeed, why should mercy be doing? That our sins are the set-off of mercy, well said is. I'm neither fit for mosque, nor apt for convent cell. Lewd as a whore, at once dervish and infidel. Sans faith or fortune, hope of heaven or fear of hell, God only of what clay he kneaded me can tell. Each tulip a bloom in the meadows that seen is, from the blood of some prince or some sultan its sheen is. Each violet, that springs from the heart of the greensward, a mole from the cheek of some fair that hath been, is. No moment of peace for thy lovers are we. The grief of thy mourners hath poisoned our glee. O when shall thy sun to our window return? For more numerous than motes are the longers for thee. Since past without profit are yester and for yesterday, since gladness and sadness and trouble alike pass away, I rede thee, whatever betideth, live merry to-day, for this is the secret delivers from need and dismay. Understood of the sphere's course, I own, of me naught is. Conceived, save fate's rancour alone, of me naught is. Nay, how straitly soever my case I consider, a lifetime is past, and yet known of me naught is. Full many a day and night, ere thou and I hath been, revolving in its course, long, long the sky hath been. See that thou set not foot or rudely on the dust, for it the apple of some fair one's eye hath been. The good guide speaks of the feast of the pure of sprite. He speaks of Roum and Araby left and right. If wine's unclean, be said of some witless wight, how should I hearken, since God's self calls it delight? Skinker, a cup, for the world's but darkness at best. There's no water of life but thy lip to be found, east or west. Of this world and the next it is thou, thou alone, I desire, and so on the prophet be blessing, a fig for the rest. Wine, cupbearer, knowledge good works to my thought is, though for sin it reputed of those who know naught is. What use in the world is a man without knowledge? Marry, knowledge of man above all to be sought is. Skinker, the heaven but a foam from the sea of thy gifts and grace is. Many a Mecca of the soul in thy quarter's narrow space is. If in the Kabe of the soul of the highest place I question, lo, on the thither road to die for me a highest place is. Skinker, a glance! For heart's content in thy sight is, and ease of spirit the gleaning of thy delight is. Our innermost soul thy heart's unspoken knoweth, the Jemshid's cup of lovers thy heart sun bright is. Yon lapis lazuli dome and golden bowl, full oft about have rolled, and yet shall roll, but we, of fate foreordered, reach the goal but once and pass, like many another soul. This the dust of the sage of Bokhara's way hath been, the which a notable man in his day hath been. Wherever thou settest thy foot, be sure the earth the hand of some champion of worth and sway hath been. Than Kai Kawus' realm one draught of wine is better, than Cake Bud his throne and Tus' shrine is better. In the dawn hour, God wot, each wail a lover venteth, than canting devotee's deceitful wine is better. Full of faith, to the wine-house I hide me, and lace the Magian's girdle right fast round my waist. The taverner's lad cast my fret for ill fame out of doors, and the tavern washed out in all haste. Joss house, as well as Kabe, a shrine of worship is. To beat the gong a fashion, in fine, of worship is. Rare niche and church and temple and rosary and cross, each one of these, 'tis certain, a sign of worship is. Skinker, a cup, for life but a moment, I trow, is. 'Twixt gladness and grief a moment its ebb and its flow is. I rede thee, live blithe, from fate whatsoever betide thee, for ne'er to one's wish the course of the world here below is. Skinker, the wine we drink from thy cheek with sweat a shine is. May the eye smite thee not, whose face the goal of eyne is. The fount of grace divine that ruby lip of thine is. 100 Kiss Christs the man who quaffs thy wine is. Skinker, my heart afire with love and longing vain is. Come, for the skinker, sure, the leech for lovers' pain is. Life from thy coming feet to hope my spirit fain is. Hope dieth not in me, whilst life in heart and brain is. Skinker, after heaven, what is all this craving, pray? What is there in heaven? Wine and wanton saving, pray. Wine and wench we have here, than wine and wench, in this world and that, what is more worth having, pray? Skinker, my heart, the gladness of a dole knoweth not, of the goods and delights of this world, save the bowl, knoweth not. Give wine, for the breath of the morn is a life-giving breath, the virtue whereof, saving Jesus, a soul knoweth not. Skinker, a cup, I prithee, for he who mixed our clay, the line of love and hoping writ on our heads for aye. The world with wine and wanton is ready to our hand, but heaven's girls and nectar but promised are one day. From unbelief to faith's abiding place a breath is, twixt certitudes and doubt's domain the space a breath is. This one sole precious breath, I rede thee, therefore cherish, for the whole sum of life in any case a breath is. That precious ruby dug from out another mine is, that union unmatched marked with another sign is, the cark of this and that thy vain conceit and mine is, love's story hath a tongue older than mine and thine is. To-day that my turn and my season of youth it is, wine I'll drink, the delight of my heart, for in truth it is. Blame it not, for though bitter it is pleasant. It is bitter, because that my life in good sooth it is. O heart, since the time still chagrinful doth make thee, and the soul will ere long altogether forsake thee, ere the green from thine ashes spring up, on the green sward a day or two sit, and to pleasance betake thee. Law, save the truth that's apt unto the sage, there is not. Created thing beyond its arbitrage, there is not. All things that are to be on this wise it behoveth. Aught otherwise in any place or age, there is not. Take the cup in thy hand, as the tulip in May, with the tulip-cheeked fair, if time serve thee, be gay. Drink wine, and rejoice in the sweet of the day, for old time will, ere long, lay thee low in the clay. Erst swiftly as the wind my feet did come and go, or ere my body sound waxed weak. But now, hey-ho! For feebleness of case, or weariful and slow, like to a sick man's breath, my faring to and fro. O many's the mortal's blood that fate of its spleen hath shed! O many's the rose new born, whose petals it clean hath shed! In beauty and youth, O boy, I rede thee, conceit thee not, for many's the bud unblown that fate on the green hath shed. Skinker, a cup, for the lamp of the heart burns low, so life at wine's fire may kindle afresh and glow. A plague on thy ruby lip! To its fiery wine, who setteth the lip upraiseth, it thence ne'er mow. 'Tis the season of mirth, and the moon up aloft alight is. Give wine, for heaven a quirk of the schoolman's sprite is. Thou knowest that death, like lightning's, a harvest burner. What while thou lookest, our harvest consumed outright is. Skinker, what shall I do? For consumed is this heart of mine for thy sake. More confounded am I, sooth to say, than one drunken with wine for thy sake. Though the folk dub me sot, of a truth it is not with the juice of the vine that I'm drunken, but rather with grief by all that's divine for thy sake. Though money no stock for the sage's avail is, to moneyless folk the world's garden a jail is, empty-handed the violet drooping and pale is, whilst, with gold in her purse, the rose laughing and hale is. The compend of the world of abstract truth is love. Chief verse and burden of the ode of youth is love. O thou, that of love's world no knowledge hast, give ear and lay this word to heart, that life, in sooth, is love. An 100,000 Moses' time Sinai hath seen, an 100,000 Jesus its azure sky hath seen, an 100,000 Caesars its hall go by hath seen, an 100,000 Kisras its vault on high hath seen. In the tavern of love high in honour my name is, wine to drink and to worship my lot and my aim is. I'm the soul of the world in this Magian's temple. The picture in brief of my being this same is. Wine and wanton, no more, what I crave from time's flight is. Regardless of past and of future, my sprite is. The heart knoweth nothing of drunk or of sober, my quest of both worlds but a moment's delight is. For a high-bosomed maid to the clay, if they bring thee, for a loveling to dole and decay, if they bring thee, be wise, and the battle avoid, as thou mayest, nor the petticoats seek, but dismay if they bring thee. The gurgle of wine in the flute of the flagon's throat, how sweet! The sound of the song and the pipe's complaining note, how sweet! Sheer wine to tipple and toy with a heart alluring fair, far from the cark of the time, how goodly, God wot, how sweet! Skinker, our hearts, wherein we've sown the love of thee, fain hidden would it keep to all eternity. Shake not thy skirts for pride 'gainst those who bend the knee, for never from thy skirt our hand shall loosened be. Cupbearer, from thy threshold our way we will not take, though thou withdraw, for answer thy nay we will not take. Ay, though thou raise us never from out the dust, our heads from off thy pathway, happen what may, we will not take. If the ruby-lipped fair in this bosom of mine is, Kis water outvied by the juice of the vine is. But though Venus be minstrel, and Jesus be mate, if the heart's not in presence, no gladness in wine is. Skinker, that wine whose skinker that ruby lip of thine is, my heart shall ne'er abandon, what while a breath yet mine is. I'm mad with love and longing, presumptuous an thou deem me, of my extreme of longing, presumptuousness the sign is. Skinker, thy mooncheek the life and the soul of the world is, the lord of my heart and the talk and the goal of the world is. The sun in the water, O sun-face, is not so goodly, which not my good only, but that of the whole of the world is. Anent the love of thee to blame the ear I lend not, with dullards on this point 'tis wiser to contend not. The wine of loverhood for men of worth alone is, the pleasures of this cup the unworthy apprehend not. Sure, true to the olden guise thy faith will be, ay, firm in its first assize thy faith will be. I say, and yet, as the world's foundations infirm, I know, O light of mine eyes, thy faith will be. Thy tress tip hath devoured full many a head, my sweet, said I, and hold thy peace, quoth she, and be discreet. Quoth I, the fruit I'll eat some day of that thy shape. And she, did ever man fruit from a cypress eat? Hell is the drunkard's portion, to us they say. A sore 'tis, with all the heart cannot away. If lovers and topers must go to hell, my fay, thou'lt see heaven bare as my hand on the judgment day. Still lewd, folk dub me, without my fault, perdie. 'Tis they that put their own foul fancies on me. In what, indeed, have I broken God's decree, good folk, save toping and wenching and sodomy? The intellects 10, and the planets 7, on the welkins 9, and the heavens 8, and the sides 6, have written this line, that God from the senses 5 and elements 4, and souls 3, in the worlds 2, no one body hath ever needed like thine. The scope of both worlds in the cup the toper's troll is. Eternity's sun the moon-faced cupbearer's bowl is. The word of the secret that hid in creation's soul is, and thou read it aright, behold, in the wine-flask the whole is. Cupbearer, loud and high the voice of our dole is become. My drunkenness out of all bounds and passing control is become. Though white-haired, I'm merry with wine, for, thanks to the sight of thy down, yet fresh in my winter of life the spring of my soul is become. Skinker, since guide to life eternal none is, than wine in eld naught better neath the sun is. Our housemate 'tis, for no such heat from Kizar or Couthier's fount as from the flagon one is. Skinker, a glance! For my heart for dole is empty. The lions are gone, and the break of the soul is empty. Nightly with bubbles, O cup of the sphere, thou foamest, but to-day, when my turn it is, the bowl is empty. Skinker, whose cheek than gem's cup of display is better, than life eternal to die in thy way is better. Each grain of the dust of thy feet that my face illumeth, than 100,000 suns of the day is better. Thou, whose lip the elixir of ruby delight is, whose chagrin the true food of the heart and the sprite is, whose unslain of the deluge of grief for thy sake, midmost life's Noah's ark, in the grave such a wight is. Skinker, come, of that liquor, which heart and faith mine is, fill a cup, for my life sure the juice of the vine is. If you're wont to refrain from this tipple divine is, my usance to frolic with wanton and wine is. There's nothing but mystery its every part is, twixt dearth and abundance no mean for the heart is, before each caravan, save in love's way it be, for that hath no leader, a guide from the start is. Quoth the rose, than my sight more delectable what is? Yet to die in the rosewater cistern my lot is. With the tongue of the case quoth the bulbul, each day count a year, when fate laugheth and sorrow forgot is. Skinker, this heart of mine more weary than the dead is, for he with heart at ease within the cold earth's bed is. What, though my skirt I wash with tears of blood, for sin my skirt hath these, my eyes, yet fouler and more red is. Of grief for thy sake I'm adread, and who, my fair, is not? Nay, who, that the dew of thy cheeks my patience, aware is not? My wish and my object art thou, and none other than thou in my heart, by heaven I swear, and again by heaven I swear, is not. If, Skinker, my heart from thy hand and care would go, me knoweth not forth of itself it where would go. The Sufi, that like a strait vessel, is full of himself, but give him one draught, to head then and there would go. Skinker, bestir! The world's grown gay with rose and green, yet but a week and earth and clay are rose and green. Drink wine and cull the rose, for an thou think thereon, refuse and dust but yesterday were rose and green. Skinker, my trusty old friend and companion old wine is. Life without liquor, believe me, no usance of mine is. Egad, if thou wouldst have me be blithe, give the wine my heart craveth. God knoweth, the life of my soul, the fair maid of the vine is. Skinker, My heart and soul are perishing for thee. Where'er thou goest, my hand thy skirt shall never free. Thou'rt gone, and 1,000 hearts do pine for thee. Come back, and 100,000 souls thy sacrifice shall be. In this world, without faith that our sojourning place is, many things have I searched, but the end of the case is, this only I know, that the cypress less straight than thy shape, and less lucent the moon than thy face is. That wine, which of itself is apt all forms to don, that's vegetable now, and animal anon, deems not it leaves to be with what it putteth on. Itself abideth still, though attributes be none. My life's practice the praise of the juice of the vine is. Naught round me save gear and utensils of wine is. If thy master, O zealot, be reason, herein be content, for thy master a scholar of mine is. In temple and mosque school, in convent and cell, are seekers of heaven and fearers of hell, but none that conceiveth God's mysteries aright, ere suffered that seed in his bosom to swell. To-day, since it Friday, the day height of grace is, drink wine from the bowl, for the cup out of place is. Nay, on week-days, one bowl and thou quaffest, to-day drink two, for that Friday the prince of the days is. When the elements course a moment by chance to thy gree is, do justice, albeit each breath an oppression to thee is. And sit with the wise, for a scantling of earth and of air, of fire and of water, the basis of thee and of me is. If minstrel and maid at hand of the Houri's breed there be, if wine by a running rill, and the marge of a mead there be, ensue not a better than this, nor kindle extinguished hell. Sure, there's no heaven save this, if heaven indeed there be. Thou'st seen the world, and all thou hast seen, 'tis naught, and all of thee said and heard hath been, 'tis naught. Thou'st run all whither the poles between, 'tis naught, and all that at home thou'st garnered, e'en, 'tis naught. Alack, for this flesh and bodily guise is naught, this circuit and tented roof of the skies is naught. Live merry, for lo, in this coil of death and life we hang by a breath, and that, likewise, is naught. Dust in the world of dust on dust I strew and go, for 100 foes and friends I bid adieu and go. With thy how and wherefore, friend, for me there's no concern, so long as in peace indeed my strewing I do and go. Drink wine, for God wot thou shalt slumber under the clay, sans playmate or friend or comrade many a day. Beware lest this hidden secret to any thou say, no tulip withered again shall blossom I. I'm a drinker of wine, and I drink in the railers' despite, who cry, "Drink it not, 'tis the foe of the faith," day and night. Since I know, then, for certain that wine is the foe of the faith, by Allah I'll drink the foe's blood, as is lawful and right. Existence, with wine and skinker unblest, is naught. Sans the wail of the flute of Iraq, no less, 'tis naught. The more the world's case I consider, the more I see, the essence of all is enjoyment, the rest is naught. Come again are the clouds, and are weeping on meadow and tree. Without crammers and wine it behoveth no moment to be. To-day that this greensward's our pleasaunce, I wonder, ah me! To-morrow what eyes that which springs from our ashes will see? Bethink thee that soulless and bare thou shalt go, the veil of God's mysteries to tear thou shalt go. Drink wine, for thou knowest not whence thou hast come. Live blithe, for thou knowest not where thou shalt go. On the rose's cheek the dew of the new-born year is fair. On the green of the sward a face full of heart's cheer is fair. Of yesterday that is past, though thou say, "It was foul," live blithe. Of yesterday speak thou not. To-day that is here is fair. God, when he mixed and moulded our being's clay, had e'en foreknowledge of all we should do and say. Without his order no sin of mine was I. Then why should he doom me to burn on the judgment day? Whatever betides on the tablet of destiny writ is. Of good and of evil thenceforward the pen divine quit is. In fate foreordained whatsoever behoveth it stablished. Our stress and our strife and our thought-taking vain every whit is. Thy very life's the dread of death and nothingness. Yet thence shall spring the tree of everlastingness. A Jesus-breathed one brought my soul to life. Death came, and of my being washed his hands, grown powerless. With wine make merry, for Mahmud's empire this is, and list to the harp, for David his lyre this is. With past and future concern thyself no longer, be blithe to-day, for the aim of desire this is. To all my secret, good and ill, I cannot tell. My long thought shortly, will or nill, I cannot tell. A case mine is that I am powerless to expound. A mystery I have that still I cannot tell. A semblant the sphere of this life on the wane of ours is. And Oxus a trace of these eyes still a reign of ours is. Hell a spark of the fire of this fretting in vain of ours is. And heaven but a breath of some time without pain of ours is. In a dream of the night quoth a sage me unto, "Rose of gladness, for mortal from sleep never blew. A thing then to death that akin is, why do? Up, for under the earth thou shalt slumber thy due." Since never the sphere yet turned as a wise man would, what boots its 7 heavens to reckon, and 8, what good? Since all thy desires and endeavours are death ensued, as well be the ant in the sand as the wolf in the wood. Seek not gladness, for life in fine but a waft to the wind is. A gem or a K each mote in our way that we find is. A dream of the night, an illusion that lasts but a moment, the case of the world and the sum of this life of mankind is. This time eaten in, that by name the world height is, that the twy-coloured hostel of day and of night is, the remains of a feast for 100 gems dight is, a tomb that hath lodged many Behrams of might is. Since in the garden the bulbul hath broached her strain, wine, like the tulip, in hand to take I'm fain, rather than folk should say, out of witlessness, of me, "Such an one the goblet in hand hath ta'en." End of section 7. Section 8 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quatrains 201 to 300. Read by Algy Pug. Now the rose of fair fortune for thee in full flower is. Why hold from the wine-cup whilst mirth in thy power is? Drink, for fortune a foeman perfidious and dour is, and underneath the reconquer the like of this hour is. The moonshine hath sundered the skirt of the night. Drink, for ne'er on a goodlier moment thou'lt light. Live blithe, and bethink thee that many a moon on the earth, when thou'rt ashes and dust, will shine bright. Before thee many a man and woman there hath been, by whom the whole wide world made bright and fair hath been. Soon shall thy body, too, turn dust, for that, indeed, embodied thousandfold thy dust while air hath been. From the wind of the east when my heart thy scent did take, meet left, and thy track incontinent did take. Now not a thought betides it of me, for it, when ta'en of thy scent, thy temperament did take. In the palace, where Behram of old the cup did drain, the fox's cub and the lion to couch is fain. That Behram, who wont for ever the gower to take, thou seest the gower, in turn, himself hath ta'en. 'Gainst fate, save submission, here below availeth naught. With the people, except pretence and show, availeth naught. God wot, I have practised every shift that the wit can deem, but all alack, with fate for a foe, availeth naught. The face of the land hath washed its cheek with the New Year's rain. 'Tis the time when the broken heart in thee grows whole again. See, here is a down-cheeked maid, and a green grass plot and wine. Come, fool, for the grass will spring from thy dust in a day or twain. How long shall I make bricks upon the surging sea? I'm weary of the folk and their idolatry. The silver-breasted Magian maids for me to-night. Give me but wine and wench, what's heaven or hell to me? Who aught of the scripture of reason at heart hath writ, will suffer no day of his life unfilled to flit, whether he study to win him acceptance with God, or choose his own ease, and, wine-cup in hand, do sit. Oh, out upon the heart wherein love's fire is not, that for some kindle hearts stricken with desire is not. The day withouten love and wine thou'rt fain to spend, a day than it for thee more waste and dire is not. A slave in revolt am I. Thy clemency, where is it? Dark-hearted I am. The light of thy purity, where is it? If in return for obedience thou proffer us paradise, this is but barter. Thy grace and thy bounty free, where is it? How long of the lamp of the mosque and the temple incense wilt tell? How long of the sweets of heaven and the grievousness of hell? See where the master of fate from all eternity wrote that which is to be and not on the tablet unchangeable. Each heart that, unapt to relinquish the world and its ways, is the impotent housemate of shame and regret all its days is. Save a mind that is quit of dependence and blithesomeness holdeth, all else but the means and the cause of chagrin and amaze is. In the age's assembly wine-bibbing clean banned is, nor halt-boy nor gitton nor wanton in hand is. Save the Motasib self, who was always in liquor, no toper but's given up wine in the land is. In me just a breath by the skinker's endeavour remaineth, midst the folk naught but discord and friends that dissever remaineth. Ne'er a pottle is left for our drinking of yesternight's liquor, and of life, in right earnest, I know not whatever remaineth. Like the dog of the house, O reviler, in sooth is thy sprite. Empty clamour and turmoil is all that it yields day and night. Fox fashion it showeth to boot, and it giveth hare sleep. The wolf's falseness and slyness it hath, and the panther's despite. Heart a-bleed for thy severance, no wight is that is not. Distraught for thee none of insight is that is not. Albeit thou reck'st not of any one's longing, full of longing for thee not a sprite is that is not. Of this folk's fire, except to smoke, to see there's naught. Of hope from any wight of weal for me there's naught. On whose so's skirt a hand I clap that on my head, for fate's despite, I hold, humanity there's naught. The alien my kin, if faith to me he show, is, and if my kinsman sin against me, he my foe is. Poisons that work me weal are theriacs for me. The drug that doth me hurt my poison even so is. How comes it he, who framed the cup for his delight, to break his handiwork should after hold it right? These heads, hands, feet and legs, so feet and fair of sight, by what love were they framed, and broke by what despite? Ramazan tide is come, and the season of wine is gone. The time of sweet scents, and the juice of the vine, is gone. All the liquor we've garnered and gotten undrunk must abide, and each strumpet we found us unlain with to pine is gone. An elder forth of the tavern, and drunken with wine, did fare. The prayer rug over his shoulder, and wine cup in hand he bare. "Ho, gaffer," quoth I, "what ails thee? How comest thou in such a plight?" "Drink wine," was the answer he made me, "the things of the world are air." When the bulbul, drunken with spring, to the garden his way found, and the face of the rose and the wine cup laughing and gay found, quoth he in my ear, with the voice of the case, "The present enjoy thou, for life once departed no more is for aye found." With rose-coloured wine the cup of delight to fill, 'tis good. To drink to the wail of the harp and the gittin's trill, 'tis good. So the bigot, who knows not the charms of the brimming chalice of wine, 1,000 parasangs from our quarter be still, 'tis good. Since departure is certain, to be what avails it? Idle fancies to follow, perdie, what avails it? Since no season is set for our quitting this dwelling, from the journey's concerned to sit free, what avails it? Buckler or mail, 'gainst the shaft doom launched at the breast, is naught. Honour, rank, riches, all 'gainst fate's behest, is naught. Oft as the things of the world I consider, so oft I see, goodness of all alone is good, and the rest is naught. Lord, thou'rt the bountiful, and bounty to be kind is. How is't the sinner forth of Eden, then, consigned is? No bounty 'tis to sell me pardon for obedience. Pardon me sins and all, that bounty to my mind is. In the vale of reproach, when to fare it beseemeth, from the folk's blame the eye to forbear it beseemeth, since the ways of the world, when I look at, the skirt to draw in, and the age to forswear, it beseemeth. The tress on thy visage, indeed, to dwell desireth, but that turbulent Turk uprising as well desireth. Thine eye in thine eyebrow's prayer niche is grown a sitter, the Imam's ship that drunken infidel desireth. Worship and store my ill repute for passeth, though 30 years life's tale, and yet more, passeth. Brief, there's naught good save cup on cup, and 100 to drink, for that bride feast and bride o'erpasseth. By the cark of the world, in so far as thou mayest, set no store. The canker of past and future lodge not in thy heart's core. In this fortnight's house of life, sweet wine still quaff and pour. Live to thyself, not the world, though thou have wealth galore. Wot'st thou what good my soul of the world gaineth? Naught. What of life's sum, in fine, my hand retaineth? Naught. Mirth's torch am I, which quenched, there's naught remaineth, naught. Gem's cup, which shattered once, there's naught assaineth, naught. Thy bridle from learning, the wine cup to drain, twist. Let heaven and hell go, and towards Cowthere thy rein twist. The turban cloth's muslin for wine sell, and fear not, but instead round thy forehead a camel's hair skein twist. Ho, minstrel and wine, that I may cry the cry of the morning! Fair fall the wight who is mindful the cup to ply of the morning. 3 things there be in the world that to us indeed are needful: wine and a wench to fill, and the wailing sigh of the morning. Thou, whose cheek takes of the eglantine the move, whose sweet face gains of the maids of chin the move, alack, for thy glance on my tottering king at once bishop and pawn and castle and queen doth move. At Balk or at Baghdad what matters? Die we must. The cup full, what skills, sweet or bitter, pain or lust? Drink wine, for many a moon will pass from full to new, and new to full again, when thou and I are dust. Since life still passeth by, what matters sweet or sour? When the soul's at the lip, what's Balk, what's Nishapour? Drink wine, for after me and thee, full many a moon upon the world, from new to full, its light will pour. None but the toper the worth of rose and of wine knoweth, no straight heart or puck-fist this mystery all divine knoweth. In the ignorant man excusable ignorance is, in wine a delight is, the drunkard only, in fine, knoweth. The bringing me hither profited none to the sphere, nor its glory increased by the bearing me off from here. Nay, for what is my bringing hither, and carrying hence, from any that liveth my ears could never hear. The scent of the rose a thorn-prick, ye wis, is worth, and wine, if thou drink, a headache such bliss is worth. A rainfall in spring, that quickens 1,000 hearts, nay, give it its due, the awaiting it this is worth. He who the bases of earth and sky hath set, full many a brand on hearts that sigh hath set. O many's the lip, like ruby and tress like musk, that he in the round earth's coffer to lie hath set. The sun on the light the lasso of morn hath cast, the monarch of day the wine in the horn hath cast. Up, drink, for the cry of dawn, arising from sleep, his call on the air for the day new born hath cast. Out on a hand like mine, when a goblet it taketh, if aught less good than wine, when that's to get, it taketh. Thou art a bigot dry, and I a lover moist, ne'er did I hear of fire, that on the wet it taketh. Drink wine, or ere thy name from the world of men depart. For when the heart it reacheth, cares there and then depart. Marry, and loosen the tress of a fair one, knot by knot, or ever the knots that couple thy members rend apart. By mine obedience naught is added unto thee, nor disobedience past abates thy majesty. Pay then, nor take again, so known indeed it be, that quick thou art to pay, and slow to take thy fee. Since thy provision, fixed by God's august decree, no whit abated from or added to may be, at ease concerning all to rest behoveth thee, and from whatever is behoveth to live free. My life the sacrifice of any man of worth is, if at his feet my head I lay, it of my dearth is. If what hell is, indeed, thou fain wouldst know for certain, the commerce of the base, I tell thee, hell on earth is. The heart is a lamp that taketh light from the cheek of the fair, and if of its grief it perish, new life it findeth there. One should still even the heart of the lover with taper and moth, for that for the folk consumed with love is a fit compare. Wine, though forbid, 5 things condition: he who drinks, when, where, how much, and what his company who drinks. When these conditions 5 concord, drink wine at will, for these observed, except the sage it be, who drinks? Those who adorn the heavens, the world's blue eye, they come and go, and back to the world they hie. Under the breast of the earth and the skirt of the sky, a people at rest with the Lord of the worlds doth lie. This caravan of life, since swift of flight it passeth, enjoy the moment's space when in delight it passeth. Why fret thyself for friends and their tomorrow's troubles, skinker? Come, fill the cup, for see the night, it passeth. They come, and straightway busy with strife and stress they are, with pleasure still distracted, mirth and liesse they are. A cup they drink, and waxing intoxicated straight, heaped headlong in the slumber of nothingness they are. Though to thine eyes the fates make fair the world, give heed unto a saw wherein the wise are all agreed. Thy portion seize of life before fate seize on thee, for many go, yet new, and others still succeed. Dull patches, rotten both branch and root, how many there be, in the way of truth who have set no foot, how many there be. Bigot and puffed hypocritical brute, how many there be. Backbiters of honest and good repute, how many there be. Who unapt faith's face to view anear is, the problem thinks as running water clear is. The seeking for the cause a sin to rail at, in wise men's eyes naught else but folly sheer is. The All-Wise, thy secrets all, both joy and pain, he knoweth. Thy body, hair by hair, and vein by vein, he knoweth. Grant with hypocrisy the folk thou mayst inveigle. How wilt thou do with him, since heart and brain he knoweth? Since nothing will go to the wish of our heart, what boots all this stress and concern on our part? Still hindered are we by this thought of regret, that too late have we come, and too soon must depart. Yon sphere oppression using, faith and foundationless, there never yet was mortal it lightened of his stress. Nay, unto whom it spieth, that hath a wound at heart, another wound it addeth for very wantonness. I'm none to whom the thought of death a fear is, more welcome it to me than life lack cheer is. Life's but a loan from God to me, which gladly I'll render when the time to render here is. Proclamation anen, thee to make I am fain, the purport whereof I'll bridge in words twain. My head in the dust for thy love I will lay, and thy kindness shall cause me uplift it again. The sage the bitter draught of vain repine drinks not, save of the wine cup, brimmed with juice divine, drinks not. Let grief be in the heart, so wine be in the flask, but plague on him who drinks of grief, and wine drinks not. Withhold thy desire from the world, if content thou wouldst die. From the good and the evil of fortune, sever the tie. With the course of the heavens foreordered, rest content. It lasts but a day, e'en now it passeth by. Still on our guard in this life's sphere behoveth be. Silent in this our world's career behoveth be. Whilst eye and ear and tongue with us in place abide, still without eye and tongue and ear behoveth be. Yon potter fellows that still have hand in clay, forget that it too had soul and sense one day. Sure, they must think 'twas the clay of the bad that thus with kicks and buffets at it they pound away. No night but all amazed my wit and will becometh. My bosom full of pearls my eye distill becometh. My head with wine indeed I cannot fill for passion, the bowl turned upside down underneath to fill becometh. Those who accomplished in learning and strength of sprite have been, those who for wit and wisdom their fellows light have been, out of this night of darkness e'en they no way have found. Somewhat they said, and taken of sleep forthright have been. Those who the bondmen and lieges of reason and wit are, concerned with the care of to be and to be not no whit are. Like those who are wise, choose the juice of the grape, for the know-nots, ill grape-like, dry up, or ere for the winepress they fit are. Good sense, which felicity's pathway doth trace, still bids thee all day with the tongue of the case, make the most of this moment, for thou art no plant that they mow and that presently springs up apace. What wild my heart of passion yet the throne is, no mystery, meseems, to me unknown is, but in cold blood my case when I consider, life's past and nothing learned of me, I own, is. How many a night in research ne'er spent yet! How many outside themselves foot never set! How many a churl in fine raiment doth jet! How many fair fame with backbiting beset! How many! A pottle to night brimful of wine I'll make, shift with the same twice filled, without repine I'll make. Reason and religion thrice I will divorce, and then the daughter of the grape my concubine I'll make. How long thus the bondman of colour and air wilt thou be? How long in pursuit of each foul thing and fair wilt thou be? Though the fountain of Zemzem thou wert, or the water of life, at last in the dust laid and buried for e'er wilt thou be. Yon maker of bowls, the bowl of the costard who made, in making of bowls his skill apparent to view made. He set the bowl upside down on the board of our being, and thus inverted, it full of passion's brew made. When things in these colours of earth and of skies are indwelling, enigmas in prudent men's eyes are. Look thou lose not the end of the clue of discretion, for head still awhirl with this puzzle the wise are. Each dawn, when the face of the tulip the dew takes, the violet's stature to bending in two takes. So, if sorrow the skirts of the soul draw together, my spirit from sorrow advantage anew takes. 'Tis the time when with verdure the world they adorn. The white hand of Moses thrusts forth from the thorn. From the face of the earth Jesus-breathed ones are born, and there open out eyes in the clouds of the morn. Whoso in these days but a half loaf of bread hath, and a doorway or threshold for session and bed hath, who of none's either servant or served, bid live merry, for the chief of the world's good the white, when all's said, hath. Harsh fortune upraises no rose from the clay, but she breaks and commits it again to decay. Dust and water, as clouds, if aloft she convey, the blood of the noble she sheddeth for aye. Out of yond end in clay that store of rare old wine hath, fill, for my heart to drink withouten stint incline hath. Away with all desire for earthly good, the world beneath the earth a more yet thirstier than mine hath. That day, when retribution of every kind will be, according to thy merits thy fate assigned will be. For excellence endeavour, for on the judgment day, e'en as thine actions, surely thy doom thou'lt find will be. Ere fate on thee fall like a thief in the gloom, call for wine of the hue of the rose in full bloom. Art thou gold, O thou heedless know-nothing, that thee they should bury and after dig up from earth's womb? When I'm dead, in God's name, small account of my clay do ye make, and my case an example to those of the day do ye make. My ashes, in fine, look ye moisten with wine, and thereof a tile on the mouth of the wine-jar to lay do ye make. Those who for self-conceit delusion's prey become are, in quest of heaven and hour, who led away become are. What time the fates uplift the curtain, 'twill be seen that they from thee, O God, far, far astray become are. Wine renounceth none who resolute of sprite is, wine which e'en as life's water to the white is. If in Ramazan one must abstain from somewhat, abstinence from prayer, meseemeth, the more right is. Behoveth not plant in the heart the tree of chagrin. Behoveth the book of Lies still study in. Behoveth drink wine and the heart's wish seek to win, for 'tis patent how long thou'lt abide in this earthly inn. What time that the blue dawn breaketh on day to be, with wine cup in hand it behoveth the eye to be. They tell us that truth is bitter in mouths of men, and wine, by this token, the truth we may say to be. In the time when announcement of roses fresh blossomed for sale they make, command that the wine cup brimming with liquor, good tale, they make. Concern not thyself with pavilions and houris, with heaven and hell, for these of themselves announcement, I trow, without fail they make. They say that in heaven girls black of eyne will be, that there pure honey and unmixed wine will be. If wine and wanton we worship, 'tis lawful then, since the end of the matter the same in fine will be. What time for the race of your heaven's coursers, they made, when Mushtari and Purwan to hang in the air they made. This portion of ours was written in heaven's chancery. Marry, what blame then is ours, since this to our share they made? Those who of sheer old wine unmingled drinkers deep are, and those who still o' nights in the prayer niche watch a keep are. Not one is on dry land, i' the water all a heap are, but one of them's awake, while t'others all asleep are. Drink, for the jasmine oft flowered high again will be. Live blithe, for sewer oft i' the sky again will be. On the marge of the sward live blithe, for many a sward will bloom when thou gone back to naught and I again will be. No night that my lament to Gemini attains not, that my tears' torrent course unto the sea attains not. Say'st thou, I'll drink with thee, but not until tomorrow. Tomorrow it may be that life for me attains not. O friends, when in concord to meet rendezvous ye make, when your hearts with each other's charms glad anew ye make, when the cupbearer taketh the wine of the Magians in hand, lo, mention, with prayer, of poor such an one do ye make. Right pleasant, nor hot neither cold, is the day. Rain from the rosebed the dust's washed away. To the yellow-cheeked rose, hark! The bulbul doth say, with the tongue of our case, Come, drink wine and be gay. Thy life, how long in self adornment will it pass? In quest of is not, say, wilt thou still it pass? Drink, for a life that's dogged with care and doom, 'twere best in drunkenness, or sleep, for lesser ill it pass. Drink wine, for in dust when thy body shall dust be, of thy clay shall made wine pots and jars to hold must be. Neither reck thou of heaven nor hell. Why deluded in a life such as this should the wise and the just be? In love insincere neither lustre nor might is. Therein, like a fire that's half dead, heat nor light is. The true lover's he, for whom ease nor repose, neither sleep neither food, month nor year, day nor night is. God in heaven to be, promise us of wine made. Why then here a sin hath he thus of wine made? Hems's camel halt overplus of wine made, whence our prophet ban dispiteous of wine made. Now that of heart's content but memory mine remaineth, that nought in hand except the cup of wine remaineth. Cupbearer, from the bowl the hand of mirth withhold not. No housemate meet for me, but the juice of the vine remaineth. They say that heaven and Calthere and hour exist indeed, that there is honeyed wine for the pietist indeed. Fill up the wine cup, skinker, for better far for me than 20 birds in bush is one in fist indeed. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quatrains 301 to 400. Read by Algy Pug. Those who life in high station and place pass away, all at last, poor and bare, from earth's face pass away. Poor, poor, they cry, dying, as also do they who their time in good works and in grace pass away. So walk in the world that its people salute thee not, so live with the folk that worth note they repute thee not. In the mosque and thou go, on such wise go that the folk to the front call thee not, and imam constitute thee not. In reason's way, save reason, still accept thou not. When the good friend's at hand, the ill accept thou not. Wilt thou that all the world accept of thee, indeed? Live blithe, and thine own self and will accept thou not. Wilt have the law of mysteries to thee for meed arrive? Look to no hurt to any, do by thy deed arrive. Let not thy heart be troubled for death or daily bread, for both in their own season will as of need arrive. Of the sphere they discourse with palaver galore, these dunces the jewel of science would bore, since the secrets of heaven are not for their ken, first a little they prate, then they sleep evermore. All asses these people of ours, well away, are, loud-sounding and hollow, like kettle-drums they are. Wouldst thou have them the sole of thy feet kiss, good name get, for the bondmen of hearsay the folk of the day are. Drink wine, for away from the soul despair it beareth, the thought of both worlds and all their care it beareth. This liquid fire choose, for lo, 'tis the water of life. What matter if thee to the earth and the air it beareth? Drink wine, for the thought that from thee of plenty and dearth 'twill bear, the cark of the threesome and 12 creeds of the earth 'twill bear. Shun not this elixir of life, for drink but a pottle thereof, 1,000 ailments and pains away in the birth 'twill bear. When the soul's house, void of the bride within, becometh, each part resolveth to its origin becometh. This gittern of life, with a temperament for strings, untuned by the touch of time's plucking pin, becometh. Quoth all who live godly that, as a man dies, on like fashion again from the tomb he shall rise, for which reason to wanton and wine we apply, so mayhap they shall raise us up again on like wise. Companions, my heart, come, merry with wine do ye make, and my face, amber-hued, as rubies to shine do ye make. With wine, when I'm dead, this body of mine do ye wash, and the planks of my bier of the wood of the vine do ye make. When the thought of my sins my mind for a space overpasseth, for the fire of my breast the sweat all my face overpasseth. Yet the usance it is, when the slave of his error repenteth, the master he serves his fault of his grace overpasseth. 1,000 religions 1 goblet of wine is worth, all China 1 draught of the juice of the vine is worth. What's goodlier than wine on the face of the universe? 1,000 sweet lives its bitter, in fine, is worth. When for eternal love my being, first created, even from the first to me love's lesson it dictated. Ay, and of this my heart's scrap metal base the key unto the treasuries of vision it created. In the winehouse ablution, save with wine 1 cannot make, and the name that is sullied fair and fine 1 cannot make. Live blithe, for so ragged and rent it is that whole again this veil of decorum of yours and mine 1 cannot make. The festivals come, and matters aright will set. Yea, wine in the flagon Kheyyam to-night will set. From the headstall of prayer and the halter of fasting free, the heads of us asses the new moon's sight will set. Beware lest grief and dole thy stronghold on thee take, lest fear of fortune's might and craft hold on thee take. Wine on the green sward drink, hard by the running stream, ere in the grave its reek the earth mould on thee take. At the rising, they tell us, the devil to pay will be, and yonder good friend ill-conditioned, they say, will be. From absolute good nought cometh but good. Rest blithe, for all in the end for the best that day will be. Take heart, for yet new the festival moon will be, and none in distress for the needed boon will be. Bethink thee, skinker, if wine thou give us or not, our heads in the dust laid low eftsoon will be. In the hour of the term, when an end of my case they make, look no vain words o'er my resting place they make. And when on my tomb the tile they will set, be sure it's clay that with wine, not water base, they make. Life's every moment, yet thine to pass away, be sure with gladness and wine to pass away. For lo, the usance of this world's capital, life, is still to dwindle and sign to pass away. Hope befooled, to the winds I have given life's season, nor of time one glad day have I had. For which reason I fear me, lest fate, of its spite, time deny me enough that my wreak I may take of time's treason. Not once hath heaven my heart's need done me, not once hath fortune a good deed done me, nor once hath suffered me draw a breath in gladness, but, ere it was night, 1,000 spites she'd done me. A man, that's a man in truth, behoveth be, in pain, head to foot, for love's ruth behoveth be, love's lesson ever behoveth, con and dust, in the street of the friend, forsooth, behoveth be. My wretched body, that rotteth in strangerhood, hath never tasted the sweets of home and good. Life passeth, and ne'er have I known a gladsome mood. I wonder me when is the term of my servitude. Me erst, willy-nilly, to being he brought, nor by life, save amaze, to me added hath aught. With regret we depart, and of that which is sought by a coming and being and going, know naught. Those the jewels of meaning who study to bore on God's essence enlarge with discoursements galore. But the end of the clue of the mystery none knows, for some little they prate, then they sleep, and all's o'er. They who are the cream and the flower of the world of their kind, they to the zenith who urge the borac of the mind, in the end, like the firmament, giddy and head upside down, all awhirl with the knowledge of thee, themselves do they find. Easance and mirth from wine, 'twas ever seen, arise, when in thy nature drought and cold of spleen arise. If thou drink wine, forthright thou'lt rosy-faced become, for yellow cheeks and pale from eating green arise. Sick am I, fever each bone of mine still holdeth, life in its danger lack of wine still holdeth. Mark but this marvel, all for me I feed on, wine but in sickness, harm in fine still holdeth. With a fair-faced maid, and wine rose-red, by the streamlet's brink, of ease and leisure I'll take my pleasure, nor pause to think. I was not I, but am to-day, and yet will be. I've drunk of yore, and drink ere more, and yet will drink. Be of good cheer, for time unbounded will be. Yon star-spangled sphere above still rounded will be. Yea, bricks of thy clay ere long they'll fashion, whereon the walls of the dwellings of others founded will be. Ramazan, when, as now, in the season of summer it come is, as a shackle full sore on the fetlock of sense and wit come is. Lord, make thou the folk to be heedless, so they may imagine the night of Shewwal, with its joy-bringing crescent lit, come is. Alas, for youth's book is rolled up and cast by. This fresh spring of joyance hath flitted fast by. Yon bird of delight, adolescence, yclept, how came it I know not, nor how it passed by. The toper, though rich, in the end poor and bare is. The world with the din of his riot a scare is. Yon emerald I'll pour in the casket of ruby, till blinded the eye of the asp of my care is. For the scantling of ease and delight the Maker establisheth, for the sake of the naked souls of earth and sea stablisheth. Each man, by divorcement, transformed becometh in sleep. He gaineth his ease, and himself in heaven he stablisheth. The standard of severance to-morrow furled will it be. At the wine, with good auspice, to-morrow burled will it be. Beloved consenting, and fortune good-humoured, to-day, if merry I make not, say, when in the world will it be? Since, for this age, for reason nor profit is, nor place, and none save those who lack it, can boast of fortune's grace, bring forth then of that liquor which reason doth efface, so fortune shall to usward belike incline her face. The tavern repeopled with wine-bibbers let be, and fire to the skirt of the pietists set be. Yon 100-patch coat, and yon gown of blue wool, neath the feet of the dreg-drainers cast may they yet be. No man in this our world a rose-cheeked fair attaineth to, but, by fate's spite, his heart a thorn of care attaineth to. Consider but the comb, and 100 teeth 'tis cut in, or o'er its hand a tress of loveling's hair attaineth to. Love of Houri-like maids in my head ever be, in my hand may the grape-juice rose-red ever be. God give thee repentance, quoth they, though he gave, I'd not do. May it far from my stead ever be. With the water of want the seed of me sown have they. With the fire of chagrin the soul of me grown have they. For ever, like wind, I wander about the world, till my dust to the wind of nonentity strown have they. They who have lain down their heads for death's sleep in the clay, of question and answer are quit till the judgment day. How long, none returneth with news from the dead, wilt thou say? Marry, what should they give us to know, since nothing know they? Repent thou not from wine, if wine betide for thee. Regrets an 100-fold will else abide for thee. When the rose rends her robe, and the bulbuls break into song, how will repentance write at such a tide for thee? When the friend of the soul expanding wine giveth me not, heaven kisses on hand and foot of mine giveth me not, they bid me of toping repent in time. Repent indeed! How can I, if God of his grace divine giveth me not? Past destiny's curtain admitted to fare is none. Of the hidden secrets of heaven aware is none. Somewhat, by way of conjecture, each saith, but naught is known, and of all the mysteries solved there is none. If one, in 2 days, a loaf of dry bread can gain, and the draught from a broken gugglet of water plain, commanded of one like himself, what booteth him be? And why should he serve another, I ask in vain. With wine and sweetheart the cup to fill behoveth be, afar from the world, by the marge of the rill, behoveth be. This pleasance of life, like the rose, is 10 days long, meanwhile, laughing-lipped and fresh-faced, still behoveth be. With the rose-faced fair my very soul conjoined is, my hand with the flask and the brimming bowl conjoined is. Yea, every part of my lot on earth I'll joy in, ere my every part with the one great whole conjoined is. Since Venus and moon first appeared in the sky, Nothing better than wine hath been seen of man's eye. At the sellers of wine still in wonder am I, for what better than that which they sell will they buy? The moon of Ramazan, they say, hath been espied, whereafter without wine a month behoveth bide. Next year such floods of wine I'll drink in late Shiban, that drunk I shall remain until the feast betide. My friends, if ye be, a term to vain prate do ye set, and yourselves with sheer wine my woes to abate do ye set. When I'm passed from this life, a brick of my clay let them make, and the same in a hole of the wine-house's wall do ye set. Those who in quest of him have worn earth's face away, who've measured with their feet the worlds of night and day, ne'er have I heard, for all their travailing, that they the case, such as it is indeed, have fathomed I. Since my clay in the mould first kneaded about have they, and after commixed with trouble and doubt have they, God wotteth I cannot be better than that which I am, for me on this wise from the crusade poured out have they. Wine I drink, and like me, who a child of the light is, his drinking of wine but a straw in God's sight is. From eternity God my wine-bibbing foreknoweth. If I drink not, his prescience made ignorance outright is. The crux of the secrets of heaven solved hath none yet, nor eke with outside of his nature foot hath one set. When I look, from beginning to master I see with regret, in all born of woman's but weakness and hindrance and let. From the book of life effaced needs must we be, by the hand of doom laid waste needs must we be. Skinker, thou moon-face, our heart's delight, give wine, for dust in the dust abased needs must we be. Wine feather and wing to the sorrowful soul is, to the cheek of the intellect wine as a mole is. None this Ramazan tide have we drunk, but 'tis over. Come the festival night, and the end of our dole is. Those who to men wish ill no wise their will attain, for one hurt done, themselves an 100 still attain. Marry, I wish thee well, and thou wouldst me harm. No good thereof doth thee and me no ill attain. From a folk that are asses, what wilt thou of weal? Dost thou think that for learning with thee they will deal? Not once yearly they'll give thee stream water to drink, but thy face water 100-fold daily they'll steal. How happy the lot of that man who unknown hath been, who in silk clad, nor wool, nor cuirass, nor zone hath been, whose flight, like Simurgh, to the heaven of the throne hath been, nor, owl-like, content in earth's ruins to moan hath been. Alack! for life's stock still to ruin and naught goes, and many a heart at doom's hand bloody y-fraught goes. From yonder none cometh of whom I may question, how't with those who that land of the secret have sought goes. What time to the lucky to-morrow the lot give they? A portion to me, poor disconsolate sot, give they. If I'm good, of the good let them count me, or else with the bad, to me then forgiveness, if good I be not, give they. Those, in the practice of wisdom who strive and strain, alas, for to milk the draught-ox they labour in vain. Better the vesture of folly it were they'd ta'en, since wine-dregs to-day for wisdom to sell they're fain. When to fasting and prayer late my nature inclined was, methought, sure, attained the whole wish of my mind was. Alack, for the fast with a half-draught avoided, the ablution annulled with a letting of wind was. Each draught wherewith the skinker besprinkleth our clay, the fire of chagrin in the eye of a man doth allay. Yea, glory to God! An elixir, believe me, is wine, that 100 heart-pains from the soul of thee doth away. Since the hand to the skirt of the goal attaineth not, to the wish of the heart, since the soul attaineth not. Come, fill me a cup, for man to a draught unmixed of wine from yon turquoise bowl attaineth not. For a somewhat of down on the cheek of the fair that a sprout's become, deem not that her loveliness less indeed or in doubts become. Nay, in the garth of her cheek, for the pleasance place of the soul, the rosebed with verdure again encompassed about's become. Blood from the heart full of care forth ever cometh, from the eye still a rain for despair forth ever cometh. If blood from my eyelashes come, forsooth 'tis no wonder, the rose from the thorns everywhere forth ever cometh. In the pathway of love the best and the purest unclean are, in the questing thereof the highest and greatest all mean are. To-day, night and morn, the counterpart is of to-morrow, they the morrow that seek like to die in the morrow's chagrin are. Since without us our lot on earth foreordered they, why then its good and bad upon our shoulders lay? The days, in our despite, still pass. On what pretext, then, cite us to account upon the judgment day? The foeman, who evil in me anew still seeth, sure no wise by way of judgment true still seeth. The glass of his heart it is whereon he looketh, which dead thing all of its own foul hue still seeth. Life's worn-out garment ne'er new again will be, the world's course ne'er to thy heart's wish fain will be. Drink wine in the mug, and quaff not the guglet of care, for this guglet the mug, when broken in twain, will be. Aught in the good of bad behoveth not to be, love of the wicked had behoveth not to be, for care of substance sad behoveth not to be, conceit and learning mad behoveth not to be. Lo, mock of the musk of Cathay thy tress maketh, with thy lip the soul compact of friendliness maketh. To the cypress thy shape I compared, and thenceforward still boast of the likeness the straight cypress maketh. Or ever with me the more of the sepulchre fed becometh, or ere in the dust each part of my frame forespread becometh. O wine, from the tomb of the flagon once more thy head uplift! Belike, yet alive my soul, with care that was dead becometh. We go, and the age for us all undistressed abideth, pierced of 100 pearls, scarce one at best abideth. 1,000 fine conceits and thoughts, and 100,000, for the witlessness of the folk each unexpressed abideth. Wine, poured on a mountain, to dance its soul maketh, none but fools small account of the brimming bowl maketh. Nay, how wilt thou have me leave wine-bibbing, seeing that wine is a soul, which the body whole maketh? Our comrades all from hand are long ago become, yea, in the track of doom they're all laid low become. One wine with us they drank at life its feast and drunk, a turn or two ere we, they have, hey-ho, become. Yea, wine will I drink, whilst life still shall be mine, though nought of earth's harvest save ill shall be mine. In this world I'll live merry, O soul of the world, who knows if the next, will or nil, shall be mine? The dawn hath borne off the black standard of night. Up, skinker! Bring wine of the Magians forthright. Ope those sleep-stained narcissi of thine to the light. Long enough shalt thou sleep, unaware of time's flight. Excuses, that passion for love of thee urges, full many there be. In their mouths, who are drunken with love of thee, dirges full many there be. What booteth thine eye thus to draw, for our slaughter, the sword of the glance, since for us, well away, in thine eyelashes scourges full many there be. Unto men, say they, worth and wit behoveth, unto high station lineage fit behoveth, but in our day all this for nothing passes. Get thee but gold, the rest no whit behoveth. Live merry, for time still a-flying will be, and souls after bodies still crying will be. This cup of the skull, that with passions abrim, 'neath the foot of the potter soon lying will be. With repentances weed away, then shall I make, and to wine ward at 70 shall I make. Now my head is all hoary, if merry I make not, this moment, egad, merry when shall I make? One draught for all my thirsting my hand hath ne'er attained, my foot on sure foundation to stand hath ne'er attained, my heart, with disappointment that's all forewarn, in fine, one aim of all the many it's planned hath ne'er attained. Idle repining and grieving, marry, what profit they? Many like us the heaven bringeth and taketh away. Fill me the wine cup and give it in hand, so drink I may. Quick, for of mortal bodies wine is the life and stay. When the plant of my life's uprooted and slain become, and the parts of my frame forscattered must fain become, of my clay, if a gugglet ye fashion, it will, forthright, with wine when ye fill it, alive again become. Sheer asses yon prayer carpet tenders of ours are, a sort 'neath hypocrisy's burden that cowers are. And what's strangest of all, 'neath the mask of devotion, though Islam they preach, yet they worse than the Giaours are. Live blithe for the time, it is writ, shall e'en be, when earth in earth hid, every whit shall e'en be. Yea, drink, nor take thought to the cark of the world, for the world let those care who in it shall e'en be. Save the toper, eternity's secrets none knoweth, the worth of the wine cup no straight fist one knoweth. Strange my case, though thou deem, yet, save drunkards, for sure, the case of the drunkard no mother's son knoweth. In the world's false allurements confide not, O fool, since, in fine, of all its conditions and fashions full knowledge is thine. Beware lest thy life, that's so precious, thou give to the wind. Haste, haste the beloved to seek, haste, haste to drink wine. Alas, that the raw all the cooked food possess, that the incomplete only complete good possess, that the fair Turkish maids, with their heart-cheering eyes, horse-keepers and lackeys, alas, should possess. O thou, all transgression as naught in whose sight is, this point each maintains who a son of the light is, to make wisdom eternal the cause of transgression, for the man of sound judgment delusion downright is. O many's the age when we're not, and the world yet is, will be, when name neither trace of us left in men's memories will be. We were not while ere, and no void in the universe there was, nor yet, when no longer we are, hereafter, iwis will be. Yon nobles, endowed with high rank and condition, all weary of life are for care and contrition, and yet, strange to say, as men only they reckon, those who, even as they, are the slaves of ambition. Kheyyam, though of yon dome of heaven's celestial blue, the tent's pitched, and the door open upon debate shut to, like bubbles on the cup of being, into view heaven's cupbearer hath brought 1,000 such as you. Yon 6 dolts, who own the world and cry, for ignorance, Behold, the world's know-all am I! Cross not, for all, who are not jackasses like themselves, they of their self-conceit, for infidels decry. Alack for the heart to no salve for its care attaineth hath, my soul to the lip, but not to the fair attained hath. Alas, for my life in ignorance come to an end is, and the tale of her love to an ending ne'er attained hath. The day from myself an alien me that they make, and a fable my life and my memory that they make, Albeit the word I scarce dare venture to speak, please God of my clay, a wine mug it be that they make. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quatrains 401 to 500. Read by Algy Pug. Straitened my soul, by times, in the body's mesh becometh, sick of the fellowship of this base flesh becometh. Life's jail methinketh to break, but signed my foot aright, turned by the stirrup of law, on the stones afresh becometh. Whiles turbid life's wine is, whiles clear, at fate's hest, whiles in Yemeni stuffs, whiles in sackcloth we're dressed, a trifle's all this in the eyes of the sage. It behoveth us die, and what matters the rest? Beware lest thou burden thy body with travail and pain. That store of white silver and yellow gold thou mayst gain, or ever thy live warm breath wax cold again. Eat thou with the friend, for the foe to eat thee will be fain. Whenas the violet its coat in colour clappeth, and the wind of the east its band on the rose's collar clappeth, sage is the man who wine with a silver-bosomed maid drinks, and the empty cup on the stones for dollar clappeth. Thy clemency as we the devotee conceiveth not, the stranger as the friend thy quality conceiveth not. Say'st thou, if thou transgress, I'll cast thee into hell. Go, tell that unto him who thee as we conceiveth not. Each swallow of wine, the world near and far, well worth is. 1,000 dear lives, the lid of the jar well worth is. The skirt hem, wherewith the wine from the lips one wipeth, 1,000 such weeds as the preacher's simar well worth is. Those things which old are become, and those which are new, each in its turn its own goal tendeth unto. This worthless world with none for ever abideth. Its things depart, and others in turn ensue. The gugglet lip to lip each sage would press, so he but lip to lip may join, in doing so with thee. God grant that when I'm dead, thy lip the gugglet's rim may press, which they shall mould from out the dust of me. Wit fails with age, awry with him that's old it tendeth. My cheek's pomegranate flower mere paint to hold it tendeth. What wonder if life's house totter, since all in ruin, roof, door, and cornerstones, to rack and mould it tendeth? If headache from yesternight's wine were not for me, day drinking by choice of mine were not for me. Day drinking, quotha, then choose. By day the bliss of seeing that face of thine were not for me. Those in hypocrisy who the affair's foundation set, come and twixt body and soul a separation set. My pitcher of wine I'll set aside as soon as they, like to my jar, aside vociferation set. The ens essentialis to know underneath it is, a thing uncomprehended of all beneath it is. Thine eye with this pure liquor assain, until no more indifferent to God's creatures, as all it seeth it is. Fare not this way, for thence duality ariseth, or, if not that, therefrom hypocrisy ariseth. Tread thou it not, but if thou strive amain, thou'lt come to a place where thouism to go from thee ariseth. The veil, in thy power and disposal, that head and face maketh, short work evermore of thine enemy's whole case maketh. As they say in the saw, no Muslim's the flagon maker, but praise him because he flagons with such a grace maketh. The folk, by the name of Older the Cloak, who designed are, who a stand in the street, with one or two loaves still to find are. Junaids are we all, and Shiblis, quoth they, and for certain, by my roof, they no saints, but rather of wild beast whelp kind are. He is no man, to my thought, whom the folk hold in scorn and despite, and nathless repute him good for fear of his unright. A toper with generous men who useth backhandedness, topers all hold him a handback, to wit, a catamite. A sword in any's hand is answer meet for me, withal on every point is sure defeat for me, my foeman's rotten heart as 'twere roast meat for me. Ay, and his empty skull is goblet feet for me. O wine, the lip of ruby of the friend still bear in hand, since that this thing thou holdest so bright and rare in hand. From tulip wine this parting, O cup, good luck account, since with heart's blood it bringeth the lip of the fair in hand. With a churl that lacks wit and good breeding, beware, lest thou drink, or annoy for thyself thou'lt prepare. Thou his brawling and riot, the night of liesse, and next day his repentance and headache must bear. Since there's no fleeing from that which the stars decree, beware lest thou weary thyself after vanity, nor lay on thy heart a burden too great for thee, for leaving and losing, the end of it all must be. A mouthful of wine than Jemshid's throne is better, than Miriam's food, its odour alone is better, than Edhem's laments, and the songs of Abu Said in the hour of the dawn, the wine-bibber's moan is better. The heavens to us add but despite evermore, naught they plant, but they raise it forthright evermore. The unborn, if they knew what we suffer from fate, would refuse to come forth to the light evermore. Of existence, O friend, why abide thus in care? With idle thought-taking thy spirit why wear? Live merry, and let the world slide, for the fates take no counsel with thee of the end the affair. Thy portion of fortune, its storm and its shine, take. On the couch of mirth sit, and the full cup of wine take. Of obedience God recketh nor yet of transgression. Thy desire of the world and thy pleasance, in fine, take. 'Tis the hour of the dawning. Up, flower of thy kind! With rubies and crystal come gladden our mind. For this moment we borrow from time on the wing, full oft wilt thou seek, nor again wilt thou find. Yon ruby aflow in the crystal pure do thou bring, the freeman's familiar and solace sure do thou bring. Yea, wine, since thou knowest the days of the world are wind, that fleeteth amain and will not endure, do thou bring. Since at peace with the friend thou hast been all thy life, as a dream that is dreamed thou hast seen all thy life, true, in fine, thou must die. For the world's chief delight 'twill yet have been vouchsafed thee to glean all thy life. If thy cheek be the idol, idolatry's goodlier. When wine's of thy skinking, then drunk to be's goodlier. Love drunken I'll be, for its drunkenness still, than 1,000 existences unto me's goodlier. Wit and worth, sphere of heaven, thou lackest, 'tis clear. To slaughter the noble thou thinkest no fear. Earth's treasure thou giv'st to the base, far and near. Good luck with thee go, for a love-fostering sphere. With her I love, the cup of wine for me is better. The tearful eye, when gone from sight is she, is better. Since this base world of ours will never faith be keeping, in this base world for I dead drunk to be is better. In the compass of heaven, the deep, the unkenned, in a cup which to all men in turn they commend, when it comes to thy turn, drink, and make no complaint, for this is a cup all must drain in the end. Since the lot of a man in this world of change, the wise man saith, is nothing but grief of heart and surrender of life to death, happy, thrice happy he that was never of mother born, and happy, thrice happy those that never yet drew breath. The canon heed not, nor the rules of observance divine. Beset not thy fellows with slander or evil design, and grudge not to any the morsel to give that is thine. On these terms I warrant thee heaven, and meanwhile bring wine. A potter I saw in the market yesterday, with many a buffet belabour a lump of clay, the which, with the tongue of the case, Thy like I've been, have some regard for me, prithee, to him did say. Yon folk of the tombs are dwindled to dust and clay, each atom of them from atom hath fallen away. Oh, what is this potion whereof, having drunken, they are senseless and witless become, till the reckoning day? Thine every wish of the world e'en one suppose, this life forepast, and the term outrun suppose. A hand, say'st thou, I'll clap on my heart's desire. Thou canst not, or if thou canst, it done suppose. Him whoso would find, from wife and child must he sever, from the bondage of self himself must he manfully sever. To thee in the way all things that exist are a hindrance, who a journey will fare himself from all bondage frees ever. Thy head upraised to the height of sway suppose, earth's good enjoyed to the full to-day suppose, of gold and jewels whatever thy heart can wish, suppose possessed and passed away suppose. Wine, if thou needst must drink, with men of sense and wit drink, or fair ones, tulip-cheeked and lips with laughter lit, drink. Drink seldom, tell it not, and make no practice of it, in season nor o'ermuch, and still in secret it drink. All the world end to end unto gold willed suppose, 100 treasuries money and gem filled suppose, in fine all these treasures like snow on the wold, 3 days lain then to nothing forspilled suppose. O soul of the unmixed wine, in the rose-time rare drink thou, to the name and the health of the heart alluring fair drink thou. Wine is the blood of the vine, and the vine saith to thee, My blood to thee lawful I've made, so without spare drink thou. Though thy life 1,000 years and 1,000,000 were, forth of this old world house, in fine, they will thee bear. Whether a sultan thou be or a beggar of the bazaar, both at the same price stand in the end of the affair. O heart, at thy will all the world hath of worth suppose, with verdure adorned thy garden of mirth suppose, and thyself on that green, like dew, for a night set down, and again on the morrow uprisen from earth suppose. O friend, the chagrin of this world, the obscene, eat thou not. This worn-out old world's unavailing chagrin eat thou not. When existence is past, non-existence existent is not. Bide blithe, the chagrin of yon world the unbeen, eat thou not. If aught of sense, O doctor, O casuist, thou possess, look not on men of wit with all this jealousness. They all of the Creator and his creation speak, thou of the menstrual blood and other nastiness. Through the shifts of this time, the base fostering, I, in 100 chagrins, my life passeth away. Like the rosebud, heart cramped, in the rosebed of life, like the tulip, heart scarred, in the garth of the day. Wine to drink, in the season of youth, it is best. With the fair to quaff wine, pure and sooth, it is best. Since the world erst by water was ruined, with wine drunk and ruined to be, here in truth it is best. O thou, in whose quest the whole world is astir, in whose sight men, dervish and noble alike, are all naked outright, with all men thou speakest, but deaf is the ear of each wight, with all thou art present, but blind is each eye to thy light. Rosy wine, when the rose is abloom in the mead, do thou quaff, to the clang of the harp and the wail of the reed do thou quaff. Glad of heart, I make merry with wine, but to drink if thou scorn, marry, what shall I bid thee save? Stones then, indeed, do thou quaff. Straight at heart an thou be, of bang but a grain swallow, or of rose-coloured wine a pottle or twain swallow. Since Sufi thou'rt turned, of this thing thou eatest not, and that, for thine eating are stones, so stones must thou fain swallow. Wine to the cheek of the slim heart-ravishing fair, quaff thou, the antidote, and thou be stung of the asp of despair, quaff thou. I drink and make merry, much good may it do me, if thou drink not, nay, what shall I do? Go, dust, for aught that I care, quaff thou. Quoth my heart to me, law from on high desirable, I trow, is. Teach me, I pray, if to thee vouchsafed indeed to know is. Quoth I, nay, the elif sufficeth thee, seek thou no more. When the man of the house is at home, forsooth, one letter enough is. Arise and give wine. What room for prate in fine is? To-night thy straight mouth the food of this soul of mine is. Yea, give thou us wine as the rose of thy cheek in colour, for our fortune as full of breach as that tress of thine is. Now the world for the spring once more apt to delight is. To the meads each one's heart turns that livesome of sprite is. Each tree bough with blossom as Moses' hand white is. Each breath a new Jesus-breathed one come to light is. This thy being, the being, when scanned, of another is. This thy drunkenness, that, understand, of another is. Go, draw thy head in to the collar of thought, for thy hand but the sleeve of the hand of another is. Alack, my old head in the toils hath the love of thee ta'en, else how come my hand and the wine-cup together again? That repentance which reason vouchsafed the beloved one broke, and the weed that was woven of patience the days rent in twain. The sphere from the clouds, see, eglantine poureth down. Very blossoms, thou'dst say, it on the green poureth down. In the lily-like cup the rose-coloured wine will I pour, from the violet clouds since jessamine poureth down. Ramazan time is gone at last, and see, Shawwal cometh. The season of pleasance and song and festival cometh. The time is at hand once more, when with waterskin shouldered, they cry out, Aid! Aid! The carrier, make way all, cometh! Companions, when merry in concord anew ye make, of the friend look remembrance and mention due ye make, whilst together in mirth ye drink the delectable wine, when it comes to my turn, the cup upside down do ye make. All that kindness thou showedst me yesterday, what was it? And that holding me easeful and blithe and gay, what was it? Now for naught but the vexing my heart and my sprite thou strivest. Nay, what wrong have I done thee? Again I say, what was it? The pearl of obedience to thee, though bored, have I ne'er. Though the dust of the mosque with my cheek swept, Lord, have I ne'er. From the throne of thy clemency, yet I despair not of grace, since with any duplicity used, deed or word, have I ne'er. Of all who the long, long road have travelled to this day, where is there one come back the tale to us to say? Of hope and of longing then, at the end of this double way, look thou leave nought behind, for there thou'lt sojourn aye. Go, on the earth and the heavens cast dust and all their care, drink wine and follow the trace of the pleasant visaged fair. Where is the good of obedience? Where is the profit of prayer? Of all that have gone before us, there's none returneth e'er. Yon sphere, which its mysteries to none doth explain, many a Mahmud and Ayas by violence hath slain. Drink, drink, for to no one life twice doth it give, none the world that departeth returneth again. In the tavern with thee better secrets to say, than without thee it were in the prayer niche to pray. O thou, of all creatures the first and the last, at thy pleasure, caress or consume me away. I slept in the covert of nothingness. Quoth thou, Up, hold! In this world full of fever abide thou removed and cold? When now at thy command I consider, bewildered am I. 'Tis as if one, awry hold the pitcher and spill not, were told. I'm a falcon that forth from the world of the secret did fly, so to thee I might wing, but alack, thou still settlest on high. Since here not a confident worthy the secret found I must e'en get me forth at the door that I entered by. O heart, since the world of a truth is illusion in vain, why then, for its sake, this longsome chagrin entertain? Submit thee to fate, and suffer without complain, for the pen for thy sake on its writ will not go back again. 'Tis morning. Up, O fount of amorous grace! Let the harp resound, and the wine-cup flow apace! For those who yet stand will not bide long in place, and those who are gone will ne'er their steps retrace. Lo, day and night we're fallen in travail and duress, now hither and now thither, now up, now down, we press, nor aught our travel yieldeth save ever new distress, naught but the long way leaveth that leads to nothingness. Up, man of sense and wit, thou keen of sight and wise, say to yon child of clay, Unhappy one, arise! Lo, of thy heedlessness thou tramplest under foot the brain of Kekobad and Khosru Perwis' eyes. Love drunken and rapture possessed we to-day are, in the idol's street topers professed we to-day are, from existence and self altogether delivered, in the prayer niche, sans cease, of a lest we to-day are. To the usance of toping return have we made, over prayer the tekbir of renouncement we've said, our necks cupward craned, like the guglet thou'lt see, wherever the banquet of wine is arrayed. When once thou'rt no more, nor sleep neither food wilt thou need, yon yoke fellows four will make thee a beggar indeed. Each one from thee all that it gave to take back will proceed, till thou be as thou wast at the first, before donning life's weed. The beloved, may her life be as long as my dismay, to kindlier dealing with me reverted to-day. On my eye, wet with weeping, she glanced and went her way, as who, cast your bread on the waters, indeed should say. On the face of the rose the cloud veil fine, yet is it. In the core of my heart inclination for wine, yet is it. Nay, go not to sleep. Sleep's season, soul mine, yet is it. Marry, come drink, for the wine full a shine, yet is it. With the wise and the noble thy dealings still be, 1,000 leagues far from the good for naught flee. If the wise give thee poison, still drink without fear, and triarchal reject, if churls proffer it thee. Lord, thou hast decked and graced that love-exciting fair with hyacinthine curls of amber-scented hair, and then forbadst us look on her. This, thy behest, is as if hold awry nor spill commanded were. That abstention from her should impossible be, God decreed, and then bade us, forsooth, from her flee. 'Twixt command and forbiddal, egad, we're perplexed. Hold awry and spill not, as if bidden were we. Where the pieces heaven moves on the chessboard of space, no metaphor this, but the truth of the case. Each awhile on life's board plays his game and returns in the box of nonentity back to his place. They're gone, and of those once departed none cometh back ere, the mystery behind the dark curtain to thee to declare. Not in prayer, but abasement the key is of this thine affair. Abasement without, and sincereness, mere child's play is prayer. To the lip of the wine-pot my lip in hot longing I set, so the secret of life long enduring therefrom I might get. By the tongue of the case it bespoke me with, "Do not forget, like thee I lived once, for a moment then, bear with me yet." O thou, who all sovereigns and princes surpassest in might, know'st thou on what days wine to tipple enkindleth the sprite? On Sundays and Mondays, and Tuesdays and Wednesdays, no less, on Thursdays and Fridays and Saturdays, morn and night. This illusory moment, what is't, ask'st thou me? Nay, to tell the whole truth a long story would be. From a sea 'tis a moment apparent become, and next moment gone back to the abyss of the sea. Since from thy life a portion pair off still night and day, let not thy life for a sorrow lie sterile night and day. Thy day and night in joyance pass, for when long ago no more thou art, each other succeed will night and day. O ogling, coquettish, light-minded, inconstant fair maid, sit, and thousands of troubles at rest by thy session be laid. Thou biddest me look not upon thee. Alack, this command is as if, hold the pitcher awry and spill not, it were said. Alas that the hand still to travail and stress doth tend, that with thee it the road of going to the wind doth wend. Forasmuch as, indeed, its inward to bone inclines, its portion the teeth of the rake will be in the end. Thou that knowest the innermost soul of all that be, thou the helper in anguish and dole of all that be, vouchsafe me repentance, O Lord, and accept my excuse, O thou betterer and pardoner soul of all that be. That yon golden bowl of the sun should double be made, and this ruinous world on a sure foundation laid, are thoughts that were ne'er by the touchstone of science assayed, ideas were ne'er in the scales of the intellect weighed. Of the things of the time to come forecast ask not, of aught that betides, since it will not last, ask not. This moment in hand consider thou gain nor wreck of that which shall be, and of that which is past ask not. Vile sphere, thou the base, that the base ne'er forsakest, never step to the heart's wish of any thou takest. O sphere, this thy nuisance and rule thou ne'er breakest, that the no ones some ones no ones thou makest. A bird on the walls of Tus seated I saw while ere, by the skull of Kaikawus that lay abandoned there. Alas, to the skull quoth she, alas the days that were! Where is the noise of the bells and the clang of the timbrels? Where? Kheyyam, if drunken with wine thou art, be blithe. With a tulip-cheeked fair, if reclined thou art, be blithe. Since the issue of all things is death, imagine, whilst yet thou livest, that dead by this sign thou art. Be blithe. How long thus the ignorance expose in me that I feel? straits my heart for the doubt and perplexity that I feel. If the Magian's girdle I bind on my middle, it is for the shame of my Mussulmanhood, perdi, that I feel. There's a cup that a shape creative reason setteth it, and kisses of love on its front, great foison, setteth it. But yon potter of time, if a goodly cup it fashion, still crash on the ground, all out of season, setteth it. No care for the coming time make pale the cheek of thee, nor thought of the past, the gall, make water weak of thee. Thy portion of this base world I rede thee take in haste, or ever unsparing time its mischief wreak of thee. Draughts of bright wine, with a smooth-cheeked fair, draw thou, the heart's skirt in from the enemy, care, draw thou. With a fair-faced friend, come sit and forget thyself. The weed of self-consciousness off for air draw thou. With the counsels of everyday prudence, O heart, dispense. Thyself, like to him, abstract from this world of sense. At the feast of the devotees of meaning sit, fare free and drink wine, live happy ere thou go hence. Seek salve not from others, O heart, for this dole of thine. Bide blithe, spite the pain of this sorrowful soul of thine. Sit lonely, and thy chagrin thyself devour. Ask ease of yon bosom friend, the bowl of thine. Wine for air, its forbiddal despite, do thou drink. With harping and song, day and night, do thou drink. Whilst a cup of red wine is vouchsafed thee of fate, spill no drop, but the whole of it quite do thou drink. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Quatrains of Omar Kheyyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quatrains 501 to 600. Read by Algy Pug. As, last night, flushed with wine, by the tavern I hied, drunk and pitcher aback, an old man I espied. Ho, gaffer, quoth I, hast no shame before God? God the bountiful is. Go, drink wine, he replied. Youth is gone, horse and foot, and this body of mine, like the ark is become, that was once as the sign. Life is bitter to me, and its essence is wine. Wine and women adieu have I bidden, in fine. Yon water of life, blessed Kisu the guard doth abide of it, is none other than wine, and the prophet Elias am I of it. Nay, the food of the heart, and the food of the spirit I call it, since therein for mankind, God hath said, great advantages lie of it. Sly love, at unawares, off guard hath taken me. Since I am come, begone! Get out of this, quoth he. In fine, for his chagrin, my heart is so ablaze that all the fire fuels come to be. O fortune, spare to tempt me with thy delusive bait. Consider thine objection and my august estate. On love's chagrin and poor tith I've battened ere and late, till weary without ending I am of life ingrate. How long wilt fret thyself for that which is in store? Chagrin the portion is of him who looks before. Bide blithe, nor on thy heart make strait the world, for sure our lot for taking thought becometh less nor more. Thee a counsel I'll give, and if thou wilt hearken to me, for God's sake don not the weed of hypocrisy. This life's but a breath, and the next life for ever will be. Sell not for a breath the realm of eternity. My merits note one by one, my faults by the score forgive. For the love of God, each sin that was sinned heretofore forgive. The fire of despite with the wind of passion enkindle not. By the dust of the prophet Our sins, I say once more, forgive. Last night in the shop of a potter I was, and there 100 pots, all voiceful though silent were. Each one with the tongue of the case to us did say, "Where's the maker of pots, and the buyer and seller, where?" Until to the boil comes this pot of existence of mine, in the cup of contentment I'll tipple the juice of the vine. O potter, if guglets thou make, when I'm sped of my clay, be sure that thou sell them to none but the vendors of wine. Of this wine, for that life everlasting in truth it is, drink. The fount and the source of the pleasance of youth it is, drink. True, it burneth like fire, but withal, in atonement thereof, like the water of life, grief allaying and sooth it is, drink. Creeds 70, more or less, among men are confessed. Thy love over all these I hold to be goodliest and best. What reck I of faith or unfaith, of obedience or sin? Thou art the aim of desire, and a fig for the rest. Wine, in the goblet clear that a subtle sprite, to wit, is, in the body of the flask a fluid bright, to wit, is, a comrade meet for me, now heavy white, to wit, is, save it the wine cup be, that heavy light, to wit, is. Kheyyam, fortune looks upon those with disdain, for the cark of the days who straight-hearted remain. Drink wine from the flask, to the gittin's soft strain, ere the flagon of life on death's stones break in twain. See, the day dawns, and the skirt of the night is rent. Up, up, drink the draught of the morning. Why all this lament? Quick, sweetheart, for many a morning yet will dawn, its face upon us, and ours to the earthward bent. The face that is wholly pure from soil and fray was ever but newly come in this world of clay. Give wine then, O thou with the morning draught that matest, or ever, God prosper thine eventide, they say. O many's the vestment of being the heavens each night knit up, and presently rend it in sunder outright. O many's the glad thing and sad thing that time to light still daily bringeth and beareth away from sight. If heaven peace deny, for war be it known, here goes. If good name be not ours, for shame, then alone here goes. For the cup of right wine, like the red bud full blown, here goes. And whoso drinks not, for his head and a stone, here goes. Wheel of fortune, the bond nor of bread nor of salt dost thou know. Lo, bare as a fish still thou hold'st me for poor tith and woe. The wheel of the spinster both spinner and buyer doth clothe. The wheel of the spinster is better than thine, I trow. How long wilt thou thus oppress me, sphere of the skies? For God's sake, do thou thy smiting on gentler wise. I'm all afire for affliction, and still thy hand my burning bosom with salt each moment plies. Of the fire of the future afeard thou'dst never been. The tide of repentance hath never washed thee clean. When the storm blast of destiny douseth the lamp of thy life, I fear me the earth will disdain to take thee in. If the rose be denied, for the thorn here goes. For the dark, if the light be forborne, here goes. If patch gown, nor prayer rug, nor chaplet be ours, for gong, church, and girdle monk worn, here goes. How long wilt thou prate of the world's affliction and woe? Arise, and in mirth let the moments come and go. Since the face of the earth with verdure is all ablow, come, drain thou the goblet with ruby wine aflow. Heed not the suggestions, O heart, of solicitude vain, thought-taking and grieving, forswear, and the wine chalice drain. Alone and unfettered abide. A wine worshipper be, so a man shalt thou be, and the bounds of perfection attain. This visible world is a semblant, illusion y-wrought. Who knoweth not this, learned man though he be, knoweth naught. Sit, the wine chalice drain, and be happy, nor weary thy heart with the idle concern of the empty phantasmas of thought. To the touch of her tress, like the wind, to attain is unneath. On the steed of chagrin for her sake to draw rein is unneath. They say that the eye of the face its own self seeth not. Nay, if she be our eye, then its sight to obtain is unneath. Drink, drink, for nor knowledge nor practice of thine availeth thee aught but the mercy divine. Yon sort that for assishness drinketh not wine, thou mayst reckon, y-wis, of the squinting-eyed kine. With a fair one, fresher cheeked than the bloom apert of the rose, set not the wine-cup from hand, and loose not the skirt of the rose, or ever, at unawares, for the breath of the blast of doom, the shirt of thy life become as the wind-rent shirt of the rose. With eternity, zealot, how long wilt us ply? For my thought, root and branch, I have long put it by. Drink wine, for there's nothing its place can supply. Each knot of perplexment sheer wine doth untie. Set the cup on my palm, let the gurgle of wine make a third with the nightingale's note and the moan of the mocking-bird. To drink without music, if fitting it were, the trill of wine from the mouth of the flagon were never heard. From the nadir of earth to the zenith of Saturn on high, all doubts have I solved, and all problems of earth and of sky. The toils of deceit and imposture all vaulted have I, and all barriers removed, save that only of needs must thou die. Truth's mysteries to none for questioning are shown, no, nor for money spent, nor wealth at random strown. Thy heart's blood, save thou drink for 50 years alone, the way from talk to fact they'll not to thee make known. To the prate of the folk of deceit, O my heart, give no heed, that wine to religion and reason is harmful. Indeed, if easiness of heart and vigour of spirit thou need, drink wine to the sound of the song in the flowered mead. None ever saw heaven or hell, O my heart. From yonder none cometh to tell, O my heart. These, our hopes and our fears, rest on somewhat whereof, save the name, there's no trace what thou well, O my heart. Of idle repining thy heart look thou rid. Drink wine all the year in cups brimmed to the lid. With the maid of the grape merry make, for more worth than the mother allowed is the daughter forbid. Love in perfection and charmer surpassing fair, heart full of parlance and tongue dumb-stricken, O rare! Aught than this stranger, O Lord, what eye saw e'er, marry I thirst, and running water is there. How long for the folk's unright, scorn's cup of brine drain we? How long, for fortune the base, the draught of repine drain we? Take heart, for the weariful days of the 20-bow prayer are past. Come, for the festival's here, the rose-coloured wine drain we. Of the Maker Almighty and Lord Compassionate, despair not, albeit thy sins be never so great. Though today thou shouldst die, dead drunken, thy rotten bones tomorrow, belike, he'd pardon at any rate. Though my sins be as wide as the world, there's hope alway the hand of thy mercy will be my help and stay. In the hour of thy weakness, thy hand will I take, thou didst say. Nay, seek not for weaker than that which I am today. Though the leaf of life on sorrow and sin I shall break, the laugh of the wine the cup heart within I shall break. Arise, let the brimming chalice go round and round. It may be to naught that the world's chagrin I shall break. The courser of mirth in thy pathway sped have we, sans mirth and liesse, no moment life led have we. Alack, for the door mistaken I dread have we, our nesting place made in the robber's stead have we. O Lord, 'twas thou needest the clay of me, what should I do? Silk and wool, 'twas thou spanst this array of me, what should I do? Every good thing and bad thing to being from me which should come, on my forehead thou wrotest the first day of me, what should I do? At war with myself and my passions I, what shall I do? For my actions o'ertaken with grief and dismay, what shall I do? Grant e'en that my sins, of thy mercy, to me thou forgive. Of my shame that thou saw'st my transgressions, say, what shall I do? O soul, like the compasses twain I and you are. Though one body we have, yet our heads, indeed, two are. Round the one in the centre still circles the other, till the twain, in the end, brought together anew are. The sphere and mankind, who therein in amaze are, Chinese lantern like, well may it seem, to our gaze are. See, the sun is the lamp, and the world is the lantern, and the figures, ourselves, that revolve round the blaze are. Is this age unto friendship? 'Tis sin to pretend. Where is he one can trust? Where's the man? Where's the friend? From all people 'tis better the skirt to draw in, and to all from afar speech and greeting to send. They say that a tavern besetter I am. I am. That a toper and wanton abettor I am. I am. My outward I read thee but little consider, in sooth, such at heart as, no worse and no better, I am. I am. The door of desire on myself I have shut, so thereby I may scape from the need of the favours of low and high. If Sufi of the mosque or monk of the convent I be, I know, and he knoweth, yea, that which I am I. Beware lest thou deem I am self-existent, nay, nor yet self-chosen this blood-devouring way, since this my existence in truth from him proceeds. Who am I? Where am I? How am I? Prithee say. We no breath without wine, since we first saw the light, are. 'Tis the night of appointment, and drunk we to-night are. Lip to lip of the cup, breast to breast of the jar, hand on neck of the flask, we to a morning wax white are. The object of all the creation are we, for the wise the pearl past estimation are we. If the world be God's seal ring, the posy, to wit, on the signet engraved, past negation are we. Hand on hand in agreement, O my fair, set we. The foot of liesse on the head of care, set we. Let's drink in the dawn, for many a dawn will break, when I on the morning no more for air set we. In this world house wherein, without sorrow and pain, breath we draw not, 'twere well that, accepting the wine cup to drain, breath we draw not. When dawn breaketh, arise and drink cup upon cup of the vine juice, for the dawn many a time yet will break, when again breath we draw not. An hundred kinds of blame for love of thee I'd bear, and if this pact I break, the penalty I'd bear. If life sufficed thereto, thy cruelties are less than to the judgment day, did God decree, I'd bear. No drop of cold water by way of delight we swallow, but a draught at the hand of chagrin forthright we swallow. Nor in anyone's salt, God wot, do we dip a morsel, but roast meat of our liver, in our despite we swallow. What day the vine juice in the town should fail me, no theriac time could proffer would avail me. World's woe a poison is, and wine its theriac. This of my fear I drink lest that assail me. The Queen didst thou move, woe drunken I straight became, and thy cruelties pawn, from a knight I was late became. Then when of the game of bishop and king I despaired, I castled, alack, and incontinent mate became. May my heart inclined to the vine juice sheer abide, for aye. May the sound of the viol and reed in my ear abide, for aye. If the potters a guglet, when I am dead, make of my clay, may that guglet full of the grape blood clear abide, for aye. O sphere, with thy course content no whit am I. Unhand me, seeing for bondage unfit am I. If to the witless and worthless thou still incline, no such great matter for worth and wit am I. Chief of those in the tavern the wine cup who ply am I. To sin from obedience fallen from on high am I. Yea, one who, from wine unmingled and heart ableed, through the livelong night unto God doth cry am I. Live without drinking, and gullet dry I cannot. The burden of life without wine abye I cannot. The slave of that moment am I, when saith the skinker, Come, take yet another cup, and I cannot. Since the world's still aflit, save by practice do aught I will not. Save to rose-coloured wine and to joyance take thought I will not. Of wine to repent, quoth they, of his grace God bring thee. Nay, sure he'll not bring, and e'en if he brought, I will not. Life and death, as apparent to eye, have I known. All things to the core, low and high, have I known. But of knowledge itself I despair, if a state that with drunkenness ever could vie, have I known. The cup of chagrin for fate's changes no more let us drink. Naught save rose-coloured wine, pure and limpid galore, let us drink. Wine's the blood of the world, and the world 'tis our heart's blood that sheds. Why not, then, the blood of our slayer's heart's core let us drink? We who're transported with ecstasy's wine become, we who're upraised to the heavens nine become, from the body's pollution all freed, in fine become. We came from the dust, and dust by this sign become. Than thou, O city mufti, aye busier are we. Than thou, for all our toping, still soberer are we. Thou drink'st the blood of mortals, we of the vine. Tell truth, bloodthirstier art thou, then? Bloodthirstier are we. One hand on the Koran, and one on the bowl, now the lawful, and now the forbidden's our goal. 'Neath yon turquoise-hued dome, stretched from pole unto pole, where nor infidels shear, neither Moslem's heart whole. Yea, wine I drink, yet do not intoxication practice, and save upon the goblet no usurpation practice. Why thus a wine adorer I am, wouldst know? 'Tis, marry, that I may not, thy fashion, self-adoration practice. In quest of Jem's cup the world we've measured left and right. We sat not to rest by day, nor lay down to sleep by night. But when from the master we heard the description thereof, behold, the world-showing cup of Jem was none other than our own sprite. Alack, without profit, for wearied and worn have we been. By the sickle of giddy pate fortune still shorn have we been. Well away! Not a glance of the eye to our wish have we lived, nay, nor truly alive since the day we were born have we been. Of the patch-coat a wad on the wine-jar to lay have we made, with the wine-house's dust ablution to-day have we made. In the tavern, belike, the life yet again we may find, wherewithal in the mosque school for nothing away have we made. Although to the mosque for an urgent affair have I come, God wotteth that not for the sake of the prayer have I come. A prayer carpet thence one day I purloined. 'Tis grown old, and another to crib, time and time again there have I come. If in Ramazan tide, in religion's despite, I did eat, think not that for lewdness or ignorance downright I did eat. For oppression of fasting, my day as my night was become. Methought 'twas the meal of the hour before light I did eat. The things of the world on what fashion soe'er I perceive, all the folk at a venture set down here and there I perceive. Nay, glory to God! On its case howsoever I look, my own disappointment in all things whate'er I perceive. In the circle of being set too late become are we. Degraded, alas! from man's estate become are we. Since life to the wish of our heart did never yet proceed, would God it were sped, for satiate become are we. The crowns of the Khan and of Khay in our need come let us sell. Yea, turban and lawn for the song of the reed, come let us sell. The chaplet, vaunt courier that is of the army of fraud and deceit, for a draught of the vine juice red, each bead, come let us sell. Since in this world for us is no abiding stead, an error grave were life, sans wine and wanton lead. How long of old and new wilt prate, thou addle-head? What matters old or new to me, when I am dead? From nothing that's clean we came, and all unclean we go. Easeful we came, and full of dole and teen we go. In a fire of the heart we fell for the water of the eye. Life to the wind we cast, and to earth e'en we go. When my head at the foot of doom laid low shall become, when I by death's hand plucked bare as a crow shall become, beware ye lest aught but wine-pots ye make of my clay, belike when they're filled I alive once more shall become. My soul for regret of the past is still in pain. My heart for the fear of the morrow is cleft in twain. But the jewel of life once loosed from the golden chain, regret and thought-taking and fear all go in its train. Though to the zenith like fire we wing it heavens high, though purer than running water we be, yet by and by into the earth we must go, for earth are thou and I. Wind is the world. Give wine, let's drink before we die. Though sins beyond count committed in truth have I, sinned against my own soul and body and youth have I. If I sin and repent me, and sin afresh, 'tis because unlimited faith in thy bounty and ruth have I. Though wine to the faith and the way indeed is contrary, from the chewing of yesterday's cud it still delivereth me. Why wine thus I love dost thou know? It is because thereby an instant, set free from myself, I live again with thee. To a master, a while, ere childhood's gone, we fare. A while in self-mastery rejoicing, anon we fare. Nay, hark, whilst I tell thee the end of our affair. We come from the earth, and the wind upon we fare. To-day that no dollar from fate maligned drink we, together once more of the juice of the vine drink we. For the angel of doom, in the hour of our passing hence, will grant us no quarter whilst somewhat of wine drink we. Friend, let tomorrow's troubles go hang for me and thee. Come, profit by this moment of life before it flee. Tomorrow, when we've quitted this ancient hostel, we with 7,000 ages shall fellow travellers be. O many's the night since eyes on thy mole set we. O many's the dawn since lips to the bowl set we. Come, let us arise and drink ere the break of the morn, so the foot of liesse on the head of dole set we. Bitter wine, old and bitter, for ever I swill. E'en a Ramazan Friday 4 nights I drink still. The grape which is lawful, O God, in the jar, make not bitter, to hinder me drinking my fill. At break of dawn in the tavern every day am I, road mate of those that travel transgression's way am I. O God, since thou knowest the secrets, vouchsafe me of thy grace, till unto thee heart inclining become to pray am I. By wine from men's heads overweenings are weighed, by wine are perplexment and doubting allayed. Had Iblis one draught of the wine juice essayed, 2,000 prostrations to Adam he'd made. By the troubles of fortune we set not a grain, yea, we're happy. If breakfast's vouchsafed, we from dinner abstain. Yea, we're happy. Since cooked meat is ours from the kitchen of love, on no one we build expectations in vain. Yea, we're happy. In the winehouse of love still offering prayer I go, at the lamp of her cheek melting for air I go, with the wine of her love having purification made, her face still adoring, my idol fair I go. For fortune's vicissitudes sad, day and night am I, against my vile nature for air in despite am I, neither sapient enough from this world to take flight am I, nor therein to sit careless, discreet enough quite am I. How long shall the bondmen of everyday sense we be? What matter if living, an age or a day hence we be? Up, cupbearer! Quick, the wine cup in hand give, before by the wind of death strewn to the elements we be. How long wilt thou revile us, O stupid pietist? We're topers of the tavern, the wine cup still in fist. With rosaries thou'rt busy, dissembling and deceit. With wine and wench and minstrel, we're happy as we list. On the carpet of earth, lo, sleepers galore we see, and under the face thereof hidden yet more we see. On the desert of non-existence, wherever we look, the not yet come and the gone before we see. I fear, since hereafter the world we ne'er shall regain, our comrades no more, and our messmates we there shall regain. So come, by to-day let us profit, what while we yet live, for maybe we never a moment as fair shall regain. Yea, topers and merry with wine are we still, in our banquet, save wine and the wine-cup is nil. With thy prate, foolish zealot, our ears leave to fill, with the friend's lip and wine we are happy at will. In thy mercy I trust, and of sin so I reck not. Of my faith in thy care, of the way's woe I reck not. Since thy favour, white-faced, will assuredly raise me, of the black book I reck not a grain, no, I reck not. The feast 'tis. Come, rose-coloured wine again let us drink, to the wail of the harp and the gittin's strain let us drink. With a light-hearted friend, a moment or two, let us sit, and of wine, heavy measure, a pottle or twain let us drink. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Quatrains of Omar Kheyyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quatrains 601 to 700. Read by Algy Pug. Come, friend, the morrow's care no longer let's devour. Enjoy this moment's sweet, before it turn to sour. Except by his command, no sin of ours exists. Then wherefore fret thyself, anent the coming hour? Beware lest thou think that death and its need I fear, that the flight of the soul from the body's weed I fear. Death, since it is certain, no fear thereof have I, but since I've lived ill, 'tis that indeed I fear. If an infidel, drunk with the Magian's wine, I am, I am. If idolater, scoffer at things divine, I am, I am. Each sect and each sort hath a different opinion of me. Forsooth I'm my own, yea, and such as, in fine, I am. Arise and come, so hand upon lute smite we. Let's tipple and good on evil repute smite we. What season we drink, in the tavern let's drink, and the flask of name and of shame on the stones underfoot smite we. The hand on the skirt of the faithless friend will we clap. Wine drink we, and good reputation on ill we clap. The prayer rug we sell to buy us a cup of wine, and repute on the stones to shatter and spill we clap. Art thou an adept, that I may give thee to know what man hath been, since the first of his matter? Lo, one stricken of sorrow, and moulded with clay of woe, the world he enjoyeth a moment, and riseth to go. Beware! In the tavern outcry look ye make not, and commotion, in passing it by, look ye make not. Book and turban for wine let us sell, shun the mosque schools, but a shrug of the shoulders thereby look ye make not. The Joseph of Egypt am I, quoth the rose, of the mead, a ruby of price, with a mouthful of gold I'm indeed. What Joseph-like token, I questioned her, hast thou to show? And she, to my coat blood bedyed, answered, hast thou no need? To thy tress, O my fair, if violence say I do, lo, what is the wrong, to speak in truth's way, I do. My own distraught heart in its meshes entangled I see, sure legerdemain with my own proper heart may I do. The more self-removed, existent the more am I, the lowlier abased, the higher a sore am I. And strangest of all is this, from existence's wine, the soberer I am, the drunker therefore am I. 'Tis the dawning, our lips to the rose-coloured wine still we clap. 'Gainst the stones, this frail flask of repute, good and ill, we clap. From our overlong hoping the hand will withdraw, and instead on the skirt of the harp and the loveling's long tress will we clap. 'Tis well with the wine-cup the heart a glee to make, and little account of been and to be to make, and this prisoner soul, in the jail of the fleeting world, from the bondage of reason, a moment free to make. By the potter's quarter, whenever I take my way, I fancy myself a pot mid the pot's array, but many a wine-pot I'll drain before the day when I make the potter a present of this my clay. In the hour when for doom of the fugitives I become, from existence's bough when a shedder of leaves I become, the world through the sieve of the joy of my heart I shall pass, ere dust, in my turn, in the scavenger's sieves I become. Not a day from the world and its bondage free have I won, of existence to breathe not a moment in glee have I won. Apprenticeship long unto fortune, indeed, have I served, nor in this world, nor that, yet a master to be have I won. That wail which I before no intimate could utter, that secret word which I to friend nor mate could utter, if any heard save thou, I found, I should that moment expire ere I a word, little or great, could utter. My jewel of self for a penny fee I'd not give, my pains for thy sake for all balsams that be I'd not give, the dust of thy door for gems empery I'd not give, one hair of thy head for the earth and the sea I'd not give. 'Tis the rose season, merry my fill will I make, marry, free with the law, at my will I make. Yea, with tulip-cheeked maids, tulip beds for a while, on the sward, with the wine-dregs I spill, will I make. My foes a philosopher wrongly swear I am. God knoweth that nothing of this they declare I am. Nay, I know not how into this nest of affliction and woe I came, and still less know I how, what and where I am. Up, dance, that we may clap hands, whilst wine drink we. To that tipsy Narcissus eye of thine drink we. What's a mere score of cups? Nay, the marvellous pleasure is when goblets 80 of the juice of the vine drink we. On the lip of the jar our place of prayer we've made, ourselves since new men with the red wine rare we've made. Belike, in the tavern the life we may regain, wherewith in the convents away while air we've made. What while on this green sward fulfilled with mirth we are, to yon green steed of heaven alike in worth we are. With fair ones, green downed, come, green let us drink on the green, or ever beneath the green in the earth we are. From me to the chosen one greeting convey, and with all due observance to him do ye say, O hush me, Lord, by the law, tell me, pray, why is wine made unlawful, and lawful sour whey? From me to Kheyyam salutation convey, and Kheyyam, thou'rt a blockhead, to him do ye say. When said I that wine is unlawful? Away! To ripe ones 'tis lawful, to unripe ones nay. Since ill's in God's sight that which I have willed, how, then, should come right that which I have willed? If naught be correct that himself hath not willed, then all's error quite that which I have willed. Quoth I, rose-coloured wine again and for I drink not. 'Tis the blood of the vine and blood, come what may, I drink not. Quoth my elder to me, Hark ye, speak'st thou in jest or in earnest? Quoth I, Jest do I e'er when wine, well away, I drink not. Pursuit of what thing soever I take my flight, whatsoe'er I essay in the love of thee, day or night, the tears from my eyes never leave for a moment to flow, till such time as I turn in another direction my sight. Infinity's secrets to read neither thou knowest nor I. The word of the puzzle indeed neither thou knowest nor I. 'Tis hidden the curtain behind, far, far from our question removed. When the fall of the curtain's decreed, neither thou knowest nor I. The world is the body of which God the Most High is the soul. The angels, after their kinds, are the senses that serve for the whole. The heavens and the elements 4, and the kingdoms 3 are the limbs. All else is deception, and this is the unity, true and sole. No day of thy course, old sphere, but the date palm tree of my joyance is rooted up and o'erthrown by thee. And 'tis strange that to those who deserve not to fall in thy snare, there is no one to say, It is perilous, leave it be. O Fortune, ne'er bringest thou aught of gain to me. Lo, balsam to others thou bringest, and pain to me. To propitiate thee what pains have I taken, and what in war hath been done that thou dost not again to me? Up, fret not thyself for this transient world's despite. Be merry, and spend thou a moment in heart's delight. In the nature of fortune, if aught of constancy were, the turn had not come to thee from another wight. For good name noted, 'tis good and meet to be. 'Tis scorn afflicted, for fate's defeat to be. Crop sick with the fumes of the vine juice sweet to be, is better than drunk with one's own conceit to be. O Lord, on this woeful breast of mine have mercy. On this spirit and heart oppressed of mine have mercy. On this foot, that's the tavern's guest, of mine, have mercy. On this hand, the wine cup possessed, of mine, have mercy. The gladsome heart behoveth with grief not wear away, Our happy time behoveth 'gainst trouble's stones not bray, That which for us the future reserveth, who can say? Behoveth wine and wanton and ease without affray. Comrade or mate, in this imbroglio unkenned is of me, My own lament, my only bosom friend is. Since that my weeping eye for woe still tear aspend is, My heart will sure succumb, or ere my grief at end is. This wretched, woeful, distracted heart of mine Is never sober from love of yon sweetheart of mine. The day when they gave out the wine of loverhood, From the blood of the liver they drew this part of mine. One folk of religion and sects doth surmise, And another 'twixt doubting and certitude sighs. Then sudden comes one from his ambush and cries, "O fools, neither this way nor that the path lies." O thou, who the things of the world regardest aye, Hast thou no thought or concern for the heavy day? Nay, prithee, a moment return to thyself and think. Consider the days, and how with others deal they. "Drink less," they'd bid me again and again, "than this." Nay, what's thine excuse that thou dost not abstain from this? My excuse is the cheek of the friend and the morning draught. Come, tell but the truth, what excuse is more plain than this? Might I God's power o'er the universe acquire, I'd do away with yon firmament entire, And a brand new heaven I'd fashion me on such wise That the righteous should eke attain his heart's desire. Nay, art not ashamed this knavery of thine to do, And leave the commands and forbiddals divine to do? Nay, grant the whole world, end to end, should thy good become, Save leave it and go, what think'st thou in fine to do? Lo, hither art thou come, the sovereignty to do. Come to thyself and leave this knavery to do. Naught wast thou yesterday, and wilt tomorrow be. 'Tis patent what thou'rt like today, perdie to do. O thou who'lt the cream of old friends, to my counsel give ear. Of fortune the wayward seek nothing, for hope or for fear. In the nook of content sit, nor draw thou life's battlefield near, But divert thee with gazing afar on the play of the sphere. If fortune thou'dst have, bow the neck before thee, Thy spirit behoveth still fortified be. To believe and drink wine it behoveth like me, Ay, and still from the cark of the world to sit free. O I, see the goblet with life and sprite pregnant, Like jasmine, with red bud blooms ruddy bright pregnant. Nay, I err, since, for stress of sheer subtlety, Wine a water of fire is, with liquid light pregnant. List not to the prate of the turncoat become ones. Take wine from the tiraz in Tartary come ones. One by one, go the up from nonentity come ones. No sign is of back to existency come ones. There's a bull in the sky, and his name is Purwin, and another bull under the earth is, unseen. Ope the eyes of thy wit, and there's nothing, I ween, but a handful of asses, the two bulls between. Behoveth living by reason's rule to do, and on this fashion thou know'st not, fool, to do. But fate, thy teacher, will cuff thy head till thee, by dint of bullets, aright its school to do. For the sake of the solace and ease, yesternight, of my heart, in the wine-house that fair one, who is the delight of my heart, a brimming cup brought me, with "Take thou and drink it." Quoth I, "Not so." "For the sake," but she answered forthright, "of my heart." O thou, who'rt the flower and the abstract of things mundane, come, leave thou the care for a moment of loss and of gain. One cup from the hand of the skinker eternal drain, so freed shalt thou be from the cark of the world's twain. Since the harvest of every man's life in this marish of day and night is naught but affliction and woe till the giving up of the sprite. How happy is he from the world who speedily taketh flight, and easeful, easeful the soul that cometh near to the light. No friend, that vouchsafed by the ever-evolving sphere, to two sorts of men are fortune and favour and cheer, those who've full knowledge of good and of bad, and those of themselves and the things of the world who are in ignorance sheer. Men's souls are all grown water, and hearts all blood for dismay. Ah, when will the truth from the curtain come forth to the light of day? Alack, in despite of thy prudence, the course of the sorry sphere this world from thy grasp still beareth, and thee from both worlds away. 'Tis better wine to drink and rose-cheeked maids to woo, than pietism and hypocrisy to do. If lovers all to hell, and wine-bibbers be doomed, ah, who would wish to see the face of heaven? Who? If unrepenting this life I've led of mine, no sins this drinking the vine-juice red of mine. Wine is forbidden indeed to the profane, the initiates toping be on this head of mine. How long shall I go grieving, because from this old jail the world, for my occasions, appeareth head nor tail? Ere I bind on my burdens to leave this house of life, Skinker, give wine, for wine is the charm withouten fail. Art thou no hunter? Of the chase speak thou not. Aught that's uncalled for, to expound seek thou not. Nay, if thine elder of thee seek exposition, the eye's mute language with the tongue eke thou not. The things of the world to my spirit light make thou, my ill deeds hid from the people's sight make thou. Hold me but merry to-day, and to-morrow of me what to thy clemency seemeth right make thou. O Lord, from grace and rejection still deliver me. Fill me with thee, from self and will deliver me. Sober, of good and ill I'm conscious. Make me thou drunken, and so from good and ill deliver me. And if thou know to seize the skirt of fortune fair, God wot, thou mayst defy life's load of toil and care. But if thy hand's o'ershort to cope withal, beware! Withdraw it thence, for long's the word of the affair. For all the oppression I suffer from yonder mirror-like sphere, my cheek as the cup is, hollow, and brimmed with many a tear. Ay, marry, for fortune's changes, the base that fosters the base, the heart in my breast as a flagon, with blood full-filled, is sheer. A toper saw I, seated alone in a waste place. Islam nor infidelity he had, nor goods nor grace, nor God nor truth, nor surety nor law, nor head nor base, in the two worlds whose courage sufficeth to this case. Communion with any save topers forswear do thou. Lay waste the foundations of fasting and prayer do thou. In fine, from Kheyyam hearken thou this sage counsel, O friend. Drink, rob, and thou wilt, but what's righteous and fair do thou. Unto whoso the world apprehendeth, its loss and its gain, its joy and chagrin and vexation, all one are and vain, since the world, with its good and its evil, must come to an end. O life, and thou wilt, be all balm, and thou wilt be all pain. The day that is past in memory bear thou not. Of to-morrow that's yet to come despair thou not. For the things which are gone and ended care thou not. Live merry and life to the wind let fare thou not. Now the mead with the sound of the thousand tales singing is ringing. Take the wine, the fair, tipsily to and fro swinging, is bringing. Up, the rosebud of gladness hath blossomed. Awhile in the garden make merry, for life, whilst to sorrow thou'rt clinging, is winging. Now that the thousand tales telleth her tale of love to the treen, look thou take nought but the wine-cup from lovelings of languorous mien. Arise, for the rosebud of gladness hath flowered forth into sheen. A day or two take thou thy portion of ease in the garden green. Liquid life in the chalice, we troll, is flowing, flowing. In the grape blood's incorporate soul is flowing, flowing. In the heart of the frozen water fluid fire is, red ruby in crystal bowl, is flowing, flowing. The day when the blessed hosts of this earthly fane the bridle hand over the courser of self regain, strew thou me not, like the tulip, with bloody rain, or forth from the dust of thy street I shall rise again. The evil dealing of yonder revolving bowl regard. The world of all friends and comrades grown empty, O soul, regard. And thou mayest a moment yet live to thyself. Seek not the morrow. Let yesterday go. The present, soul, regard. In this world of dust, from pole unto pole, sooth to speak, how straitly soever the people of insight seek, from faithless fortune there's nought, God wot, to gain, save wine of the ruby's hue and the loveling's cheek. With rose-coloured wine and a well-shapen May, yesternight on the marge of a streamlet I lay. Before us a shell, for the sheen of whose pearl the herald of morning came forth to the day. Of our coming and going, lo, where's the behoof? Where? To the warp of the hope of our life, where's the woof? Where? Where's the smoke in this world of the many high souls who've consumed, dust and ashes become, neath yon firmament's roof? Where? Take pitcher and tankard, heart's dearest, and bear round the meads to the marge of the stream over there, for of many a slender shape moon-visaged fair hath fortune made pitchers and tankards while-ere. Thou, the water of life is hidden within o'er the lip of thee, the lip of the cup suffer not a kiss win o'er the lip of thee. And I drink not the blood of the chalice, for heaven, I'm no man. What is it that lip it should set, without sin, o'er the lip of thee? Yon palace, that rivalled heaven for high and fair, to bow in whose gate the forehead kings wonted were, I saw on its pinnacles seated a cushat late, and ever, where, she croodled, where? That ruby of Bedekshan, that jacinth-lipped fair, where is it? That fragrant breathed life of the soul and charmer of care, where is it? Wine, what though they tell us, indeed, that in Islam by law 'tis forbidden, drink, drink thou, and reck not of care. As for Islam, where is it? When wine thou drinkest, bemuddled of it be thou not, outcast from reason and home of unwit be thou not. Wilt have wine of rubies be lawful to thee, indeed? Seek no man's mischief, and sanity quit be thou not. When come is the dissolution day of thee and me, and out of the flesh the sheer passing away of thee and me, alack, when we're both no more, from yon dome of blue, O many's the moon will shine on the clay of thee and me. That which I am, O Lord, by thy decree. 100 years in ease thy grace hath fostered me, 100 more I fain would sin, so I might see whether's the more, my sin, or thine indulgency. Thou who to fortune's mallet e'en as the ball must be, of right and wrong say nothing nor reck, believe it me, he who in this imbroglio precipitated thee, he knoweth, ay, he knoweth, indeed he knoweth, he. Yon sphere for the ruin doth lust of thee and of me, at the very dear life it doth thrust of thee and of me. Sit then on the green and drink, for 'tis little long ere green will spring up from the dust of thee and of me. 'Tis we are the buyers of wine, old and new, and again, 'tis we are the sellers of heaven for barleycorns twain. Dost thou ask of us whither we reckon to go after death? Set wine but before us, and go wheresoever thou'rt fain. When soul from body's clean passed away of me and thee, a couple of tiles on the tombs they'll lay of me and thee. Then tiles to fashion for other folks' graves anon, in the mould of the potter they'll press this clay of me and thee. And thou be wise, the slave of greed and lust be not. Prone at the foot of vain desire, like dust, be not. Be quick as fire, and eke as running water, free. Scattered abroad, like chaff, to every gust, be not. What man in the world is sin-free? Prithee say. If any sin not, how lives he? Prithee say. If thou for ill done of me pay me with ill, 'twixt thee what's the difference and me? Prithee say. Thine existence from all who are naught, hidden look thou keep. Thy secret from fools, before aught, hidden look thou keep. Consider but what thine occasion still is among men. From all folk thine innermost thought hidden look thou keep. Thou, my life and my vigour that art, I am all thee. Thou, my heart and my soul, soul and heart, I am all thee. Thou my being art grown, thus all me thou art, whilst, become non-existent in thee, art and part, I am all thee. Quoth one to thee, heart, who bleeds for the world's chagrin? Are thou in the darkness that dwell'st of this house of sin? Know'st e'en what thou dost? If house and home be denied, nay, get thee without, since thou mayest not enter in. When from self passeth the shining jewel away of thee to another sort, who in ruins its dwelling lay of thee, they come and go, and no man indeed apprehendeth whatever betideth the body under the clay of thee. Thyself to unjust fate's chagrin and dole give not, to grief for those gone by for e'er thy soul give not. Thy heart, save to some fair one's tress and mole, give not. Life to the wind, and eke from hand the bowl, give not. In the lovers' assembly, come sit, let us all. Of the troubles of fortune, go quit let us all. Of the wine of love longing, let's all drink a cup. Drunk and free be, at peace, heart and wit, let us all. Untroubled, O comrade, for fortune remain, nor weary thyself for time's changes in vain. Life's weed on thy body once rendered in twain, what boots said and done, or undone, joy or pain? Alack, for life passeth, and passeth in vain. Every mouthful forbid, not a breath without stain. God's commands unaccomplished have blackened my face, and alack, for things done which he did not ordain. On life beyond threescore security set not. The foot in any place, save drunk thou be, set not. Or ever of thy skull the fates a gugglet make, pitcher from back and cup from hand of thee, set not. How long for greed, O friend, with worn-out body run, still measuring the world from rise to set of sun? All things that come and be, alike depart and go, no moment having brought content to any one. Wine-worshippers, lovers and drinkers of it are we all. In the street of the tavern, for ever a cit are we all. Good and bad we've renounced, hope of heaven and fear of hell. Of us seek not reason, for drunken to wit are we all. A draught of old wine than empire new is better. All that is not the juice of the vine to eschew is better. And 100 times better the cup than Feridoon's realm, and the lid of the jar than the crown of Kai Khosroo is better. Daily thou seest us drunk, evermore ye fallen. Idolaters bound in the tress of the foe ye fallen. Cup from hand, turban from pate, hey ho, ye fallen. Head at thy foot in the dust laid low, ye fallen. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quatrains 701 to 800. Read by Algy Pug. Strange this semblant of being which thou dost afford us. To many a marvel thou movest, O Lord, us. We cannot be better than that which thou seest, since forth of the crucible thus hast thou poured us. Our resolves of repentance we've broken, one and all. Name and shame free ourselves have we spoken, one and all. Blame us not if we act without judgment, indeed, for lo, with love's wine we are drunken by this token, one and all. Marry, with my moustache I've swept the tavern sill, I've spoken myself free of both worlds good and ill. If both worlds in the ditch, like balls, the fates should spill, to me, when drunk and drowsed with wine, 'twere less than nil. I purpose each day at night of my case to repent, from the goblet brimful and the loveling's embrace to repent. But now that the season is here of the darling fresh rose, of repentance, O Lord, for the nonce give me grace to repent. O ye, the world's case that ignore, ye are naught. Its foundations the wind, and therefore ye are naught. Life's twixt two non-existences set, and thereon your existence's cornerstones four, ye are naught. Topsy-turvy yon sphere, as ye see, is befallen. All the wise here below are in misery befallen. The friendship of flagon and cup still consider, lip to lip, though betwixt them then blood be befallen. Soul, by whose aid upreared thy horn hast thou, that moon with face thus put to scorn hast thou? All other fare their faces with the feast, but with thy face the feast adornest thou. The world's speech hearken not, 'tis but vain prate become. Wine seek thou, and her breast whose thy heart's mate become. For him, to-day who left his mother's womb, to-morrow upon some wench's tail thou'lt see a weight become. An elder I saw, in drunken slumber sped, from the circle of sense of the house of the body fled. Wine-drunken he'd fallen asleep with a fuddled head. First, God is good to his servants, having said. Why thus conceit thee for house and fine array? God wot, man's profit of life was a fable aye. The wind is thy bedmate, and tapers thou kindlest still. Thy house why build in the torrent's passage way? The hand of the heart to the lock of delight never brought, the cup of content to the lip of the sprite never brought. Alack, for to nightfall fast draweth the day of my life, one day to the wish of my heart unto night never brought. Wine, light on the bosom that lies, set on my palm. Cup, bright as the fair one's eyes, set on my palm. That liquor which, as with a chain, together entwines the foolish alike and the wise, set on my palm. Skinker, the morning draught of the unmixed wine give thou. To those who are merry at heart with the juice of the vine give thou. Ruined and drunken are we in the ruins of transiency, blazon thereof to the world of ruin and pine give thou. Dost thou know why the lily and cypress for free reputed become in the mouths of men be? 'Tis that this hath 10 tongues, but is silent, and that 100 hands hath, but ungrasping is she. The world to thy heart's wish sped, suppose. What then? The book of existence read, suppose. What then? 100 years take it thou'st lived to thy heart's content, and 100 more yet unfled, suppose. What then? Hashish, they say, for every heart's pain is better than wine cup and wine to the Gittin's strain is better. But 1 drop of wine than 100 bang eaters' blood by the adept's canon abideth plain is better. O thou that hast gone and come back, crook-backed and pale become, thy name among men all lost, like dust on the gale become, thy fingers together grown and hoofs, toe and nail become, thy beard sprouted forth of thy breech and like to a tail become. Beat horses and weapons, beat turquoise or what, of this 10-day-long fortune conceit thou thee not. The rigour of heaven none scapeth with life, which today the mug breaketh, tomorrow the pot. From study and law and devotion flight is best. To hang to the tress of the charmer the sprite is best. Or ever the hand of fell fortune thy heart's blood shed, to shed the flask's blood in the goblet bright is best. Lo, rent of the wind of the east, the rose's girths become, for the loveliness of the rose the bulbul in mirths become. Come, drink in the shade of the rose, for many's the rose, alack, its petals hath shed for the wind, and strewn on the earth's become. From all that's not wine, to get thee away is best. To drink from the hand of a Turkoman may is best. Wine-bibbing, calendarship, going astray is best. From the moon to the fish, 1 draught, by my fay, is best. Committed our souls to the trust of the merciful One are. Free from thought of transgression and care of obedience we one are. For there where thy grace, O my God, and thy favour obtaineth, the done things are as the undone as the done are. The spirits embarked on the perilous way become. Quit of good and of bad is the flesh 'neath the clay become. Of many's the wayfarer passeth o'er thee and o'er me, what while we are dust, without wit of world's tway become. O thou who hast ill galore, but good deeds none done, and thus of thy trust in the grace of the merciful One done, I counsel thee, count not on pardon, for never yet did undone as done, and done things become as undone. O Lord, in whose service alike are all, small and great, the best of this world, and of that is to serve in whose gate affliction thou takest, and happiness givest. O Lord, of thy grace give and take, of thy wisdom appoint us our fate. Of wind and of fire, of water and clay are we, a middle-ward life, in death and decay are we, whilst the body's with us, in dole and dismay are we, and when it departs, lo, clean weed away are we. The raindrops lamented, cut off from the sea we are all. The sea laughed in answer and said, all are we are all. No God is there other than we, in truth we are all. Each a point in the circle of deity we are all. How long wilt thou prate of mosque, fasting and prayer? In the wine shop get drunk, though by begging it were. Drink wine, O Kheyyam, for anon of thy clay, pots and pitchers thou fashion, all manner of ware. With rose-coloured wine, whilst thou dwellest in this world-hovel mean, still mingle thy clay, O brother of insight keen, that so of thy dust every atom they give to the wind, befuddled may fare to the door of the tavern e'en. How long shall I fret for riches sent or not, and for life that I pass in heart's content or not? Fill the goblet with wine, for it's all unknown to me, this breath that I draw, if I shall vent or not. Ours be dawn draught, and wanton and wine, O skinker! True repentance shall never be mine, O skinker! Of Noah how long wilt thou whine, O skinker? Quick, bring me that heart's ease of thine, O skinker! Come, forth with that musk-scented ruby of thine, O skinker! From contention and prate let's take refuge in wine, O skinker! One gugglet of grape juice come pour for me, quick, or ere pots and guglets they make of thine ashes and mine, O skinker! From devotion experience showeth, O skinker, no profit the devotee knoweth, O skinker! Fill the cup, quick, or ever life goeth, O skinker! All that is from foreordinance floweth, O skinker! Here's taper and flask and moonshine, O skinker, and sweetheart befuddled with wine, O skinker! Raise this heart full of fire from the earth, give it not to the wind, but bring water or the vine, O skinker! A cup of yon liquid ruby give here, O skinker! My heart from the fire with water uprear, O skinker! Whilst reason the rein of my soul yet in hand hath, my hand to wine's skirt shall still adhere, O skinker! See, blown are the flowers. The wine cup fill, O skinker! The hand from devotion withhold thou still, O skinker! Ere doom lie in wait for us, come, let's enjoy for a little the wine ruby red at the marge of the rill, O skinker! 'Tis the hour of the morning draught and the cry, O skinker! For wine and a wine-seller's street am I, O skinker! A truce to thy prate of devotion. Fill high, O skinker! Let piety go and the wine-cup ply, O skinker! Since now 'tis the prime and the youth of the year, O skinker, come, prithee, the wine-cup in hand give here, O skinker! 'Tis the hour of the dawn draught. I've clapped the bolt on the door. Give wine, for the sun to the rising is near, O skinker! Those who forewent us the way of the dead, O skinker, in the dust of delusion to sleep laid the head, O skinker! Come, drain thou the wine-cup, and hearken this truth from me. Wind, nothing but wind, is all that they said, O skinker! Since doom gives quarter unto no wight, O skinker, come, give me the wine-cup in hand forthright, O skinker! Behoveth us, chew not the idle cud of sorrow, for these 2 or 3 days of existence's flight, O skinker! Though based thou wert, like walls on stone, O skinker, doom's a torrent e'en would lay thee prone, O skinker! Wind is the soul. Sing, minstrel, fill the wine-cup, the world is dust, or whither blown, O skinker! Of Yasin and Berat I prithee prate not, O skinker! On the tavern come write me a billet for Scott, O skinker! The day in the inn when they quarter me free of payment were better for me than the night of the lot, O skinker! Blithe and fair is the morn. Skinker, up! With the rest of our yesternight's liquor the flagon invest. With the friend let us drink and make merry to-day, for to-morrow's a froward companion at best. From yon gugglet of wine, wherein no impurities be, a cup fill, and drink, and give thou another to me. Or ever, O fair, in the pathway of destiny, some potter make pots of the ashes of me and thee. Forth, forth with the wine of the tulip's hue, O skinker! From the throat of the flagon draw blood anew, O skinker! For, saving the wine-cup, there's not to-day for me one friend that is pure of heart and true, O Skinker. If to thy hand aught falleth of double pottle wine, drink thou in all assemblies, profane and eke divine. For whoso on this fashion dealeth from all concern, of such as thy moustaches is free, and beards like mine. There's a point whereanent I am ever in doubt and stress, why folk for intoxication to blame me profess. Would God all ill actions intoxication produced, so ne'er in this world I might look on soberness. In the tavern of feigning beware lest thou come, nor in pietist fashions a dealer become. This way is the way of the stiff-necked folk, beware lest thou venture the foot in this slum. If a pestle of mutton there fall to thy lot, and 2 pottles of wine and a loaf in some grot, with a tulip-cheeked fair by the side of a stream, 'tis a life that to every king's portion falls not. At the shop of a potter I halted in thought, the master at work, foot on treadle I caught. From the foot of the beggar and head of the king, lids and handles for tankards and guglets he wrought. Thou, whose essence no reason to fathom is fit, of our sin and obedience alike who are quit. If with sin I am drunken, I'm sober with hope. Of thy mercy, O Lord, I despair not, to wit. Of live and dead, maker and sole arbitrator art thou. Of yon sphere, the distracted, the one regulator art thou. If I'm bad, who's to blame? I'm the slave, the dictator art thou. Where's the fault of the creature, since, Lord, the Creator art thou? O Fortune, my heart still miscontent thou makest. The shirt of my joyance in sunder y-rent thou makest. The air me that fanneth to fire, and the water I drink, to dust in my mouth, incontinent thou makest. Take heart, for they settled the fate of thee yesterday. From thy protests and clamours, indeed, they were free yesterday. Live blithe, for without thy conformity, yesterday, they stablished thy lot for all morrows to be, yesterday. My ewer of wine thou hast broken in 3, O Lord. The door of liesse thou hast shut upon me, O Lord. 'Tis we that drink wine, and thou that makest free, O Lord. Deuce take it, 'tis thou that art drunk, not we, O Lord. O heart, since thou satst at the banquet of yonder fair, thyself thou hast severed from self and joined to her. Since thou drank'st of annihilation's cup, thou'rt free of existence and non-existence and both worlds' care. Whiles, hiding thyself, thy face thou showest to none, and whiles thou appearest in all things under the sun, thyself to thyself thou manifestest, for thou art object of vision and vision's self in one. Yester even the mug on the stones I did strike. I was drunk when I did this unmannerly trick. To me, quoth the mug, with the tongue of the case, I was once like to thee, thou wilt yet be my like. O heart, if clean from the body's lust thou be, a spirit in heaven, unbodied, must thou be. The Empyrean's thy country, and shame on thee that the native become of this realm of dust thou be. For the sake of the lust of the senses for ever, the high soul thou frettest with idle endeavour. Know'st thou not that the pest of the soul's the desires, whose bondage no wise thou availest to sever? A sheik to a strumpet said, Drunk again art thou, each moment in some fresh snare foot ta'en art thou. Nay, all that thou sayest I am, quoth she, but thou, all that which, O elder, to be thou dost feign, art thou? The world's kitchen smoke, how long, O soul, wilt thou eat? Of been and unbeen, how long the dole wilt thou eat? The world to the folk of the world is a weariful loss. The loss, if thou leave, the gain of the whole wilt thou eat. Look what thou dost, O potter, and thou be prudent. Nay, how long wilt thou this fashion do outrage on men's clay? The hand of Feridoun, ay, and the head of Kai, upon the wheel thou settest. Of what then think'st thou, pray? 'Tis the hour of the dawn draught, O fair-fortuned May. Quick, a song on the wine-cup withouten delay! For this coming of tear and departure of day, many a gem to earth casteth, and many a Kay. In what quarter soever I look, everywhere, lo, Paradise Green and real Calthere are there. Of hell, since the world is grown heaven, speak ne'er. In Paradise sit with an angel-faced fair. Albeit naught go to the wish of thy heart, for this moment thou livest, take life in good part, since the soul of all mysteries, O youngling, thou art. Of all this vain grieving, why suffer the smart? If without wine and skinker, what while thou a penny in hand hast, a moment thou pass, thou'rt a zany. Since, ere my time and thy time, this lesson learnt many, Dame Fortune intendeth no kindness to any. O Fortune, exultant in that thou hast done, in the church of oppression still worshipping one, to the base thou giv'st wealth, to the worthy chagrin, and without these two sorts, pearl or potsherd, there's none. Beware! Whilst thou mayest, O fair, awhile, look the hearts of thy lovers thou spare awhile, for this queendom of beauty abideth not aye, from thy hand it will go all at once ere awhile. I spake, thou spakest. Heart gave I thee, thou me disdain. I take, thou takest. Thou heart from me, I from thee pain. I am, thou art too. Thou merry, and I for thee sad. I make, thou makest. Thou wrong, and I patience in vain. Examine thyself and think, if thou'rt wise enow, what here thou broughtest, and what thou wilt take herefro. How say'st thou, I'll drink no wine, for needs must I die? Nay, needs must thou die, wine whether thou drink or no. A greybeard late at a taverner's house I did see. Hast no tidings, quoth I, of those who are gone to give me? Drink wine, he answered, for many such as we have gone, that never came back again to be. By the potter's shop yonder I passed t'other day, at his clay he was hewing and pounding away. I see, if the dullard perceive it not, I, in the hand of each potter, my forefathers' clay. Take tankard and cup, Heartsease, with thy graceful air, to the flowery mead by the marge of the streamlet fair. For tankards and pitchers an 100 times whileare hath Fortune fashioned of many a moon-faced fair. O thou, who the product of 4 and of 7 art, who for ever a fret over these things 11 art, drink wine, for I have told thee 1,000 times o'er, once gone, gone thou, whether to hell or to heaven art. Glad, glad is thy coming, O joy of my sprite, that thou art. Thou'rt come, and withal I'm not certified quite that thou art. For God's sake, I prithee, if not for the sake of my heart, drink wine on such sort that I know not aright that thou art. O delectable wine, a spell in the bowl thou layest, in fetters the feet of the reason wit whole thou layest. To who of thee drinketh, quarter on no wise thou givest, till open to view the pearl of his soul thou layest. Lord, ope me a door, for the door open thrower art thou. Yea, show me a way, for for the guide, the way-shower art thou. No hand in my stress to other hand takers I'll give, all fleeting are they, the eternal bestower art thou. The pathway of witlessness choose, and if thou have wit, wine drink at their hands who are drunk with the infinite. Art witless? Then witlessness sure is none of thy case, for not unto all who are witless accorded is it. O sphere, to each churl a portion of gear thou givest, houses and wealth and favour and cheer thou givest, instead of yon idle losels who set up shop. 'Twere well if to us of all this, O sphere, thou givest. O sphere, to all losels somewhat of cheer thou givest, bath-houses, mills, and watering gear thou givest, whilst the true man must pawn his good for the even bread. Behoveth a crack for such a sphere thou givest. Away with vain grieving, in glee live thou, and leal, in this world of dislealty live thou, since the goods of the world, all in fine, nothing are. Think that thou too art nothing, and free live thou. How come grapes, in the garth that are sour, when they're green, to wax sweet and then bitter, when wine made they've been? If from wood with an adze one would make a rebeck, and it turn out a flute, what thereof wouldst thou ween? Lord, open thou on me a door of daily bread. Without recourse to men, let me of thee be fed. Hold thou me drunk with wine on such a sort, that I may for unconsciousness escape an aching head. If coming rested with me, come had I? No, forsooth. Were going hence at my will, how should I go, forsooth? Were it not best of all, that into this ruinous world come, had I neither gone, nor been evermore, forsooth? To the word of the puzzle, O heart, soon or late, thou attain'st not. To the problem that's baffled the wise of old date, thou attain'st not. A heaven then, with wine-cup and wanton, here make for thyself, for to heaven up there thou attain'st, or, please fate, thou attain'st not. The foundations of life fast established for e'er wilt thou find? The heart for a while, in this world, without care, wilt thou find? No moment sit idle from drinking of wine new and old. So, trust me, thy life ever pleasant and fair wilt thou find. Say, what have I done to thee, O fortune base, that me without ceasing thou castest in evil case? Thou giv'st me no bread, but thou driv'st me from place to place, nor water except for the water of my face. Beware thou the toper molest not, neither defame, and eke with the worthy thou fall not in evil name. Drink wine, for on no wise, for drinking or not of wine, to heaven shalt thou win, if thou'rt fated to feed hell flame. Of all accepted, both old and new, wilt thou be? Alike of the many well seen and the few wilt thou be? Speak evil of no one, and ever in good repute, with true believer and Guber and Jew wilt thou be. The day that my heart grown water for air thou wilt find, for many a rack in its corners bare thou wilt find. In the sea of my eye, if thou venture the plunge to take, excepting thou perish, a merman there thou wilt find. A noble new wine, incomparable beverage mine, of thee, in cold blood, I will drink, O juice of the vine, so much and so often that whoso espies me afar shall say, Ho, whence comest, O thou that hast drunken wine? O must undilute, O crystal-like juice of the vine, of thee I will drink, in this reckless distraction of mine, so much and so often that all who espy me far off shall incontinent say, Whence comest thou, Signor Wine? Resign thee to pain, and contentedly live thou, From the bondage of greed and ambition free live thou. Advancement seek not, and chew not the cud of chagrin. Rely not on less than thyself, and in glee live thou. There came an unclean chuff out of a convent cell, upon his back a shirt as of the smoke of hell. My jug of wine he smashed, may his life fail! And then, a man saved and a mourned destroyed, quoth he, 'tis well. That which thou say'st to me all of despite, perdie, thou say'st. Infidel! Atheist! Still, out upon thee! Thou say'st. All that I am I confess, but thou, tell the truth, man, for once, is it thine office to say that which to me thou say'st? With the passing of winter and coming of spring, line by line, page by page, close the leaves of this life scroll of thine and mine. Drink wine then, nor sorrow, for poison, the sage hath said, are the cares of the world, and their antidote is wine. Whilst yet in thy body are bone and sinew and vein, let thy feet overpass not their heaven-appointed domain. Bow the neck not, though Rustum ed Zal be the foreman, nor wear, though Hatim et Tai be the patron, beholdenment's chain. The face of the world all peopled to be, if thou mad'st, 'twere less than one heart to flutter with glee, if thou mad'st. One freeman enslaved with kindness to thee, if thou mad'st, 'twere better by far than 1,000 slaves free, if thou mad'st. They say, drink not wine, or a prey to God's ire thou shalt be. On the day of requital the food of hell-fire thou shalt be. 'Tis, maybe, as they tell us, but better than this world and that is the moment when merry with liquor and lyre thou shalt be. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapour, translated by John Payne. Quatrains 801 to 845. Read by Algy Pug. Pride and greed in thy heart suffer not to abide, for to aught none attaineth who's hampered with pride. Like the tress of the fair, flexibility use, ere life's woof from the warp of the senses divide. How long wilt aggrieved for fortune's repine thou be, with heart full of blood and eye full of brine thou be? Drink wine then, and study to live contented and blithe, or ever cast out from life's circle, in fine thou be. The world's but a breath, and a breath indeed in it am I. Such breaths as thou mayst, then, draw therein before thou die. For life in thanksgiving be blithe, for yonder sorry sphere did never yet fast abide with any, low or high. Not a brick will I lay, but my foot on the brick of the jar I'll set. Wine and I henceforth inseparate are. No more with chagrin will I burn for each trifle. Far, far from me be it life to the last with vexation to mar. Drink wine, for the wine sweat in winter roll free down the brows of the wits of the world thou mayst see. Say no longer, thy vow thou hast broken. Hark ye, than one flask broke better 1,000 vows be. Except in the track of the monks of the tavern, prick not, save wine cup and dance and music and loveling, seek not. Set goblet from pane and pitcher, from shoulder eke not. Drink wine then, and nonsense ere more on the matter speak not. For the wine cup and ruby lips thou'rt ever in lust and greed, still following hard on the sound of tabor and harp and reed. All these but futilities are. Except from the world thou be freed, and the bonds that attach thee to life, God knoweth thou'rt naught indeed. With the chalice of destiny drunken, or ere thou be, or ere by the buffets of doom laid bare thou be, for the thitherward journey provide thee here below, for ill wilt thou fare, empty-handed, if there thou be. O thou, who at the compend of earth, fire, heaven, and sea, a word from the world of the spirit hearken to me. Demon and angel and beast and man in thee are mingled, and so thou art all thou seemest to be. However distressed for ill fortune and wan desire thou be, however oppressed by the sphere and its cruelties dire thou be, beware that on no wise thou suffer, when poured by the hand of the base, a drop of cold water to moisten thy lip, though a fire thou be. 'Tis best with the wine-cup glad the heart in thee thou make, that little account of past and yet to be thou make, and this prisoner soul, that pines in its borrowed raiment of flesh, a moment or two from the bonds of reason free thou make. Submit thee to pain, if remedy thou'dst find. Chafe not at duress, if means to win free thou'dst find. In season of scarcity render thou thanks to God, provision again if assured unto thee thou'dst find. Since erst thy familiar and intimate madest me thou, from thee why thereafter thus separate madest me thou? Since me thou abandonest not in the first of the affair, why here thus distraught and disconsolate madest me thou? In the book of life I was casting a lot to see, when sudden quoth one, from a heart full of ecstasy, how happy a man in this world, when at home in hand a face like a moon and a night like a year hath he. Of the goods of the world what thou eatest and drinkest, excusable 'tis if thereafter thou swinkest. All else is but idle adornment. Beware lest dear life for such frippery to barter thou thinkest. For all that thou wilt I'll dispense, but with wine never. All else I'd forswear, but the juice of the vine never. Could I ever resign me a Moslem, to turn and abandon the use of the Magian's liquor divine? Never. Have patience, since under yon sphere without worth thou art. Drink, since in this world full of sorrow and dearth thou art. Since thy first and thy last but a scantling of dust is at best, think that not on the earth, nay, but under the earth thou art. In this, if thou settest the joy of thy heart, that thou makest souls at ease with affliction to smart, go, mourn for thy wit all the days of thy life, take and bear thy deserts, for a rare fool thou art. Dost thou know why the cock, at the hour when dawn whitens the sky, still, moment by moment, raiseth his warning cry? 'Tis but to show forth to thy sight, by the mirror of morn, that a night of thy life, and thou all unheeding, 's gone by. Ah, would that a rest place from striving there were, that a way at thy door of arriving there were, would that, after long ages, for us from earth's breast a hope, like the grass, of reviving there were. Thou, whose fathers and forebears of every degree have been burnt, and thyself too, hell's fuel wilt be, how long, God on Omar have mercy, wilt say? Who'rt thou, pray, that God should learn mercy from thee? 100,000 snares my path within thou settest, and thee, quoth thou, I'll slay, if foot therein thou settest. 'Tis thou that settest the snares, and whoso in them falleth thou slay'st, and on his name the brand of sin thou settest. If the need of the world but in imitation were, the days all festivals, each in its station, were, each mortal would clap his hand on his heart's desire, and not for yon plaguy threats of damnation were. O Rose,
Yon heart-ravishes visage divine thou resemblest, that soul-gladdening ruby, her lip, O wine thou resemblest. O fortune unkind, every moment to me thou art stranger, and yet yon capricious familiar of mine thou resemblest. Vex not the heart of the folk with chagrin a night, lest they cry out to God for help 'gainst thy sin a night. In riches and beauty trust not, for those do the fates in a night bear away, and this none the less in a night. O heart, wine and wench in the garden ensue, from dissembling bide free, nor hypocrisy do. If Mohammed thou follow, lo, wine shalt thou drink from that fount the accepted is skinker unto. Up, up from yon sleeping place of thine, O skinker! Bring of the unmixed juice of the vine, O skinker! Or ere of the bowl of our heads they fashion guglets, from the guglet into the bowl pour wine, O skinker! My heart for dissembling sick and in sorry case is. Bring wine, quick, skinker, for wine chagrin effaces. Prayer rug and doctor's hood go pawned for liquor, so haply my vaunts may rest on a firmer basis. A guglet of wine and a book of poesy, the half of a loaf of bread and a penny fee, and I, in a nook of some ruin, seated with thee, were better than king on a kingdom's throne to be. How long this talk of the 5 and the 4, O skinker? Since puzzles there be, what's 1 or more, O skinker? Earth are we all, the Gitans smite, O skinker. Wind are we all, set wine before, O skinker. Hark ye, friends, in this world-house of jugglery, seek not. Resign thee to suffer, and remedy seek not. Hear this counsel from me, and again of it speak not. In sorrow sit merry, and sympathy seek not. In hand give wine of the red bud's hue, O skinker! My life's at the lip for grief and grue, O skinker! Give wine, so my senses awhile I may doff, and so from time and myself escape anew, O skinker! 2 saws the quintessence of wisdom I rate, more than all their insipid traditional prate. Better eat not at all than of everything eat. Better live by oneself than with everyone mate. Come, forth with that liquid ruby of thine, O skinker! Bid my soul like the gem's self kindle and shine, O skinker! On my palm set the goblet heavy with wine, O skinker! So withal I may quicken this spirit of mine, O skinker! Though in wisdom Aristo thou be, or Jamhur, in puissance though Kaiser thou be, or Feghur, quaff Jem's cup, for the grave is the end of the tale. Though Behram thou be, yet thy goal is the Gur. From minstrel and wine-cup, O king, and company fair, how should a man like myself in the rose-time forbear? Nay, better than heaven and houris and Kultir is a garden, a hanap of wine, and a gitan player. If the world all, what while I am drunken and drowned with wine, should roll in the ditch like a ball, 'twere no matter of mine. In the tavern last night they held me in pawn for my scot, and the taverner muttered, "For heaven, the pledge is fine." In a city renowned an thou be, thou'rt the worst of mankind. If a sitter in corners thou be, thou'rt not right in thy mind. Though Elias or Khizir thou be, nay, no better thou'lt find. I rede thee, to know and be known unto none, be resigned. Were I given my choice, unordered and unforbad, unhindered by cark of foreordinance, good or bad, 'twere better that into this workshop of life and death, nor come, neither been, nor departed hence, I had. Nor ableness have I to strive thine enjoyment to win, nor without thee to breathe can I find it my heart within. No, nor courage my trouble to utter to friend or kin. O difficult case! O rare passion! O strange chagrin! Would God the world other fashion than this, we see would make, and presently, so I might see it, to wit, how he would make. Yea, either increase of provision would he for me would make, or away with my name from the bead roll of those that be would make. Mankind as a gugglet is, and the soul as wine. The body's a pipe, wherein is a voice divine. Nay, knowest thou truly what earthly man is, Kheyyam? A Chinese lantern, wherein is a lamp ashine. Since that my kind especial knoweth the skinker, and 100 bolts of all sorts on me draweth the skinker, whenas I flag, lo, wine, on her own account, until she bringeth me back to myself, bestoweth the skinker. How long wilt thou say, the grace of God underneath to wit is, and of repentance e'en that which thou knowest no wit is? In fine, however much sugar and lip be sweetest, when it behoveth repent, unmusulmanish it is. O thou, who hast gone and left thy grief in the spite abidden, like the fire of a caravan in its camping site abidden, that which is gone from the eye goeth of wont from the heart, but thou art still in the heart, though gone from the sight abidden. The End. End of section 14. End of the Quatrains of Omar Kheyyam of Nishapour. Translated by John Payne.